ChessKid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And ChessKid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. ChessKid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. ChessKid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. ChessKid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. ChessKid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
What's up, Nemo?
Hello.
Nemo, how are you?
I'm really excited to go on this road trip.
Yeah.
I'm excited to drive to Niagara, too.
We're playing chess on a helicopter.
Yeah, we're playing chess on a helicopter.
I know. You already know what it is, chat. CGC, we here. It's about to go down. Y'all turn up. Let's go.
We here.
All right.
You
We're ready.
Let's get it. Let's go.
Go. I'm excited for this.
Here it is. Y'all see it?
This for real.
Oh my God, it's kind of cool.
This is excellent. Wow.
That is so gorgeous.
Yeah, you're right. That water don't look friendly.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to get in there, bro. Wow, look at the view here. I am way off the ground right now. Look at that. It's just so peaceful right here.
Yeah. I mean, it's so
That
beautiful,
doesn't even look
too.
like water. Right, come on now. Come on.
Yeah. We're gonna play chess in a helicopter.
All right, let's get it.
perfect.
Let's go. Okay.
Who won?
I did.
Nemo won.
Can we watch the balls?
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Yay.
Wow.
That is so gorgeous. Oh, man.
Wow. We over Niagara Falls. We on a helicopter. What are you doing?
Huge shout out to Chess.com.
Come on,
Thank you so much for having us. All right, we're landing.
Wow. That was incredible.
That was super cool.
That was incredible. Got the fan favorites, me and Nemo. It's awesome.
Well, I don't know if we're the fan favorites.
Just go with it.
I think, you know, okay, it's fine. Yeah, fan favorites. Yeah. Yeah, let's go with that.
Check out Chess.com's newest mobile release for Android and iOS, now with Game Review. Game Review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. Use retry mistakes to get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Game Review is available today on both Android and iOS. Download our app and try it yourself.
Located downtown, the One Hotel Toronto prides itself on its forest feel and eco-friendliness. This week, its doors are open to some of the best players in pro chess. Today, while some players are on the brink of going home, others are poised to move one step closer to the $200,000 first prize. It's day 2 of the quarterfinals at the Chess.com Global Championship, and it starts right now.
Yes, my sister was born in Vancouver, but as wonderful as Andrea and Vancouver are, it's pretty tough not to fall in love with the city of Toronto. Natural beauty abounds inside Toronto and pretty close by. The largest city in Canada, the people here have been playing chess in clubs, in universities, and in public parks for well over a century.
Remember when Amaranth played chess in the hot tub?
Shh. And now, this wonderful place plays host to the very first Chess.com Global Championship Finals. Facing elimination for weeks, 8 of the world's best players have survived to continue their quest for the queen-size share of the $1 million prize pool.
Look at Hikaru's face.
Hikaru's like, really? Wait, what is going on? Is he playing a bunkload?
I'm speechless.
My friends, you're in the right place. It's time for the CGC Finals. Toronto, Canada officially has it all.
Thank you once again to the Botez sisters. Canada indeed does have it all, and once again we will have all the action from downtown Toronto as we move into the start of the second day here at the CGC Finals. And on that note, we welcome you once again inside the gameplay hall at One Hotel Toronto. I'm Danny Wrench alongside Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, FIDE Master James Canty, International Master Levy Rosman, and even a Hikaru Nakamura there in the background. Chat, we're excited to have you back with us, of course. We look forward to hearing from you throughout the entire day, so stay with us. Keep it coming. Guys, before we dig into the day ahead, we know we got a lot to unpack here. Let's talk about yesterday. Here's how the games played out. Here's where we stand. What are the matchups giving us? Of course, right at the top, everyone knows Hikaru Nakamura showed up, and he took what he wanted in that match with Jan Krzysztof Duda. Wesley So leads 3-1 over Andreikin. Anish Giri has a 2.5 to 1.5 lead over Timur Radjabov, and Sam Sevian has the same lead over Nihal Sarin. So much to talk about in terms of how we got here. As we reflect, guys, on how we got here in the day yesterday, Danya, your biggest takeaway, biggest highlight from day one?
Listen, I'm going to choose the Wesley match because nothing was normal about that match. That match went off the rails so quickly.
Yep.
Just consider the fact that both of Wesley's wins were the black pieces. Game 1 was insane. Dmitry Andreikin jumped out to a completely winning position with black. I stopped watching. Then apparently Wesley missed mate in 2, and that game somehow ended in a draw. That wasn't the decisive game. But Dmitry Andreikin just sort of forfeiting the white pieces and then taking that draw in Game 3, which I'm sure he's regretting because he had a big attack. He needs to come through with a massive performance today. But most importantly, he's got to keep playing well with black, and he's got to capitalize on those opportunities.
It was super wild. You know, we talked about Duda being on tilt. Andreikin, after not winning that Game 1, maybe he never recovered. We didn't talk about that. Canty, what was your favorite matchup of yesterday?
Mine was the Sam Sevian and the Nihal Sarin. With that, of course, I actually did a percentage check. In fact, Sam right now is playing out of his mind, right? Check the first game accuracy. What you think it was? What do you think? First game accuracy.
97?
Okay, it was 95.
93.
95, right? Both of them. Second game, right? So this is where Sam won. It was he won by 95%, I think, there.
Wow. But
Nihal was 70%. So it's huge. So if he keeps having this percentage drop like this, it's going to be bad. And then the next 2 games were both 90% above. And the last game was 98.5 by both of them. Nasty.
So in short, he's balling. Sam Sevian is balling.
Balling.
Levy, who you got? What was your favorite matchup yesterday?
I mean, you got to give some love to the Giri Radjabov run. Like, we got to remind the audience there's a matchup of friends, so it's an interesting situation. They're the 2 most balanced players in the event, but you have an unstoppable force in Anish Giri, who has had the most brilliant moves in the event, versus Timur Radjabov, who's only lost 6% of his games. I wish I could say the same. It's probably more like 66% of my games. So Giri took the early lead. interesting to see what happens today.
Yeah, you know, those two guys are known for being balanced. We talk about that in the insights, but all those games were wild between Giri and Radjabov. Of course, the only matchup we didn't touch on is the one I hit at the top of the day, Hikaru Nakamura over Jan Krzysztof Duda. You know, he has a 4-game lead. It was shocking, I think, for all of us to see it get away from Jan Krzysztof the way it did, especially the decision, of course, to play the Bond Cloud. To some criticism, right? Jan Krzysztof had white. There was an opportunity there maybe to strike back there, especially because, remember, he was winning game 2 with white, or at least clearly better, right? So I was surprised to see that. We'll see where that leads us into day 2 and whether Naka continues to hold on. So, all right, well, for those not with us yesterday, a reminder that due to some tricky logistics, we have 5 players here in Toronto, and of course we have 3 players playing online in Serbia. Let's remind everybody where they sit, who they are. Wesley So and Anish Giri, not here yet. They're at the top. Of course, neither is Sam Sevian. The truth is, the more I look at it, it's Hikaru Nakamura sitting solo here in the studio behind us. Jan Krzysztof Duda also not here yet. So all 5 will be with us at some point in Toronto. They're not here. Neither are the gentlemen in Serbia.
Where are they?
Each one of them may be getting a little bit extra game time in their prep because they all have to fight back in their respective matches. Dmitry Andreikin, Timur Radjabov, and Nihal Sarin. So, all right, guys. Well, except Duda, every other player that's losing is in Serbia, right? The Toronto players lead. What do we expect from the players from Serbia today? And if you had to pick a matchup that might turn around, which one is it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think if I were to reason objectively, the match that is most likely to turn around percentage-wise is maybe Nihal against Sam Sevian, because all of those games are very close. But again, I'm still very intrigued by this Wesley So, Dmitry Andreikin match, because we've seen so many incredible performances by Dmitry throughout the RCC, throughout all the online events. So I'm expecting more aggressive play by Dmitry. I'm expecting interesting openings of the black pieces. And I love, Danny, watching matches where one of the players has their back against the wall, because they often play stuff that they don't normally play. We see stylistic tendencies that we don't normally see. So I'm going to keep a close eye on the Wesley Andreikin match. Yeah, Levy disagrees with me.
I just want to give myself a little bit of credit. Yesterday, when we talked about do we like to play online or over the board, I said the 3 guys in Serbia have a tough task because they're not here. So are they going to get in the right headspace? Well, they're all trailing. We still got some games today, but for now, I'd like to just give myself a pat on the back about that. Yeah, here's what I think has to happen. Radjabov and Nihal have to up the ante. They got to up the level. They got to up the intensity. Dmitry Andreikin, he's got to chill out a little bit. Okay, he was doing some crazy stuff yesterday with the white pieces. He was getting worse positions in the first 10 moves. With black, he was all right, but with white, he was very shaky. If that continues, Wesley's going to be out of here in 1 hour, maybe 2 hours max.
No, you're right. Those games were absolutely nutty, of course, as we were highlighting. Missed mates and missed winning positions. Maybe Andreikin needs to relax a little bit. Canty, your thoughts on what the guys in Serbia are feeling in a matchup that might turn around if you had to pick one?
Well, Serbia losing, they all got to step it up. That's pretty obvious, right? So, of course, Nihal definitely needs to up that percentage. I think Andreikin actually, it depends. I mean, he has to tone it down, but then again, maybe he can turn it up a little bit. I mean, we know he's very wild-like. I think with the face, right?
Why did he take the draw?
We have no idea, right?
It didn't make any sense.
It didn't make any sense,
I think some nerves. I think everyone's a little nervous.
Right.
Our first global championship. I'm nervous. And I want to say, I do agree that Sarin, the reason I still think Nihal has a chance, not just because Sam, was the underdog getting here, he has that unique story, but Sarin was not himself yesterday. The accuracy score speaks to it, right? He wasn't playing his best chess. Will that turn around on day 2? We're going to find out. But, all right. One player who doesn't need to turn it around, he's definitely feeling good about himself, is Hikaru Nakamura. He's up 4-0. That is not a typo over Jan Krzysztof Duda. Naka only needs a draw to advance to the semifinals. He's fresh off his win at the Fisher Random World Chess Championship as well. And Nemo sat down with Hikaru to talk about his expectations for the CGC.
Obviously, after playing in Iceland and doing well, I'm just looking forward to the CGC, and hopefully I can win this one too.
All right. Hello, Hikaru. It's so nice to have you here in Toronto. Are you excited for the CGC?
Yeah, it's. I was here a couple of weeks ago in Toronto filming some other stuff, so it's good to be back.
Where would you personally rank Rapid Chess amongst pro chess formats?
For me, Rapid is, I would say right now, is close to my favorite, or it's Blitz. One of the two, Rapid or Blitz, but definitely not Classical. I also think that with less time, more blunders occur, so that's why Rapid, I think, is a truer test of your overall skill ability. Blitz will always be my favorite if there's nothing on the line.
How is preparing for a rapid tournament like CGC different from preparing for large over-the-board tournaments? Is there a difference? What's your process like?
I don't think it's much different. Classical chess, it has to be quite a bit deeper. You have to look at many different lines, many different possibilities. In rapid, generally, I think if you have an idea and you look at a couple of lines before the game, that's for the most part good enough, I've found.
I was going to ask you, what are your own internal expectations for competing this week?
As I said, I'm just going to try to play my game, and if it's good enough, it's good enough. If it's not, it's not, but I don't really think about anything else.
I love that answer, just playing the chess. That's great.
Thank you again, Nemo. That was awesome. You know, as Hikaru mentioned, guys, and as everyone knows, he won the Fischer Random World Chess Championship in Iceland. There's his path as he made his way at 34 years of age into our CGC finals here in Toronto. That Insights shows he plays 88% of his rapid games on Chess.com in the morning. I think that's partly because we've historically stacked our biggest rapid events, the Pro Chess League, Global Champs, in the morning. But I want to kick off with a big topic that maybe is surprising or not, but is Hikaru Nakamura playing the best chess of anyone on the planet right now? Human.
I think that's entirely fair to say. I mean, I think the accuracy could be debated, but he's doing a heck of a lot of winning. And what tends to happen when, you know, athletes have this kind of stretch in their careers is you think, well, okay, Jan Shistov is going to be an obstacle. You know, Magnus Carlsen is going to be an obstacle. But right now, Hikaru is making it look easy against absolutely everybody.
Yeah. No, he has. And, you know, Levy, you cover this guy for your YouTube channel. You know his games and content as well as anybody. Are you seeing a Hikaru, 960 or not, is still chess and maybe even more representative of your form and that you don't have opening prep, right? So when you look at Hikaru, what do you see about his chess right now?
Yeah, I was going to say chess is right now is a game that you could be a grandmaster in when you're 15 or 16 years old. And you're the younger you are generally in any sport, the better. You can be a teenager, you could be in your 20s. People very rarely absolutely skyrocket the level of their play in their 30s, and he's just doing it. He's just no questions asked. He's gone on massive winning streaks. His winning percentage in live and online events has been just unbelievable. I don't think there's a single person, it seems, who can slow him down.
Well, I have to say that, of course, I always say this about Hikaru. He's half man, and then the other half we don't actually know yet. So when you said human, you was like, okay, yeah,
I had to clarify.
Half a human, right, in fact, right? Because the other half is like we don't know to play that kind of chess, right? But also, of course, that just goes back to his discipline, the hard work that he does. He streams 8 hours on a Tuesday, every Tuesday.
Like 12 hours.
12 hours at least, right? That's ridiculous. And then
wins both events.
Wins both events, right? You know, Mr. 50 mil, I didn't get the 2,000 from Chess.com. Okay, let me get that extra money, right? But, of course, at the same time, he's playing excellent chess, right? And it just goes back to that work once again.
Dude, it's so crazy because I also try to play every Title Tuesday.
Yeah.
I think the last time I won a Title Tuesday was I won the very first one, apparently, in 2014. After that, I had a bit of a cold streak lasting 8 years. So, listen, I can attest firsthand to the fact that none of the tournaments Hikaru wins are easy or gimmies. I mean, everybody's strong. And just the consistency that's been displayed in, like, the last year, from the candidates to the Fischer Random Tournament to yesterday, is just honestly breathtaking. It's crazy.
Well, regardless of how we got there, he's 34 years old. Still has a lot of time left in his career. Vishy Anand didn't become world champion until 38, right? So, and who knows what it means? Maybe global champion will come at 34. But all right, let's turn to today, everybody. Here's how each of the 4 matches sit at the halfway point. We are in the quarterfinals, as we've been talking a lot about. Hikaru Nakamura with a commanding position over Jan Krzysztof Duda. Wesley So almost as dominant over Dmitry Andreikin, but I agree with Levy. I think that the games were so wild. Who knows what could happen? Anish Giri and Sam Sevian have leads to protect. Will they play too cautious? You know, real quick, Danya, your thoughts on the matchup that you're most looking forward to?
Well, I'll go back to Wesley's match against Dmitry. I kind of pointed out that I'm expecting some wild play by Dmitry. I mean, he has gotten amazing positions with the black pieces. That's the most ironic thing about the match. If you know that fact alone, hey, Dmitry was winning in game 1 and much better in game 3, you'd say, I mean, Dmitry never loses with white, so the fact that he's down 3-1 is absolutely crazy. But I'm expecting much more topical openings with the white pieces from Dmitry Andreikin. I think that's his only chance. And obviously in the other matches where one side is down by a point, I mean, Timur is going to have to up the ante aggression-wise. And so is Nihal Sarin. I don't know if the London is going to work again if he wants to make a push to equalize the score against Sam Sevian.
You said Andreikin needs to calm down. How do you calm down when you're down 3-1?
That's actually a very good point, Danny. That's an excellent point. Well, first, I'm glad I'm not playing, right? The white pieces just got to get regular positions. He can't just be giving points away, right? And now, having said that, the only 2 losses that he had were with the white pieces. We talk about Giri versus Radjabov. Anish just has to keep doing what he's doing. But we do have to keep in mind that Radjabov played 2 Sicilians yesterday, right? When you play a Sicilian defense and not E5 on the first move, you're kind of showing an indication and a willingness to fight. Maybe he's going to go back to E5. I'm really keen to see in that match when he tries to strike. He's just going to try to show up game 1. Things are a little bit calm, and that's when he's going to try to, surprise Anish and win. I don't know. That one could go 7 or 8.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's an Armageddon there. I'm hoping for Armageddon as a fan, I will admit. Okay, you're Sam Sevian's coach.
Right.
Helping him get in that right mindset. The right mindset that he was in yesterday. What are you telling him approaching day 2?
Hopefully he hit the gym this morning. We did have a talk, right? Of course, he was like, you're a big dude, man. We started talking about his fitness, and he definitely is working right now. If he keeps doing his 90%, how he's doing, keeping up that consistency, it's going to be hard for Nihal to strike back, of course. And Nihal definitely has to up that percentage, can't slip really anywhere because Sam is playing really strong chess right now.
All right. Well, at the start of the CGC a few months ago, everybody, we had thousands of you participate in our CGC Bracket Challenge. None of you were able to win the $100,000 for the perfect bracket. Don't beat yourself up about it. But here's how you've all picked today's matches. No surprise, I guess they're at the top, very, very heavily weighted toward people predicting Hikaru. Wesley So, Dmitry Andreikin. Wesley also a big favorite by the community. The Anish Giri Radjabov, much closer to a coin flip. And the real one that I guess has everyone kind of, second-guessing themselves right now as Sam Sevian has a lead, despite the community predicting by about 65% that Sarin was the favorite. So, yeah, I mean, this is an interesting community. Keep with us, of course, but we are also making our picks all week. As you know, you saw us do it yesterday, so let's check in with who we picked yesterday for one of the tighter matches that we're going to be talking about here as the quarterfinals move on. Giri, Raja. Danya, do you remember who you picked?
Yeah, well, I picked Timur. That hasn't aged very well, and I think Anish just stepped out for a second, so let me just finish this really, really quickly. I'm going to stick. Listen, I believe in sticking with your predictions. I'm going to stick with Timur. I also think high probability of an Armageddon, so, buckle in. We'll see.
Well, I picked Anish Giri, so I want him to hear that. Where you at, bro? I did pick Anish Giri. It's not just because he's here always watching, judging, waiting, lurking, something he's going to tweet about you later. You never know where he's going to strike next. But I did take Anish. I think he's an underrated rapid player. I wouldn't be upset if this one went to Armageddon, but I'm going to stick with my pick Anish as well.
I'm definitely going with Anish Giri as well. Mr. Super GM Drip Master himself, of course, with having the suits and the ties and the socks. You should have seen him in the interview.
That's a heavy praise coming from you.
Speaking of course. Hey, look, I got it from him.
Look at that. He's just missing the bling.
Right.
That's it. You got to get him one of those.
I got one for him. Right. All right. But Anish Giri is my pick for sure.
Yeah. Listen, I chose Anish Giri yesterday. I got to stick with him. I think he's just a slight, tiny bit difference in that match, and he really showed it yesterday. And I don't know, will Timur overextend in trying to fight back, or?
You're leaving me out to dry too.
Yeah.
My partner, my co-commentator.
Yeah. Yep.
I see.
See how it is.
No comment.
Hikaru's over the shoulder. I don't think he's too worried about whether anyone's picking Yonsh's stuff at this point. We'll see how that goes. And all right, well, there were our picks, everybody. We will see, of course, how Giri Raja pans out. And that's going to do it for us here, everyone in chat. Stay with us. We will see you a bit later as we rejoin the super exciting announcements ahead today involving Magnus Carlsen and one of our upcoming tournaments. But for now, let's bring in our commentators, Amon Hamilton and Robert Hess. Fellas, we're going to kick it over to you. Good to see you this morning as we push toward the start of Game 5 for all of our matches.
Appreciate you, Danny, and everybody else over there. Hope you have fun. But Amon, yesterday was a lot of fun for some of the players, others reeling, licking their wounds. What do you think Day 2 has in store for us?
Well, one thing I know for sure, Robert, is that Day 2 has winners in store for us. We are going to find out who actually wins these matches and moves on to the next round. That's why Day 2s are so exciting. I mean, you have the big comeback potential, and you have those tight matches that could go either way.
It's true, and remind everybody of the tournament format. It is 2 days of 8 games, 4 on each day. Amon, we saw a halftime with some players happy with how things went in this 15-minute plus 2-second increment time patrol. But today's the day. Yep. Even if you were down on day 1, you can strike back. And if we're lucky and Danny Wrench gets happy, we will have Armageddon as well.
That's right. The Chess.com Global Championship features the ever-exciting Armageddon format, and the way they've done it with the bidding procedure. I've called so many of those matches alongside yourself even as well, and it's just so exciting to watch. So obviously, all biases aside, just as a pure chess fan, Robert, I do want to see some Armageddons today.
Oh, well, one player who would love to see Armageddon is that man on screen in front of you, Jan Krzysztof Duda. He is down 4-0. He needs to win all 4 games just to have a shot. As we take a look at the insights between these two players, among what stands out to me, Hikaru Nakamura, the much more experienced player, loving those wild games.
Indeed, and Chess.com has got to put together those insights for accuracy after losing with the bomb cloud. I think I'd like to see that stat. Maybe we can get that pulled up. But in all seriousness, Duda is looking at a tough spot to be in, and he's down 4-0. Robert, he has to win all his games just to make it to Armageddon.
Yeah, that is a gargantuan task for a player. He looks defeated, and the game is underway. How will Jan Krzysztof Duda respond? Oh, no. Please no bomb clouds. And Hikaru, he pauses here, Mon. He's wondering, okay, the answer's there.
We can. I actually wasn't sure. Not only would Duda play it, but I was wondering, would Hikaru play it after what happened yesterday? He didn't seem to be in the best mood after getting bomb clouded himself. But no, Robert, it looks like we've got a normal game of chess. Well, I say normal, even though we've got the French defense on the board.
Okay, and it almost looks like this black queen is about to be trapped. Bishop g5.
I had the same thought.
We had to take a deep breath here. It's early in the day. Bishop g5 does trap the queen,
right,
except for the fact that after bishop to g5, black can steal this knight on f3, removing the guard of the bishop on g5 and attacking the white queen in return. You see the evaluation drop. That would be a game-ending blunder, and Hikaru will not make that move.
Yeah, and sometimes you're in that mindset that your opponent is just kind of blundering and dropping things. You might play bishop g5 too quickly, thinking, oh, I've caught him. The match is over. But no, he's actually laying a clever little trap there. And interesting opening choice. It's the French defense. You're always going to have that passive structure. But one thing he's done differently in the French, Robert, is he's got that bishop, that French bishop, he's got it out to c6. It actually exerts, a lot of pressure from that square. The white knight can't jump into the e5 square to harass it because it's covered by the knight on d7. So, all things considered, when you think of a French defense, Robert, big improvement when you look at that bishop.
And that's why Hikaru drops back bishop to e2, protecting the knight, so his kingside pawn structure does not have to be compromised. And Aman, one of the things I complimented Hikaru on yesterday was his professionalism. When someone plays the bomb cloud against you, your first instinct is to say, this is a joke, let me respond in a silly fashion. No, he played serious chess, he won that game, and he is taking nothing for granted, taking no chances. And I love this. Why not? Take control of the center if you're Hikaru Nakamura.
Yep. But look, you're in a must-win situation if you're Jan Krzysztof Duda. It's 4-0. I like the decision. I like the opening. He's got those bishops aimed towards Hikaru's king. And, we could see all sorts of things from, pawn to h6, pawn to g5 even. We could get a pawn storm going. We could see queenside castling here from Duda. So, on the one hand, yes, the match is very lopsided, but I think that means that this game might be particularly interesting.
For sure. Bishop e4, what a move. I guess the threat was d5 when the bishop was on c6 to trap the piece. So in comes this bishop, and I'm liking your ideas more and more. You have to play on the queen side. The thing is, a draw is equivalent to a loss if you're Jan Krzysztof Duda. Maybe not in terms of ratings. This is a hybrid event, FIDE rapid rating on the line.
That's a great point.
But if you draw, you're still eliminated, so you might as well go big.
I think so. Some players have that feeling like they don't want to go out, let's say 5-0, but I don't think you can have an ego about that. Like, look at how much money is at stake in this tournament, Robert. I say you leave it all on the line, go for it. And so far, I think that's what Duda's doing. He didn't like that d5 move, as you mentioned, which would have, really put some pressure on his bishop. He likes the bishop on that diagonal, but Robert, that e4 square, it's not feeling very secure to me. Like, I'm looking at rook e1 as a normal move. I like rook e1, just, that X-ray pressure on the bishop.
For sure. And at some point, the other bishop can be hit with a move like c5. You want to time that right because pawns don't move backwards. So as soon as the move c5 is played by white, that hands black this d5 square for the rest of the game. So interesting strategic decisions for both players. I will agree with you that if you need a win, this is a pretty good position to have.
Right.
But Hikaru's spending his time. It's not often we see Hikaru down the clock. He made the move knight g5, attacking this bishop, and the bishop is sent to the other diagonal, Aman. Maybe it's Hikaru's turn to take over the long diagonal light squares.
And I think that's his plan. Knight g5, bishop g6, let's say you play your move, bishop to f3, you're hitting that pawn, and maybe you're intending something like knight to e4. The reason that I'd be cautious about that is, Robert, there might be some tactics on that h2 square, and it's not the first game in this tournament where there's been some tactics like that. First game of the day, you know, you're still kind of rubbing your eyes, a little tired. Don't be falling for anything like this, because you better believe that Duda is on the lookout for stuff like that.
For sure. Well, this is the first game of the day in the matches. The second game is about to begin. This one between Wesley So and Dmitry Andreikin. You see Wesley putting in the headphones. Dmitry is ready. He gets the black pieces. And as we look at the matchup between these two superstars, Aman, Wesley So, higher rated in classical chess and Chess.com rapid rating, but Andreikin has the head-to-head.
He has the head-to-head, and you know it's an interesting statistic that I don't think these players are really considering too much. You know, they probably feel this is a not only an even matchup, but a stylistically even matchup. They're very similar in how they play, and you brought this up yesterday, Robert. Both of these guys, they love going to the end game. They have a solid, grindy style, and usually such solid openings, but everything I just said, think of the exact opposite, and that was the match that we've seen so far.
It's so odd because these two players are so positional in nature, and yet it was wild tactics galore. And for Dmitry Andreikin, he's been doing well with the black pieces. We heard Levy and Danya and the rest of the crew talking about this, and here he plays this Tarrasch and takes on d4 early. We may, in fact, get an endgame not too far from now.
Exactly. This is a really interesting opening. I'll be, completely honest here. I think this is an underrated opening. You give up a pawn immediately. White often goes for this queen to a4 check, and it's because you want to take back on d4 and not be in a pin, not have your queen undefended in the center. So really tough to explain, but we're going to get into a position which I think is theoretical in nature, Robert. So we'll probably have a couple moves here coming back to back to back, but the general principle, Black's giving up a pawn, but then starting to attack that queen move after move, getting a lot of pieces out with tempo. And he talked about settling down. I think it was Levy saying he needs to settle down a little bit. I don't think he heard him.
No, he's giving away material for the activity. Yep. And look at Wesley So drop his queen back to d1. If he had captured that pawn on b7, we can analyze that very quickly because you don't want to bite off more than you can chew. If queen had taken on b7, then this knight on b8 immediately hops out because the rook is trapped in the corner. Knight c6, you're already threatening things like knight b4 to c2, rook to b8, right. And white is down several tempi in terms of development. The two pawns, perhaps not quite worth it.
No, not at all. And, anytime that the engine eval is sort of around 0, but you're down 2 pawns, you don't want to go near that position. And neither does Wesley So, who's gone for a slower approach here with just queen back to the starting square, d1. He doesn't want to leave it exposed where more pieces will start to attack it. He's gone a3. I suspect, Robert, he might be interested in a move like pawn to e3, getting the bishop out, nice and easy, bishop e2, and as you highlighted, pawn to b4 to attack that bishop and prepare bishop to b2.
That's right. It's a flexible move, taking away a square from an opponent, giving control of it to yourself, but you need to develop. I like you saying e3 first. Develop that light square bishop, get castled, and white is a pawn ahead. Right. So sometimes you get a bishop pair for a pawn. You get something like that, a target to exploit. I don't think Black really has that here. So the way Wesley chose to respond allows him to take that material, say, you're never getting this back. I'm putting that in my pocket, and now the best you're going to do is try to equalize.
And these games often get into really, really wild skirmishes. So don't be surprised, Robert, if we see from Black moves like queen to e7 and long castle. I know it looks crazy. You don't have a c-pawn. The d file's wide open, the c file's wide open, but Black can castle, tuck that king on b8, and then actually go for things as crazy as pawn to g5, and absolute mayhem could be on the board in this game. So don't be surprised if Andreikin continues more of the same interesting play with the black pieces.
In the words of our good friend James Caney, G5 we live, and we would love to see plays like that. And queen e7, step 1, leaving the flexibility of which direction the king will go to. Aman, I really like your strategy because while Dmitry can draw this game and still continue his fight, he's kind of in a must-win situation. Down 3-1, you can only afford a few more draws. So I feel like Dmitry, he's feeling the pressure, and he has done well with the black pieces in day one, even though the result doesn't show that.
Yeah, he's done well with the black pieces, and to the contrary, he hasn't done well with the white pieces. So he's not feeling the way that a lot of chess players feel, where they're like, oh, I'll draw this game with black, keep it nice and even, take my chances with the white pieces. He might feel the exact opposite. I got to take my chances where I feel my opponent has given me opportunities, and with the white pieces, I got to shore things up.
And that's why Wesley So, he knows how dangerous Andreikin is. He's thinking, do I develop my bishop on the dark squares first, or do I listen to Aman and play e3? So there's pros and cons to each. Bishop g5 delays your kingside development. The white king, for sure, wants to head over to g1. But the downside of playing e3 is you make it a bit passive. So without a pawn, more space for the pieces. If there were a pawn on e6, I'm just going to take the h-pawn, then that queen doesn't have an open line. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one develops. And another game is about to begin. This one between Anish Giri and Timur Radjabov. That was the picks that our friends in the studio were talking about. All of us, I mean, including us, except for Danya, chose Anish Giri in this matchup, and we show the head-to-head between the two. Anish Giri, the younger player, but Radjabov in that rapid head-to-head has the lead.
And it's like, you know, keep saying Anish Giri, the younger player. How long has Anish Giri been at the top level of chess, Robert? It's crazy. He's got so many accolades to his name, and he's only 28 years old. Robert, he's younger than me. What the heck? What the heck am I looking at here? And, you know, you see that head-to-head. They've played so many games, which is interesting considering, you know, what good friends these guys are. They have played against each other a ton. I think this match is as close as people expected. I did think this would go 8 games, the full 8 games, Robert. I don't know if we'll see Armageddon, but, you know, this is probably one of the closest matches that we have in the quarterfinals.
And Anish Giri sticking to e4 on the first move, and Radjabov plays e5. So he was playing the Sicilian yesterday. He actually had a bad loss in the candidates to Fabiano Caruana playing the Sicilian. So he's opting out of the more aggressive opening, instead playing the solid e5. Aman, what do you make of that decision?
I think it's I think it suits the match. So, you know, these guys have been neck and neck. I don't think that it benefits either player to take too much risk early on. They've shown, you know, a lot of draws in these games, but not boring draws either. They still get fighting positions with chances for both sides. I've maybe disagreed with every draw offer I've seen. So, you know, if they're getting these positions with chances for both sides, I agree with this. Stick to a solid opening because it will get spicy later on.
For sure, and right now, Anish has the choice. Does he expand on the queen side with a4, b4, or does he play more towards the center of the king side? Often a plan is rook e1, knight b2, the knight comes to f1, and ultimately I'm going to pick up this knight and put it on g3. That's where the knight journeys to. It's a long story. It takes several moves to get there, but that's the two different plans, and he does play a4. Do you like this choice from Anish?
I think it's a good place to start because you know what? A4 doesn't fully commit. And I was going to say a hybrid of both of your great ideas, Robert, might be preferred. A4, you know, to control a little bit of space on the queen side, not necessarily allow B5 or the more dangerous knight to A5. Knight to A5 looks to pick up that white bishop, but now with the pawn on A4, you can retreat to the A2 square. So I like a little bit of both, and keep in mind, black can actually say, hey, that's a great plan you got there. I'm going to do it too. Knight to e7, knight to g6, in order to copy that knight f1 and knight g4, knight g3 idea.
And you said knight g4 because that's the move that was just played, and
Exactly.
there's already a threat on f2. So typically, white defends that with rook e2 or rook f1 and kicks the knight out with h3. The big thing is black has not castled yet. So there's an argument to be made that Radjabov is going forward with some kind of kingside pressure, and rook e2, step 1, h3, step 2, but knight e7. So again, Radjabov not committing his king, and that might mean if h3 is played, in some positions a move like h5. Let's use the fishing hook, that famous kind of tactic where you sacrifice a piece to open the h-file, and the rook on h8 will try to lay devastation.
And, I mean, that's everyone's favorite, isn't it? When you get a chance to throw in that h5 move, I have to say I'm not convinced that we'll see it in this particular moment, but the idea remains there. And actually, it's Anish who's kind of ignoring the opportunity to play h3. Robert, usually when that knight is on g4 nestled there, you're thinking, okay, get that out of my face as fast as possible. How come he's, you know, refraining from playing h3?
Well, h3 is a useful move even if the knight were back on f6, but the knight is actually better placed on f6. So perhaps Anish is developing his pieces first, and then we'll kick it out with h3. He could play d4. He could play around the knight on g4, saying, you had a one-move tactic, a one-move threat. I've eliminated that threat, and now I'm closing off your bishop. So is your knight actually good on g4? It's what these top players do. I'm so tempted to kick that knight immediately. Anish says, you sit there, keep talking about the chess. I'll show you my moves of talking, so you be quiet now.
Agreed. Yeah, no, that knight on g4, if you think about the position, black's actually made a threat that's now completely covered. So you might even play knight back to f6 voluntarily, like on its own next turn. And then white can at least has the move h3 in reserve. You can play h3, but you're not forced to. So I like the decision. You keep the move there, knight g3, continue with the plans that we've talked about, the thematic ideas for this e4, e5 position. Structurally, we will see that pawn eventually probably go to d4. Now that the knight's on g3, supporting e4, I think you're highlighting some of the moves that we're going to see. White also might want to play bishop e3, but not while that knight's on g4.
Right, the knight takes away that square, so h3 is very likely, and we'll see. Oh, we don't have to wait long. Anish does play h3. The knight will venture back, but we'll see how this one continues. The fourth game here is about to get underway. This one between Sam Sevian and Nihal Sarin. Game 5 in that match, Sevian with a 2.5, 1F lead. And if you look at the head-to-head between these two players, there's nothing to look at, Aman. They are very young, and they have never squared off before yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the head-to-head is like, might have to update it basically from yesterday's scores. That's the information that we're working off here. We know what's in front of us, which is that we have two young superstars in the chess world right now. And, despite Sam Sevian being knocked out in this tournament and, getting a second chance, he deserves to be here as well. He's at the level and he's ahead in this match saying, you know what, I deserve this spot, and he's playing like it, Robert.
When you beat Maxime Vacher-Lagrave in a second-round matchup, and then you do lose to Levon Aronian, he did get a second chance, and he's making the most of it. We see in the early opening just a Queen's Gambit decline, and okay, they're playing very quickly. This topical line with b5, white will snag that pawn. c4 becomes a target, but the knight comes back to b6, the bishop to b7 on an open diagonal. These positions kind of hard to explain to newer players, but the essential point is black gets space and squares for the pieces for the ugly pawn structure.
That's a great, quick summary, Robert, because I think a lot of players would look at that c-pawn on c4 and say, what kind of compensation do you have for that? That pawn looks like it's going down. Rook to c1, knight to d2, that pawn looks like a goner. But in order for white to sort of orchestrate capturing that pawn, it's really difficult. You have to put a lot of pieces on uncomfortable squares. And that knight on b5, also in a bit of a precarious position, so he had to waste the move, playing knight back to c3. And you mentioned the squares. Have a look at the d5 square. You highlighted that diagonal. Bishop to b7 is going to be commanding on that beautiful diagonal, and there's no way to block it. So that is the compensation, but of course, it's balanced by those ugly c-pawns.
Yeah, things are getting spicy early here. Some position that's not that balanced actually is the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Krzysztof Duda. And when I say that, you may expect Hikaru to keep on winning, but as we bring up that game here, we see the advantage is in Jan Krzysztof's favor. So maybe he did bomb cloud it too early, but perhaps that actually cleared his head rather than creating some smoke, and now he's up a pawn, a clear extra pawn for JKD against Hikaru.
Yeah, clear extra pawn here, Robert. Bishop to e3 was the last move. You could convince me that this position is actually white to move, and I would believe you. But no, it's actually Jan Krzysztof Duda. His turn, got that clear extra pawn. Pawn to b6 looks normal here. Could even go pawn to a6, but something about pawn to b6 feels nice, blocking that bishop on the diagonal. And, I just think back, Robert, and I'm like, man, did he relinquish that game 4 too early? Did he tilt too early? Because what we're seeing here is like a new day and a new Duda.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And Jan Krzysztof, he probably is kicking himself because look at the advantage he has. We're 25 moves into this game. Black is a clear extra pawn up, and we have bishops of the same color. Sometimes when the bishops are opposite color, you say, let me trade off pieces, try to make a draw. No, no, no. These pawns, b2, a3 on dark squares already being targeted, and Duda's doing the correct thing. He's up several minutes, he's up a pawn, and he's spending time because this is a big moment. If you play b6, you may already fall to some rook c1 hitting the c6 pawn. If you play a6, all your pawns are on light squares, which makes the bishop on e3 kind of dominate the queenside vulnerable square. So he does choose a6, and now for Hikaru, this is where it gets difficult, Aman. You know you're worse, and you have to fight, claw to try to make a draw. What to do?
Yeah, and sometimes, Robert, you're in a position where you know you're worse, but it actually makes your moves a little easier to find sometimes because they're limited. You can only do so much. At some point, being a pawn down, you actually don't have the pressure of having to come up with a plan. You can sit there and say, hey, you beat me. You're the one that's got the extra pawn, and of course, we know Duda's down 4-0. So it's not like he can try his best to win and ultimately draw. He doesn't have that cushion. He needs to win this game. So I think the pressure is actually on JKD here, and Hikaru knows that.
And I think Duda's regretting his decision to play a6 rather than b6. In comes the queen to d7. Already I see ideas like bishop to a7, kicking this rook away from this pawn on b7. That's now the target. And there's pressure on the e-file, rooks staring at each other through bishops. The h6 pawn is loose. So I feel like Duda, he's in danger of slipping away. Like his advantage might just go out the window in the next 2 moves.
Exactly. It could be that quick. I was thinking maybe on the previous move, try to take more control of the position, something like queen e6, and don't let that queen into the d7 square, Robert. But instead, we have full penetration here. The rook on b8 tied to the b7 pawn. As you mentioned, the rook on e8 sort of tied to that bishop on e5, and h6 pawn hanging. I'm even struggling to come up with a move here, because if you think about this position from Duda's perspective, this is not the extra pawn that you signed up for.
Not at all. And queen e6 would be such a good move if that pawn on h6 were not hanging. So if you could just take back that move, that pawn was there a turn ago. When the queen was on f5, Aman's decision to play queen e6, just offer that trade. Let's try to get those off the board. The downside of trading pieces is you feel like maybe that one extra pawn isn't quite enough to win the game. So Duda has many difficult decisions to juggle. And while he is trying to figure out his next turn, let's get a bird's eye view. Look at all games at once, because all 8 players are taking part. This may be the last time we see this view, because Duda could see his tournament run come to an end. So Aman, as we look across the board, my eyes are on Wesley So against Dmitry Andreikin, because that king has castled long for Andreikin. And I see White's pieces staring at that king. I feel like Andreikin potentially going for the aggressive plan. He may be the one who falls victim to attack.
Yeah, and you know what? You think that maybe you want to slow down a little bit if you're Andreikin because of how the match has gone. But also, because of the score, 3-1, he does have to take more risks. He needs to flip this match on its head. He needs to score the same day that Wesley had yesterday, today. And I think this is a great opening to do it. It is scary having that bishop on f4, Robert, covering the b8 square. If you grab that king and put it on the a8 square, that is so safe, right? It's in the corner, tucked away. But on c8, we have the bishop restricting the b8 square, which means, hello, rook c1. If that rook appears there, Robert, that king is going to be forced maybe towards the center of the board, which that's the wrong direction.
No, that's not where you want to be. And maybe knight h5 going after this bishop should be Andreikin's plan. And then the good news is the queen on a4 actually covers the bishop, because the bishop is not hanging. White can continue developing. And then that means that extra pawns making its presence felt, and the c-file being open with a king there and many pieces in the way. I do like Wesley's position. I like his clock management. This is dangerous territory for Dmitry Andreikin.
Yeah, this is going to be a back and forth battle for sure. But one of the things that Wesley is doing so well in this game is, you know, he's the one that's up a pawn. So he knows that his opponent is coming straight for the throat, right? There's going to be compensation. There's going to be an attack. But he's handling it by actually putting some pressure back on his opponent. He's not saying, I have the extra pawn. I'm just going to try to play defense and, you know, maybe try to trade as best I can, because sometimes that's what Black wants. They want you to play passively and get their aggressive game. But he's basically fighting fire with fire.
And I hope he plays with bishop a6, exploiting the fact that the knight on c6 could be loose. That would be really cool. Wow. I'm not sure if it's good, but it looks like a lot of fun, and that is how you fight fire with fire. But we've looked at our first 2 games of the day so far. Let's look at our other 2, our matchups between Anish Giri and Timur Radjabov, Sam Sevian, Nihal Sarin. And as I look up at this screen here, Aman, that knight for Sarin is on b3, so we can see the light square control for him, but that c4 pawn on the right side of the screen still is quite vulnerable. And on the left side of the screen, that knight is on f4 for Timur Radjabov. So both games are very fighting, and maybe the biggest thing to note is Radjabov up nearly 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, that's a great call, Robert. The clocks right now in both games are something to start paying attention to. You know, we are looking at the positions, but obviously the clock situation is what's causing a lot of the discrepancies in the eval. You know, you talk about that Giri and Radjabov game, Robert, yet the eval bar starting to climb, and when you've got that, you know, time pressure ticking as well, it just adds. It becomes like a multiplier.
Yeah, let's dive into Giri against Radjabov because that position is looking very good for Anish. He used his time wisely to get an advantage in this one. And it's weird because black is missing an A pawn, white is missing a C pawn. So what happened was A6 to A5 took on B4, and then the C3 pawn took back. But the reason why white is better here is this pressure on the E5 pawn already. White threatens to win a pawn directly on F4, and if black has to be forced back.
Wow.
Okay, he said force backwards. No, no, no. Let's go forward G5. But the reason I hate that move, Aman, the F5 square is white's for the taking.
Yeah, that, you don't need to highlight anything other than that. That's enough for me to say, okay, I don't like the move G5 at all. After knight to F5, if you just throw the move in right now, I'm already looking at that H6 pawn, Robert. You're highlighting it. If I play king H7, I'm also walking onto the diagonal from the bishop on C2 to the king on H7. I know that there's a few pieces in the way, but you'd be surprised, Robert, how quickly things can clear out and then tactics abound.
Yeah, the only downside of moving the knight from G3 is E4 becomes loose, but you can start trading pieces. That's the big problem with G5, is that's a permanent weakness on F5. And if we go through some very logical moves here, D takes E5, let's say you just take back on E5, then I just trade bishops on A7, you take back, and when all is said and done, give me that F5 square. I can just go straight in here, and that's a big problem. Not to mention this beautiful tactic of knight takes E5, rook takes E5, and queen D4. You don't see this every day. Two different rooks are spied by that queen.
And you know what? That's such a beautiful fork because usually two rooks on a chessboard, no matter where you put them, they can always move to defend each other. The only reason that won't be able to happen is if pawns or other pieces are in the way. And of course, lo and behold, everything is perfectly in the way here. So that's a great tactic. And you know what else I was thinking, Robert, earlier in this line? If black wanted to flick in after pawn E5, bishop takes on E3, you can actually take that with the pawn. And it might, look a little visually disturbing. You got those triple pawns there momentarily, but two knights hanging, I'll take the piece.
Oh, gladly Anish Giri would grab that. Instead, we see takes, and instead of the attack with knight takes E5, plays knight F5. It's the most natural move in the position. You see the evaluation bar sky high for Anish. That is just a square that you need. Please, let me play E6, let me play G6. No, your pawns are too far advanced. H6 is a target, and after king H7, I'm already liking moves like H4, trying to open. Okay, I barely got to say it. Anish played it, and he is letting his moves do the talking.
Exactly, and this is just pure instinct chess now because after pawn to G4, Robert, I think the move knight takes E5 becomes even more apparent. Now the F4 knight is hanging as well. So G4, not an option, but it also doesn't seem like it's an option to leave the pawn on G5. White's threatening to take it and win it with check. Plus, you've got this strange rook on A7, which, believe me, it might not be the case now, Robert, but that is going to be hanging to all sorts of tactics.
We already showed one of them. Knight takes E5 would be available. So Timur has 10+ minutes. He is going to have to use all of that time to have any sort of chance. It's not looking good for him. But let's look at all 4 games here because all 8 players are sitting and trying to find the best moves. We see in the top left, the advantage is gone. The eval bar says that Hikaru Nakamura doing okay because the H6 pawn is gone. That's picked off.
That's
in the bottom left, we just looked at Anish Giri. He has a big advantage there. And, well, Wesley So's queen is gone. His extra pawn is also gone.
Yeah, and I'm looking at that Sam Sevian and Nihal Sarin game as well. The pawn on C4 also got picked off from the bishop. You can see just retreated. So feels like some key pawns in a lot of positions, Robert, just disappeared all of a sudden, and the evaluation bar sort of changing to reflect that.
Yeah, let's go to the game between Wesley So and Dmitry Andreikin. I think that one should be quite level, given how few pieces remain. And, well, the pawn structure is bad for black. So I think that's what Wesley is counting on. The best players in the world don't mind handing back some of the material if it leaves them with a positional advantage. So in the last few moves, we'll just scroll back a few, show how we got here. After this knight came to H5, attacking the bishop on F4, white said, I'm going to develop. My queen thankfully protects this piece. G5 kicks the bishop back. And after this trade, bishop takes E3. Aman, I see your eyes there. What a move. The point is that after pawn takes, queen takes, there's threats against this king. There's no castling for you. White has an advantage. It's hard to see through. I mean, I'm going to cheat for a second, turn the evaluation bar. King F1 is the best move. That's a really hard move to play.
That's amazing. Yeah, and even if you play it, I think you have to continue to play good moves after that. It's not like, hey, king F1, and yeah, we'll actually just back up and we'll leave you alone. no, the attack is still raging. So king f1 is only the beginning of many tough moves.
Right, so instead, rook d1, some trades queens, get that attack out of here. And Wesley says, I'm better in this ending. So knight d4, give me that pawn. And look at this position. White is a pawn ahead. Not the best pawns we've ever seen, but a knight can outclass a bishop in endgames because the knight can go from color complex to color complex. That bishop on g6 only can stay in the light squares. Please let my knight get to e5. Then I could try to win this game.
And you know what? The knight can sometimes outclass the bishop if the pawns were even. So the fact that there's an extra pawn here, I know the eval bar's not in love with this, Robert, but I kind of am. I think there are real chances for Wesley here, and keep in mind the time situation as well. It's really relevant as we get to the end game here. You got to think about the fact that Wesley just took a potential attack, neutralized it, took it to an end game. He's got a 3-1 match score lead right now. This is exactly what he wants. He wants a chance to get a full point, but a guaranteed half point.
Right, he's remaining in control. He said, I'm not going to lose this game. He has 0 losing chances. And speaking of control, Jan Krzysztof looked like he was losing control against Hikaru Nakamura, but once again, he has reclaimed the advantage. So Jan Krzysztof, he is trying to remain in this tournament. We see his position on the right side of the screen there. That b2 pawn is gone. So Hikaru is now down a pawn once again. And it's not just any pawn I'm on. There's a pawn on d3 just 2 squares away for promotion for the Polish player.
Exactly. Yeah, this pawn on d3, sometimes you'll get positions where, you are even down material, but you have a pass pawn so far up the board that it's full compensation. Well, guess what? Now you've got a position where you're even up material, Robert. That pass pawn is worth so much. It's going to take White's either queen or rook to take control of some square on the d file and stop it from promoting. So you're using one of your pawns, and you're making White waste a queen or a rook to defend it.
That's right. And speaking of d-file, look at the rook on d1 for Anish Giri on the left side of the screen. He was attacking Timur Radjabov's queen. Radjabov's pieces on a7, b7, not taking part in the game. The king on h7 is about to be blown open. And let's actually go into that game quickly if we can, because Anish Giri, he looks like he's on the verge of another win. What is wrong with h takes g5? You can't even take it back because the knight will land on g5 with a fork of king and queen.
That's incredible. First of all, I think the move is going to be knight to g4 after pawn takes pawn on g5. I think it just has to be, right? But after knight g4, that's a one-move attack. There's still a pawn on g5. There's still a knight ready to jump in, and I just can't see him surviving because, Robert, don't forget, that rook on a7, you had to spend time playing g6, or b6, excuse me, to protect it and shield it, but it's not participating in the game. White is essentially up a rook.
And Anish plays bishop b3, just hitting the queen and the pawn behind it. That looks like a simple decision for him. This position is terrible. For Timur Radjabov. He has no play of his own. He goes queen c8, give me f7, give me g5,
Flag
give me
toasted.
e5. This is over. So
yeah.
I think we can safely let Anish take it away from here. And Jan Krzysztof Duda in that game is, we have to bounce around. It looks like the Polish superstar is giving Hikaru all he can handle and more. But the king on g8 for Duda, it's a bit exposed. That could lead to some perpetual checks, some repetitions, but the pass pawn and under 10 seconds on the clock for Duda. So let's dive right into that one. Duda down to 5. Barely is getting his moves off with limited time on the clock.
Exactly, and this is where Hikaru is so tricky. He knows how to use your time against you. He knows what moves you're looking at, and he knows how to play against that. So he'll be trying to drum up some tricky moves where he thinks he knows how you're going to reply and have a reply ready for that to put you on the spot to move with 5 seconds.
And
wow.
He hung a bishop on e3. The pawn on f2 is pinned. Rook h1. The king slides up to g6. There is a couple checks, but the rook can always drop back. Jan Krzysztof Duda, with his back against the wall, he wins game 5. He stays alive in this tournament. Hikaru Nakamura, well, he's not going to be happy about that one.
No, he's not. That was a full piece hung, as we see Duda on your screen right there. He's breathing new life in this competition, in this match, Robert. Everyone counted him out, but it seems like he woke up and just chose violence today.
He chose violence indeed, and Hikaru Nakamura still with a big lead, 4-1. But the only win of today is by Jan Krzysztof Duda, and he is going to feel a bunch better about this match. Some players, although, will not feel so good about their chances, while Hikaru Nakamura will have to bounce back in the next game. But Duda, what a performance from him after the bomb cloud yesterday.
Indeed. And, Robert, I honestly look back at that game and think, damn, if he just was in a different mindset in that 4th game and played it out. Even if he just drew that game, yeah, you're down 3.5 to half, but you come back on day 2 and it's a whole new ball game. So look, he didn't do that. Unfortunately, he dropped all games yesterday, but there is still a chance here. As chess players love to say, Robert, 1 game at a time. Well, I think he's using that mentality, and after a great start, it's a momentum-based competition, Robert, so he's looking to continue.
Anish Giri wins his game. We just saw that flash on screen, so Anish takes the headset off. He extends his lead, doubles it from 1 to 2, and he is also going to be thrilled with how this day has begun as he wants to eliminate Timur Radjabov from the competition. So the score now in Giri's favor. The #1 player from Holland leads 3.5 to 1.5 over Radjabov after decisive game 1.
That's right, and that was an unbelievable, he made it look easy, Robert, and it was such a simple execution. So I thought that was a great game to watch. E4, E5, it was just clinical, and now it's getting to the point where, if you're Radjabov, you're starting to feel the pressure of this lead just mounting and mounting. Giri with a great performance. It's no surprise that he won that game based on the position that we left it last.
For sure. So Anish Giri extends the lead. We have Wesley So taking on Dmitry Andreikin. Look at the evaluation bar and look at the pawns. It was 1 extra pawn for white. Now it's 3. Who cares if the pawns are doubled? Wesley So is well on his way to victory, and we want to get to the match between Sevian and Nihal Sarin. There's still much life left in that one, but let's go to the game between Wesley and Dmitry, because Wesley about to convert an endgame, it appears, with Dmitry down to just 11 seconds.
Exactly, and this rook endgame looks like it's about to be very, very clinical. Look, there are 2 passed pawns. They're doubled on the b file, but even with one of those passed pawns, Robert, I would wager that this might be a winning endgame. So I don't think Wesley will have any difficulty. Guess what? The time played a factor. Only 10 seconds for Andreikin here, and that's probably why he ended up losing more pawns, and he's going to lose this game.
He is for sure. Rook d2, then king d4. There it goes. Wesley's king should run on over to help those b pawns, escort them to the other side. If king f4, rook d3 is simple. Rook b3, sandwich. A rook sandwich on the b file, and then the b pawn runs. This is over. Dmitry Andreikin might resign right here.
Yeah, and if he doesn't resign, I can't see him finding a move that, has any real impact. B pawn time, b5, b6. Robert, you can use the rook and the king, and guess what? The rook from d3 covers the f3 pawn, so black has no counterplay at all.
None whatsoever. It looks like clinical technique from Wesley So. King c5 looks the simplest. Rook b3, rook behind the pass pawn. Cannot blame him. And Wesley So wins game 5. He was up 3-1. Make it 4-1, and he is a half point away from securing his spot in the semifinals.
That's right. Even though the Nakamura match started with the more one-sided score, guess what? The score is the same now in those 2 matches, 4-1 for Wesley So. He's got, all the opportunities now to just make a draw and secure this match win, Robert.
And Dmitry Andreikin, give him credit, kind of went all in with the opening. It did not pay off. It was a gamble that was not rewarded. So Dmitry Andreikin, the superstar, the guy who eliminated Fabiano Caruana from this field, he is down to that man, Wesley So. So Wesley, he's in great form right now, and good job by him in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. No, this was a really, really well-played game. I love the way he neutralized the attack, was willing to give back material, Robert, and ultimately that was the difference.
Yes, so a 4-1 lead, and we get right in to Sevian against Nihal Sarin. Now, we have not seen how this game has reached this point, but as we're here, I see opposite colored bishops. If I do a quick material count, even number of pawns, whose king is safer? It looks like black's king, so I like Nihal's position.
Yeah, and I also have to highlight the... that was not what I was going to highlight, as much as I'd love to take commentator credit. Nope, that was not it. I was going to say, look at the pawn structure as well, because those double F pawns, weak H pawn in an opposite bishop endgame, where the pawn structure, is the determining factor. I think black's way ahead, but there was just a tactic on the board, Robert. We came at the best time to see all the action.
Yeah, that rook on d1 was opened up to the queen on d5. The queen loses that showdown, has to retreat to b7, but b2 is now loose. I think your point still holds. f4, f2, h4, e5, all on dark squares. So if we get to certain endgames, the bishop for black can start picking off the pawns. And if b2 falls next, then a3 is loose, and we could see an extra pawn. But don't forget about the rook. I actually overlooked that. That rook slides across the board and protects a3. It's easy to blunder in positions like this.
Yeah, so easy, actually, to forget that rook, the rover from h3 all the way to a3 is covering things. Well, guess what? I think after queen takes b2, although the c7 pawn is hanging, I mean, we could see a really wild position where the queens stay on the board. And, Robert, neither king is truly safe here. We got a king on f1 and f8. It's like they both mouse-slipped castling.
And that king was safe. That's what I was saying when we got here. But bishop takes g6 removed that safety. There is no pawn, but when there are no pawns, there are open files, and rook g8 already threatens queen g2. The rook slides back to h2. I wonder if we will see a bishop takes h4 type of maneuver to distract the rook, or alternatively, maybe it's now time to take on b2. It is getting very complex, and Nihal Sarin and Sam Seven around 4 minutes on the clock.
Exactly, and the rook on h2 compared to h3 is so much worse. You know, you wish you could have played maybe rook g3 from h3 to challenge the rook on the open file. But if you compare the rook on h2 to the rook on g8, I mean, it's just a bystander. The rook on g8 exerts so much more pressure on the position. So queen takes c7, Robert. This is going to be a really interesting finish because now the queens are staying on the board.
But I think the story is the quality of the rooks. Rook on g8, that much better. That's a passive rook on h2.
Yeah.
It can't go anywhere useful. Now there's a bit of a pin. The rook on d1 is loose. The only way you can move the bishop is backwards to defend. a3 is loose, and it's not just to even up the pawns, right? White currently is up a pawn. a3 seems like it's just going to fall. But once a3 falls, this pawn can start running to the other side of the board.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The a pawn might be the determining factor. However, be on the lookout for maybe something like bishop e2 and trying to take on h5. Because if you grab the h pawn, hey, the rook on h2 is not doing much, but it is placed behind a potential pass pawn in that h4 pawn. And once you send that pawn up the board, Robert, it could be a crazy race where we might even see 4 queens out here.
I would not be surprised by anything in this competition. But right now, Sam Sevian down almost a minute. He's kept a lead on the clock in day 1. Here in day 2, the mouse speed is there for Nihal Sarin. We know how strong of a bullet player he is, but he can't keep getting down to under 10 seconds to 2 minutes for his opponent.
No, you know, you live and die by the sword. He's such a great bullet player, but sometimes it works against him, as it does many strong bullet players, because they're so good with low time that they don't feel the danger when it gets down there.
And when your opponent's minutes, they can really spend the time to calculate bishop e2. And apparently there is a problem with this move, and I see what it is. This rook covers the g file. So once you swap on d1, this is a game-winning tactic.
Wow.
Let's analyze real quick. I think Nihal will spot this. It's not that difficult. Queen b5 check. We don't even need the analysis board. He's doing it for us. Bishop e2, queen b1 back rank. Here, rook g1. The rook slides in.
Yep.
And where's that king going? Nowhere good. That's at minimum a piece, if not checkmate. And resignation. Nihal Sarin has evened this match up.
Oh my goodness. That was the biggest blunder of the Chess.com Global Championship, I think, Robert. Rook to g1, totally missed. This queen b5 shot was beautiful from Nihal Sarin, and he's bounced back and tied this match.
Wow, we have had decisive game in every single match. Nihal Sarin, he was down 2.5, 1.5 against the guy who shouldn't even have been here, and yet he strikes back. Sam Sevian was thumbs up before the game. I think right now he's feeling a bit thumbs down.
I think you're right, and you know, Nihal Sarin, he's just come back with a vengeance today. He played that position so well, but it was the accuracy. That blunder happened, Robert, and he was on it like a shark. He spotted that immediately, played it, and we saw the resignation just like that. So Nihal did not miss a beat.
No, he did not, and nor did 3 other players. There were 4 decisive games in round 5. We saw Jan Krzysztof Duda stay alive. He beats Hikaru Nakamura. We saw Anish Giri win a nice game against Timur Radjabov. And then, of course, Wesley So, an endgame grind against Dmitry Andreikin before ultimately this huge gaffe by Sam Sevian.
Exactly. No, the first of all, the Wesley match, you know, he's starting to really pull away from Dmitry Andreikin. Right. Of course, you've got Hikaru Nakamura drop that game to Duda, it's still a huge, huge comeback that's necessary for both Duda and Andreikin now, who trail with only a point to the 4 points from their opponents. So tough matches there. But Robert, it was all about Nihal Sarin and that comeback. And, what a crushing game we saw by Anish Giri as well. Continues to increase his lead. But Nihal just played, I think, a great game to start off this morning and gets the win.
He did, and you look at this position, we kind of left it, but look at the control for black. B3, D5, the C4 pawn was the only problem.
Right.
But as this game continued here, knight came to D5. That's the square you want to use. The bishop retreats. So even though the evaluation is white is better, white's moving backwards while black's hopping forwards.
Exactly, and those light squares were for the taking. I just love the control that he exhibited here. He was also willing to give up that C4 pawn and just understand that that wasn't the end of the line. It's actually the bishop from B7 that at the end captures on F3. And, well, you could play rook takes F3, Robert, but you got some hanging pawns to deal with, not to mention H4, potentially D4 later on. He decides to double the pawns, but that's a long-term weakness, and H5 cements that weak pawn on H4.
Love that move. The pawn will not be able to be pushed forward. And after F4, G6, this is light square control against the light square bishop. So great play here from Nihal Sarin. And as the game continued, King F1, King F8, the queen backtracked to C1. And this is where things started to get wild. A5 just locked down the B file. And after D5, that's where we tuned in, where all of a sudden you capture twice on D5, bishop takes G6. I think Savian overestimated his position winning this pawn.
Because it looks so good. In fact, if I had to take a pawn out of black's position, I might grab the G6 pawn. It looks like the glue. It's covering the G file. You want to play king to G7 for black? Tuck your king away? Can't do that anymore. Your H pawn is now super weak from bishop to E2 or queen D1 later. But it's funny. He won the most important pawn in the position, Robert, and somehow I didn't like his position afterwards.
No, because the next few moves, we did see the rook on G just that much better than its counterpart. And here was the critical moment. Bishop E2. That is actually the losing move in this position. Instead, the move Queen C2, giving up A3. It doesn't look pretty, but it defends all the pieces. But Bishop E2 lost the game on the spot because after takes, check here, bishop can block, but then the queen comes to B1. The rook covers the king escape. That means the back rank checkmate. And in the game, the king went on a bit of a journey, but it didn't get very far because queen D5 picks up a piece. And that was a win for Nihal Sarin to even the match.
Exactly. It was too easy for him to pick off that piece at the end. He spotted the tactic immediately. It went from opposite bishop, slow grind, to tactic, game over, knockout, and an even match, Robert.
What a game that was. We got a fun time here in the studio, but we are going to kick it back to Danny and the gang to talk about Duda's win and much more. Back to you, Danny.
Thank you, guys. Wow, boys, we have liftoff. This day has indeed started with a bang. What to react to first is going to be hard. I think I'm going to go in reverse order. They just spent a lot of time on the Sarin-Sevian match. We have to talk a lot about what's ahead there. But Jan Krzysztof Duda says, I'm not done yet. Yeah. Rebounding, Levy, the bomb cloud wasn't the end. What are you doing if you're Jan Krzysztof to make a comeback?
And I don't even, did he play the French to scare the audience into thinking that he was going to play King E7 on the, I was walking to the bathroom and I saw that on the monitor and I went, no, bathroom can wait. And and then he played D5. And yeah, that was a shocking game because Hikaru's level was astronomical yesterday. Yeah. And today it felt a little bit shaky. It was a bit odd to me.
I'm going to quickly read off these scores and then we're going to continue. That was hilarious. Yeah, so as you see it, Jan Krzysztof Duda keeps his CGC hopes alive. Wesley So gets another dub, now matches Hikaru in the win column. Anish Giri also keeping his friend Timur Radjabov behind, but Sam Sevian and Nihal Sarin are now deadlocked at 2.5 games apiece. We are going to have a lot of amazing matches ahead today. Who knows? Maybe we get Armageddon after all, guys. What did we just see in this Canty? Canty, I want to go to, you've been talking a lot about Sevian, Sarin.
Yep.
You're Sevian's trainer.
Yeah.
You're also talking about the water in India for the youngsters.
Right,
what do you see in this match?
Look, man, they're going blow for blow, okay? They're going blow for blow, kick for kick. You hit me, I hit you. You ever played that game before? Right?
No, not with you. I don't want to play that.
That's a game that they playing right now. They standing there and they taking blow for blow. Whoever going to hit hardest is going to win right now. It's a percentage. Sarin brought it up. And he won. He spotted the attacker instantly. I mean, it was a basic tactic, too, but it's hard in that time pressure, facing Sarin, too, as well. So, I mean, 2.5. It's even now.
What are you doing emotionally right now to recover from that if you're Sevian? Because we said yesterday, at the end of the day, if he starts badly, a lot of voices are going to start popping in your head. Do I belong here? Soren was the favorite by the community. What are you thinking if you're Sevian?
I think you don't overstate the case. I think it's important to realize that Sevin's doing everything right. He's not doing anything wrong from an overall strategy perspective. I think his opening choice is fine. He was much better. He was around +2 at one point, not to just parrot the engine, but it was significantly better.
Yeah.
His opening prep has been great. Okay, he made one blunder. The reason we're so surprised is that this is the only blunder that has been made basically in the entire match. So, you know, for Sam Sevian, you don't want to start constructing the narrative in your mind, oh, you know, I gave up the lead and now he's going to get the lead. You just want to move on and you want to realize the tie match, 3 more games, let's go.
Yeah, Nihal, I was discussing this with you yesterday. His defensive abilities are unreal.
It's crazy.
Sevian's done a great job, but it's never over against Nihal Sarin until that little thing pops up that says, you won by resignation. You saw that
and even then it's not over.
Yeah, even then you're like, are you sure? Is it a glitch? Game 4 yesterday, he was winning. Sevian could have been up 2, and he was up a piece. And Nihal just kept playing. And today he kept playing as well. Yeah, he was better. But Sevian can't just cut it out, and he got to keep the same strategy. But yeah, Nihal's not going away.
I want to talk about that point, but also give you props. I was watching you and Danya as a fan as the day closed yesterday, and you called it. You said if this match turns around, it might be this game that Soren held, that rook and knight versus rook. You said that, and it was. I remembered that seed, and I want to say that the one thing about Nihal, watching this kid grow up online on Chess.com, he's often reminded me of that guy who's over my right shoulder, where you play so many games, you're so used to being in time pressure and having to find good moves. You develop this resourcefulness that other players don't have, and you see that with Soren in those moments against Sevian.
Right, absolutely. Of course, I mean, Soren is so resourceful, and then we got the percentage up this game. I'm curious to see what that would be. Probably maybe 80–90% once again, but of course, these guys are fighting, you know, tooth and nail. I'm excited to see what happens next, especially with Sam. Hopefully, Sam can bounce back. I'm like, you know, go to his room. Sam, look, bro, this is what we got to do. Okay, just take 1 shot of creatine and you'll be good to go. Okay, that's it. Just wake up.
I have been dead on about this Giri Radjabov match. Radjabov shows up and he plays e5. That's what I thought was going to happen. But then Radjabov played a little spice on there. Tried to win with black, but played g5. I started attacking Anish. Anish he said, no, were you nuts? You attacking me?
Right.
He just won that game like effortlessly.
Right.
And I want to say that I think Anish is not only well poised, obviously, thanks Captain Obvious, he's leading on the scoreboard, but I think this is exactly where Anish really thrives. When he gets a lead, because his style is so solid, all the draw jokes, all those things, he's such a tough nut to crack that Radjabov really has an uphill battle here against a guy like Anish, who maybe gets criticized for not winning enough, but very rarely beats himself.
Yeah, Anish is like the glue guy on a basketball team. He's not necessarily the LeBron James. I mean, LeBron is the LeBron James. He's not the Steph Curry who hits the 40-footers. He's the guy who kind of keeps the whole team together, right? Has he played brilliant games? Absolutely, but he hasn't played a lot of them. He just sort of wins in a sort of working man fashion. He has all the fundamentals in place, very astute opening choice. The stuff that doesn't really go into the stat line, that's what Anish Giri is so good at, and we're seeing that in this match.
He's been just amazing, honestly. Like I don't think he's played one bad game. Has he been under any pressure in the first 5 games of this match? And speaking, Andreikin did not chill out, by the way.
No, he did
Andreikin played the Von Henning-Skara gambit, okay?
I was going to say,
you at home, Google it, all right? He sacked the pawn on move 5 with black, and he lost.
He's all in right now, and I was going to say, you've been such a good coach for Sevian. Now you've got to be a coach for Dmitry Andreikin. What would you say across the pond here to Serbia, your voice going over the Atlantic?
I really like his game, too. First, I'm going to be like, look, bro, I like your game. Your game nice, okay? It's real tight. I love the tactics, you know what I mean? Russia all day, okay? Well, with the chess. Now, at the same time, we're going to have to bounce back, bro. We have to play something more solid gambit like Banco, anything else, right? Something, I mean, Vahana, whatever gambit that is not even, you know, you can't play that with Wesley. You just can't do that kind of stuff. So you have to do maybe more solid, obviously, to go from this route. But he got to play better. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he actually has to play these types of opening. At this point, he's down 4-1, and there's nothing to lose. You know, if you play a normal opening against Wesley, you know, he's going to force a draw if he wants it. Even though this isn't really Andreikin's style, I think at this point, he just sort of comes to terms with the fact that, I'm probably going to lose. I don't think he's lying to himself and saying, my chances are amazing. I'm down 4-1 against Wesley. But that can also be liberating. It can be liberating, and it can allow you to play some of your best chess. So
we saw what happened with Jan Shistov, right?
Exactly. Exactly. I'm expecting an exciting.
We getting an E3 King E2 from Andreikin real quick?
I don't think we see E3 King E2 from Andreikin, the Bond Cloud. Okay, but back to Jan Shistov, who we said. We saw Jan Shistov not throwing in the towel. He wins against Hikaru Nakamura. E6 was not just a head fake to play the Bond Cloud. Let's call it what it is. This is still more than an uphill battle. all Hikaru and Wesley So have to do is get a single half point over the next 3 games. But if you're Hikaru, does that have a reverse effect in your mind where you kind of have to be careful of the trap of not playing to lose?
No.
No. Okay. Okay.
No,
So, right now, we're just here for the content.
Yeah, listen,
if you're Hikaru, you're here for the content.
It was a bad game. It was a strange game for sure. It was a,
Yeah.
I mean, but no, he's got 3 more punches, and you're telling me if we're going to come out of here at 4-4, he needs half a point. That's all he needs. I believe in the guy.
I mean, I think it was just largely, not to get too specific, but there was an opening mistake I think Hikaru might have overlooked, that there was an early bishop f3 move, which would have solved all of his problems and basically gotten an unlosable position, but Jan Krzysztof had a specific tactic there. You know, I think Hikaru is not one to exaggerate things in his mind. Okay, things went wrong. You have 3 more chances.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I agree, and it also keeps his channel live a little longer. Hi, everyone on Hikaru's channel as well, if you tuned in for a moment. But all right, before we take a break, all week our own James Canty has been out and about in Toronto. James went to a local restaurant and got challenged.
Yep.
Got challenged by one of the waiters there.
Yeah, he didn't want the smoke.
Let's watch and then we'll talk about it.
3 minutes. All right, let's do it. Okay, little London system. All right, wait. Oh, nice development. This ain't bad. He thinking. Pretty whack. Queen D2. Okay, all right. What is that? Your move? That's not a move. No, that is not a move. I mean, it's cute. You know, it's a little pawn. You got more of them. You got more. There it is, GG. He actually played. No, you played good though. You played much better than I thought. Right? Great game, brother. Thanks, Ethan.
Thank you, man. You know, you check the accuracy of the Soren Sevi match. You check the accuracy of that game.
I mean, I don't want to check that one. I don't want. You know, it's CGC. I want them to shine. You know.
Okay, okay.
I want them to be the superstars here, not me.
But how was that? That guy played pretty well there, and then he was very nice.
Yeah, he was. He was probably like, I mean, he said he was 1070, but he played more like 1400.
I was gonna say, like, was he like 13, 1400?
Yeah.
I got to guess the elo going on. I
That's
got to live guess the elo here. Yeah.
Content?
He looked like he was 12, 13.
He only got knocked out in the round of 32.
Right, exactly. He got knocked out in the first round, but he made it. Yeah.
He was in the qualifiers.
Right.
You know, he was doing all right and got 50, 60 move games going. No, he looked solid, man. I mean, you know, you overtook. That's what happens when title players play amateurs, but that was a solid game.
Yeah, it's pretty
Bishop takes d4. That was a good
you like
stack.
that?
Way to go.
Yeah,
Give him a big tip.
King's Indian.
All right.
Come on, you know it.
Before we take a break, a quick reminder from our sponsor, everyone. Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loading, faster streaming, faster playback. It means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth. For Android, iOS, and desktop, get the best browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. Switch in 60 seconds at brave.com/chess. All right, when we come back, we will see a player punch their ticket to will we see a player punch their ticket to the semis? That's the question. So much more to come from the Chess.com Global Championship Finals. Twitch subscribers, we have plenty of exclusive content for you at the break. Don't go anywhere and don't miss it.
We are here in Belgrade at the Chess.com Global Championship with Grandmaster Dmitry Andreikin. Dmitry, welcome.
Hello, thank you.
What are your expectations for the Chess.com Global Championship finals?
I think it will be a great fight because too many strong players, strong opponents, especially in my side of table, because first round against Wesley. It will be very hard for me, but very interesting and very funny, good challenge.
How is preparing for a rapid tournament online different than preparing for a classical tournament?
Really, it's a big difference, yes, but not now, because I forgot how to prepare to classical tournaments.
Speaking of the internet, this year in the Rapid Chess Championship, you have also beaten Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. So do you feel like maybe you are the favorite here and not the underdog?
No, but it was only matches with 2 games. It's a bit another situation because I think my strong side is playing critical moments, and I don't think about I'm a favorite in these matches. Maybe not so big underdog, but okay, maybe chances is acquired.
Hi guys, today I'm going to be playing some chess at the University of Toronto Hart House Chess Club, which I've actually played in from even before I was a student at University of Toronto. I was playing here when I was like a little kid that just moved to Canada and stuff like that, so this place means a lot to me.
Upcoming, we have a rapid championship, and we also have a duck chess championship.
Okay, we like duck chess here.
So I'm in the process of looking where to get some ducks.
Ready for a game?
Sure.
Yeah. Thanks for playing.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack. How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then duck, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the duck chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no, mouse slip. No. I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion. Give me those points, baby.
Welcome back to Toronto and the CGC. Center stage, you see the CGC Championship Trophy, which will be awarded to our champion on Monday. Also pretty enticing is the $500,000 available here in Toronto. First place is a cool $200,000 prizes, and that is really a ton of money at stake.
Oh, yeah.
So, well, we're back here. Grandmaster Robert Hess alongside me is Grandmaster Mon Hamilton. We will have round 6 underway shortly. There are many decisive games in the first batch. We had, in fact, all 4 matches had a winner there, and we have some big leaders. Hikaru Nakamura, despite that loss, he still leads 4-1. Wesley So shares that same lead. Anish Giri, he extended his lead, but Nihal Sarin, he knotted that match up against Sam Sevian.
Yeah, that match has leveled up, which I think a lot of us, myself included, predicted, Nihal Sarin to win that match. But ultimately, tying it up has indicated, this is going to be a dogfight to the end. We might see 8 games in that one, whereas Anish Giri jumping up 3.5 to 1.5 over Radjabov, he's got a commanding lead now.
Well, someone who has a commanding lead is Hikaru Nakamura, but Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he might be feeling like he can strike a second time in a row. He gets the white pieces now. We see his white and red set up the Polish colors, and he's going to have to win on demand once more.
That's right, and I think we're getting to that point, Robert, where if he wins another game, you're kind of shaking in your boots a little bit if you're Hikaru Nakamura. That 4-0 becoming 4-2 is not what it once was.
Certainly not, and we see a Queen's Gambit decline. Question is answered. A capture on c4, the bishop on g2 is very happy about that, and this is similar to the Nihal Sarin game against Sam Sevian. The c4 pawn is ugly, it is a bit loose, it might just be captured, but black gets play around that sacrifice pawn.
That's right, and a lot of the concepts that we talked about are going to be basically utilized here as well. Keep in mind, if knight to b4, rook to a8 here will attack the black queen and force the recapture, so you're not just losing material right out of the gate.
And this position has been played so many times at the highest level. I feel like I see Leonard Dominguez playing this like 3 times a tournament. And knight a2, you don't see a move like that very often, going after this bishop here on c1, because while white is up a pawn, if a rook comes to b8, this b2 pawn becomes a quick target. Not to mention, with the queen and bishop in the same line, this knight on f3 is pinned. So we saw a trade. It does feel to me, Aman, like white is just up a pawn, but there aren't that many pawns remaining. There's not pawns on 2 sides of the board. You're not going to create a pass pawn easily, because after a swap on d4, that is your extra pawn blockaded by a bishop on d5.
And you're absolutely right. And, we have to highlight that this is truly an extra pawn. There's no tricks or gimmicks here. Duda is going to be up that extra pawn. But you know what I think? I think that Hikaru experienced, for the first time in this competition in Toronto here, experienced what it's like to lose a game. That might have been a wake-up call. He's saying, wait a minute, I've got 4 points in this match. Let me play a theoretical line, which he's in right now, liquidate. I might be slightly worse, but he wants that draw to get out of this match before a comeback happens.
And in all honesty, a loss in that Game 5 because he had not lost a single game. And when you play against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, you expect to suffer a punch here or there. Yeah. And 4-1 is still a monster performance. If you have a little bit of recency bias, you may be feeling badly. But if you said after 5 games you'd be up 4-1, Hikaru would say, yep, I'm going to take that for sure.
Exactly.
And in this position, h6 played by Hikaru, challenging the bishop. This bishop can take on f6, and if that happens, the bishop takes back. And there's all this pressure down on d4, and I feel like if you need to win games, I don't love the opening choice from JKD.
Exactly. Like, it's hard to criticize because he's got that extra pawn, but you have to think about the match situation. One thing about the game of chess is that once you get all the pawns on one side of the board, it becomes a lot more drawish. The concept of an outside pass pawn, Robert, and why that's so strong is that it forces your opponent to play on both sides of the board. But what Hikaru is doing is he's played the move c5. He wants to take, eventually, on d4, get rid of his only weakness, and have one pawn island. e6, f7, g7, and h6 pawns, all beautifully connected. He's got the bishop pair. I think also he could consider giving up the bishop for the knight. I know it looks counterintuitive, but it gets opposite bishops, Robert, and there might be some real chances to just, secure a position where he's down a pawn, but he knows he can draw it.
For sure. There's so many different options here that look appealing for black, but he is down that pawn. I know we keep saying there the position is level. We see the evaluation bar.
Yep.
But let's say how we can make use of that pawn. One thing you want to avoid if you're Hikaru is this knight is ready to go to e1. And we've talked about the dynamic of knight versus bishop. Here, if we trade the light square bishops, that knight's going to be able to hop around and annoy black. And the thing about knights, they prefer it when their pawns on one side of the board.
That's right. That's right. And I was about to mention, after queen a5, hey, great move. I think what we might see here, Robert, is queen a1, queen takes queen. I mean, what else are you going to do? Rook takes queen, and then Hikaru might just decide it's time. Bishop takes knight on f3. Get that opposite bishop position. I mean, what do you think, Robert? You're up one pawn. It's, you know, pretty much all on one side of the board. The last-ditch effort is after c takes d4. Robert, would you ever consider playing e takes d4?
I see what you're saying. We'll bring up an analysis board real quick. The point is, if c takes d4 right here, then white can take what the e pawn says. I don't love the look of it because a rook quickly comes to c8 and pressures the c3 pawn. But if you take on d4 with the c pawn, which might just happen after bishop f3, this is what Aman has been highlighting. Opposite color bishops. What white will try to do, target the f7 pawn on a light square.
Yep.
Bring your rook up to a7, play d5, just take, and then try to expand your pawns from there. It's a long story. It's going to be very difficult to win. We will leave Jan Krzysztof Duda to figure that out because the next game is also about to get underway. This one between Wesley So and Dmitry Andreikin. Wesley So only needs a draw, just like Hikaru Nakamura.
Exactly. They find themselves in the same situation, Robert, and you know what we just saw in the Hikaru match was his willingness to go for that draw. We're going to see the same thing from Wesley So.
Well, Wesley, he loves himself a good endgame. So does Dmitry Andreikin, but keyword being good endgame.
Good.
In that last game, Wesley had an extra pawn. He played without risk. He was able to convert that advantage. Now Dmitry gets white. He was not really on point with white in day one. Here in day two, no way. No way.
Well, he's on point if the point is the b4 square. And now today he's on point, Robert. So you called it brilliantly. Look, Dmitry Andreikin, he needs to shake it up. I didn't expect this, though.
No, and Wesley So is a player that's nearly impossible to rattle, and maybe that's why he chose b4. If you just play mainline stuff, Wesley So is extremely well prepared, and he does not lose very often. So playing b4 is like, all right, you are going to have to pick some opening. You haven't looked at this in probably 15 years since you were a teenager. And after b4, he plays d5 in the center. Of course, that's a good response. The reason we like putting our pawn in the center, we take away key squares, and the pawn on b4 does not do the same job.
Right, and he's actually chosen an interesting line because there is a more valid opening, I'll call it, pawn to b3, right? The Larsen. And this is actually a line you can play against that. Pawn to d5 and bishop to g4. The idea being you're stopping white from playing pawn to e3, and if they play knight to f3, you usually snap that off right away, exchange your bishop for the knight, double the opponent's pawns, and just get a really solid setup. And speaking of solid setups, Wesley only needs a draw, Robert. So I think he's going for that. Plus, there's a pawn on b4, so it's even a little more loose.
Right, because as soon as black pushes the pawn on the e file, the b4 pawn has to be defended in many positions. But will Dmitry play g4 here? He started with h3.
Yeah.
He plays g4. He is in a must-win position. A draw is equivalent to a loss for Dmitry, so he's going all in.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really exciting round, Robert, because we have a couple matches that could end. So I hope everyone is paying good attention to these matches. The pawn on b4, the pawn on g4 already should indicate, you know, this game is going to be wild, unorthodox. This is like, oh, you know, when you play on the wing, you should respond in the center. Well, nobody's playing in the center, and he just started playing on the wings. g4, b4. This game is crazy.
It is indeed, and I think that Wesley, he's going to continue playing solidly, and that's a good strategy. He doesn't need to take any risky approaches. He doesn't need to push his h-pawn, things like that, because as soon as you play h5, I'm already looking at moves like knight e5, just challenging this bishop where it sits. So c6, creating a solid pawn chain. Guess what? A fianchetto bishop does not like to be met by a pawn chain on that diagonal because you are blocking its access, restricting it already. So I like the approach from Wesley. He's spending a little bit of time, and yet he's still ahead in the clock.
That's right, yeah. Wesley, you know, took time initially because whenever you're surprised in the opening, you don't usually want to move immediately, almost like you're pretending that you expected that. It's like, no, you didn't expect b4. Of course not. You're not supposed to. Instead, takes his time, thinks, how do I want to approach this game when only a draw is needed? He doesn't want to sort of go into the territory that Dmitry's trying to reel him into. He doesn't want to play that wild game. He's staying really, really solid. And speaking of solid, he's trying to get that same setup you mentioned, pawn b7, c6, d5 against bishop g2. He might be trying to set that up on the other side of the board with g7, f6, and e5.
He's playing with all pawns and some hope, and he wants to get that pawn to e5. But now it's time for Dmitry to strike, because when your opponent pushes his pawns, you say, let me challenge that setup. I like the idea with c4, just trying to challenge d5, get my queen out to b3, and Black is underdeveloped. Only this light square bishop is out. White has 2 pieces out there, and you can start putting pressure on Black's center.
Exactly, yeah. You know, you also look at the amount of pieces and the amount of time it's going to take Wesley to get castled. Pawn e5, bishop d6, knight e7, castle. That's a lot of moves, Robert. And in that time, we might see some counterattack, as you mentioned. Pawn c4, I love. And also, remember, that pawn on b4 can slide to b5. Well, it does it as I'm speaking about it, Robert. That's the reason you play these aggressive pawn moves. Having said A, you've got to say B.
Yeah, well, he started with B, and then he went with G, and now we're in a wild affair. But this game, as the central tension ensues, will leave Wesley So to figure out how he wants to reply to this pawn under attack. We see Timur Radjabov gearing up to have the white pieces against Anish Giri. Anish now has a 2-point lead in that matchup. The #1 player from Holland. He is proving his might. Some people, some critics say, oh, Anish Giri, he's never won a super tournament. I think that Anish is happy to look at these insights here and say, well, look at my accuracy. Look at how few bad moves I've made. And, well, Radjabov can say much of the same.
Yeah, and maybe, you know, guys like Giri and Radjabov, I think it's the bad moves number, the percentage that stands out to me. There's a reason that this match has been one of the closest ones. There's been a lot of draws in this match so far. It's hard to win a chess game, Robert, when you don't have a blunder or a mistake from your opponent.
It really is. And we see this one a little bit more normal in the opening. Another Queen's Gambit decline setup with the g3 bishop g2. So Radjabov is kind of mixing lines here, playing a Catalan with the knight already out on c3. Fabian Caruana is hovering around these parts somewhere. He has played this variation against the likes of Sergei Karyakin and has been increasingly popular. And you see Anish. He plays the Catalan from the white side.
Right.
He's now pausing because he's like, what does Timur want from me?
Exactly. And you're sort of mixing a few ideas here. You've got what seemed to be more of a Queen's Gambit start, but now you're looking at more of a g3, maybe a Catalan. Black's got that bishop out to b4, sort of like a Rogozin setup. And, you know, you're kind of mixing and mashing a few different opening ideas. But, Robert, is it the theme for today? Takes on c4, and we might get e4, you know, pawn to b5. We've seen this stuff in so many games.
Right, and now Anish can think, do I want to develop my knight first? Do I want to play c5? And a move you often use to strike at the center. He chooses knight c6, and he might try to keep this pawn on c4. Rook b8, followed by pawn to b5, is a viable option. a6, b5, much of the same. And rook e1 makes the intentions clear. Let me push this pawn up to e4, claim the center. So, Aman, at first glance here, Radjabov up over 15 minutes. Do you think that he's playing this saying, this is my chance. I need to win this game here?
And I completely agree with that mentality. So, yes, Robert, I think that is the way he's playing. The match score right now is starting to get a little bit out of hand. Like, let's not forget, although we have a couple matches that are 4-1, and they're a draw away from a match win, Giri can also win this match with a win. So this could be the last game in this match as well. But you have to feel that, you know, a guy like Giri, you know, jokes, you know, he could draw on demand. But I think that's the last guy you want to hand 4 points to, because the likelihood of him getting a 4.5, Robert, it's pretty high.
Right, and he plays b5. He's keeping that extra pawn. So Radjabov will need to prove that this sacrifice is worthy and will give him legitimate winning chance. He might lose the game and be eliminated, but at least he's taking the risk. Let's go back to the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Krzysztof Duda, because in that one we have seen quite a lot of liquidation. It is rook, bishop, and 4 for white, rook, bishop, and 3 for black, but the opposite colored bishops, that is the important factor here. So, Man, you saw this coming a mile away. Extra pawn for Duda. It's been that way for a long time, but I feel like winning chances are actually very slim.
Right, and this is a type of position where you almost have to be satisfied if you're either player. If you're Hikaru Nakamura, this is the game you signed up for. You willingly gave up that pawn and orchestrated and initiated all these trades to get here. You only need a draw to win this match and move on. So Hikaru's probably happy to have this, but Also, if you're Duda and you're playing the way that he did in that opening, Robert, you can't expect better than what you've got on the board. So I honestly just don't think either player can complain here.
They say chess played its best often is going to be a draw. And here we see an extra pawn, but no actual plan. That's the problem for Duda. Some positions, even without extra material, you see a clear plan for one side and not for the other. Hikaru's plan is obvious. Let me shuffle my rook back and forth forever, and then for white, at some point you need to play f4, maybe e4, and so on, but there actually isn't a knockout that I see, even if I gave white like 5 free moves, and that is the issue facing Jan Krzysztof Duda. He may be happy to have won that round 5, but here in game 6, it's just looking like he doesn't have enough material remaining to land another victory.
Yeah, that's a great point. One of the toughest things to do in chess, Robert, is to sit there and do nothing. Hikaru is going to do nothing. He knows that's the right plan. So it's up to Duda. Look, his tournament life is on the line here, Robert. He needs to win this game. He's got the extra pawn. We'll see what he can do.
For sure, another must-win game, but a matchup that doesn't actually have a much must-win situation is the one between Nihal Sarin and Sam Sevian. You see Sam there with his hands between the middle of his glasses. He might be praying because he did get a second chance in this field. We see that he is not quite as accurate as Nihal Sarin, but I think that's in part because Nihal plays far more endgames than Sevian does.
Exactly, and these top players, these youngsters, they're now reshaping their games to include the end games. That used to be the area where you say, oh, these young talents, Robert, they're coming at me with tactics. We'll just trade pieces, take them to an end game, and beat them there. But no, when it comes to Nihal, Sam Sevian, they have very well-rounded games now, including the end game portion. And I wonder if we'll see, a blunder like what we saw in that last game, Robert. He's got to bounce back with a solid start here.
And we see a scotch in this game. So an opening that can actually be quite devious, not played that often at the highest levels. There are certain players like Jan Nepomniachtchi, Wesley So himself, they essay it from time to time. But here we see the knight jump out to b3. Now the pawn e4 is under attack, and I believe it can be captured. This is not a blunder, it's a sacrifice. And look at Sevian. He is like, wait a second, this looks fishy to me. But Nihal saying, I have a grander plan. I'm going to get the 2 bishops, the open board. So even though it might cost me a pawn, it is worth it.
Right. And, when you get that feeling over the board that something looks a little fishy, I think what you're concerned about is that it looks a little stock fishy. You're worried that your opponent has prepared something using the engine to help. And, that's not a place that you want to be in the opening. Imagine, Robert, you're on move 6 or 7, and you don't know what's going on. You're taking what seems like a free pawn, and your opponent, stone cold, is just replying immediately. That's frightening. And after that loss in the last game, I don't think he wants to maybe jump into a risky position like that.
Well, if he doesn't take on e4, he may just drop the bishop back to b6. And Sam, he's going for a deep think. But some players who are moving very quickly as we look at the bird's eye view in the top right. Look at how much that position has changed between Dmitry Andreikin and Wesley So. It feels like all of white's pawns march forward, and then black played f5, so the position is ready to blow up.
Exactly, and I love this bird's eye view as you see all the games currently in action, and that eval bar right around even across the board, Robert. So we have some really, really close matchups here, as actually 3 of these matches, Robert, could end depending on the result.
That's right. And Sam Sevian, he's moving very slowly here. So let's tune back in to the game between Dmitry Andreikin and Wesley So. Dmitry needs to win this game. This is a must-win game. A draw is not good enough. And he's going for it. He is sending his pieces forward. Look at this. Connect 4 from f2 to c5. The b file is ready to open. But there's a big problem here. The king is in the center, and that rook on f8 is very happy about that.
Exactly. And you're highlighting that f file. Unfortunately, it's impossible to keep it closed. There's no idea to play g5 here and hope to just sidestep things, because black is going to follow through with pawn to f4. And the tension between the e3 pawn and the f4 pawn means black can guarantee to open up that file. And if the knight on e7 jumps into the f5 square afterwards, Robert, we could be seeing honestly a massacre on the king side. So I think Andreikin honestly he has to tread carefully here to not lose the game in a couple moves.
He certainly does, because we mentioned White's Connect 4. Black has the same. And this is a very good illustration, is that you tend to attack in the direction of your pawn chain. So White is trying to increase pressure on the queen side, open up files there. Black is doing that on the king side. And the last move just was played was knight e2. I think Dmitry made a smart choice here. He wants to bring that knight to f4, where it attacks the bishop, tries to get into e6, and close down the rook on f8. So I think knight e2, even though it looks strange locking in your own bishop, that was a good choice.
Agreed totally. I think that f4 move or pawn takes g4 was just going to be too strong. You know, there is an idea to take on g4 here, Robert, and try to attack that g-pawn, because the g-pawn on g4 like that, it is going to be subject to a few moves. White also has the knight move, knight to f4 anyway. That'll threaten knight e6. That'll threaten the bishop. And it'll finally let White's bishop on f1 develop. Because the one thing about the position here for Andreikin is he's not developed in that king, Robert. I mean, yeah, I know we're not castling queenside, and you're going to have to pay me some good money to castle kingside here.
Can only castle queenside if there were Fischer random chess, but the
right.
rook did not start on b1 here, and this looks very dangerous, but it's just the type of game you need if you're Dmitry Andreikin. So Wesley So, he's thinking, he's doing all that is necessary. He does take on g4 here, and I liked your choice. I think that you can even give up the pawn, but maybe give it up this way. Knight f6, then play knight f4.
Yeah.
Go for this pawn. It's not meaningful, says Dmitry Andreikin, and now knight f4, there might be an exchange sack right away.
Yeah, that's a great point. Queen c7 is almost like a little bit of a litmus test here, because queen c7, do you even have the guts to play knight f4? I'm highlighting that maybe I want to sack, but the thing is the sacrifice is not forced. So with the white pieces now, you have to sit there and calculate. Okay, can my opponent play rook takes f4? You spend maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes calculating that, and then, you know, what your conclusion, you still have to decide if you're going to play the move at all. So it's a great decision, queen c7, but maybe bluff called. Robert, are you taking on f4 here?
I'm definitely taking on f4. Wouldn't be surprised if I said you're attacking my bishop and e6. Let's play bishop f7 and then continue from there. But this game still so much life left. And another game that is heating up is the one between Anish Giri and Timur Radjabov. Radjabov gave away the c4 pawn in that one. And as we see here, Mon, I think some pieces are missing from the queen side. A lot of the action on the king side and there in the center.
Yeah, it's like Anish Giri, instead of, maybe trading a piece for a different piece, he's traded his queen side for the king side by the looks of it, because there's nothing left on black's queen side there. The knight on d4 supported by the pawn, and look at that pawn mass as well. That's 4 pawns. It might not look like it right now, but if they start to get going, Robert, that's a couple pass pawns that are going to be tough to handle, and the pressure continues to mount. However, if you count things up, do the mathematics here, Robert, white does have, some great position and pawns going on the king side as well.
Right, because white kind of almost has an extra pawn at this point. When you have double pawns, they're harder to get moving, whereas white is ready to play a move like e5 at some point with bishop d5. So already e5 maybe traps the knight on h5, threatens bishop d5, all sorts of ideas here. Not to mention, you can just win a pawn with bishop takes d4.
Right.
And we see a trade here, and rook takes d2, rook takes f3. Can't white just go down the d file here and say, this is like a nearly winning endgame?
Exactly. That rook on f3, while it's nice to trade the bishop on g2 for black, absolutely. That piece, and you highlighted it, was going to jump into d5. But now the rook on f3 kind of has to take the long way around. There are some roads closed, and the detour is necessary. You got to go back to f8, then to d8, just to challenge the file. But you don't have time for that, Robert. That's 2-3 moves. White is going to be playing rook a7, rook takes a6, b pawn falls after that. Everything crumbles.
No, this is, I think, already a lost ending. And look at Radjabov's clock, by the way. He has more than double the time of Anish Giri.
Yep.
He's feeling it this game. I mean,
Yes.
he got obliterated a game ago, but that's how quickly things change when you're in form.
Exactly, and he's brought it right back with the white pieces. Another move to consider here, which I love, now that I think about it, is pawn to e5. That knight on h5 currently can only move to the f6 square. So not only does pawn to e5, get that pawn majority going for white, but it stops the only retreating square for the knight. And although you're not trapping the knight, and threatening to win it, you are restricting all its squares. So you're kind of playing up a piece for the moment.
Yeah, Timur is spoiled for choice, and I think he's going to sail through in this game and cut that lead back down to 1. So this game looking very good for the player from Azerbaijan. Wesley So against Dmitry Andreikin. That match can conclude after this game if Dmitry Andreikin does not win. So as we look at that position, there is a black pawn on G5. Wesley says, I am going to deal with some of the kingside pressure with pushing my pawn in front of my king, and in doing so, he's carved out the H4 square for his knight.
That's right. You actually see an interesting spot where both sides are using an H4 and H5 square as their outpost. Usually you think an outpost on the side of the board, well, that's not that great. But here I love it a lot more for Wesley. Not only does the bishop behind the knight threaten to maybe capture on H5, but the knight on H4 also seems to do a little bit more in the position. The F3 square is tender, and hey, if you want to make that king actually admit that it's not going to castle, knight G2 check as well.
Yeah, just throw that check in there, and the king is forced to remain in the center. And there are all sorts of tactics thanks to this rook on F8. So for Dmitry, right now, he needs to come up with a plan. He's been making some useful-looking moves, but now in a situation, all right, your knight looks active. You have the opportunity to play b takes c6, open the b file. But opening a file may backfire if you haven't castled. Your rooks are not connected. So if you do take on c6, then black plays rook a to b8, offers a trade. That file that you previously had under your control, that's mine now.
Exactly. And, you know, the thing about not castling, and, you know, you might not even realize it. You think, oh, yeah, I can not castle here. It's closed off. But it's when the files get open and the rooks are not connected, that's when you notice, oh, yeah, that's why we castle in chess as well. It's king safety, but it's also to make sure those rooks are connected and they protect each other. Otherwise, you lose full control of your own first rank.
For sure, and guess whose king is not castling? I don't like the look of castle's kingside because black has more pieces, more firepower staring at that side of the board. This queen on A3 can't get over to the kingside. This queen on C7, a sneaky little piece over there, staring all the way down that diagonal. So I really like Wesley's position. I think he's handled this well. And if you're Dmitry, a draw is not good enough. You know, you can make some quiet moves. Maybe it's time for F3. It looks very risky, but I'm just challenging the center. And if you take, in comes my next knight, and I'm just trying to get some possibilities here.
And I think that if he was going to play this move, you kind of got to play it a lot quicker, Robert, because we have almost 3 minutes and ticking down. He's got to do something here. Black's play seems really easy. If you play an F3, I'm going to take, I'm going to defend G5, play rook A to E8, just nice and easy moves. So I find that the position is so much easier for Wesley to play, and that time situation is only going to help.
I agree with you. I mean, knight h4 seems very natural right now. And then Dmitry's back on the clock trying to make b takes c6 and use the b file, but black can even play rook to b8 and just cover that file preemptively. So I really like the look of this position for Wesley. So he looks to send Dmitry Andreikin home, eliminate him from the tournament, and move on to the semifinals. And, you know, this game, it's just another one of those where Dmitri's giving it his all, trying his best. And just like the game between Duda and Nakamura, just seems like their opponents are playing well.
Yeah, that's a great point, Robert. But this game does look like we know where it's going. Let's get a bird's eye view and take a look at all the games now, because we might need to do some jumping around, Robert, as things are heating up across the board.
We certainly might. I mean, the game between Nihal Sarin and Sam 7, that one also looks interesting because Nihal has committed his king to the queen side, and Sam is like, wait a second, my rook can go to that open file over there in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. The rook on b8 is trying to barrel down the b file, use that to his advantage, and Nakamura, Duda, they're still in the same place we left them, just shuffling around, trying to make a miracle happen is Duda. So why don't we just head into the game between Nihal and Sam? We haven't given them a good look just yet, but at first glance, Aman, I'm loving the potential of this B-file action for black.
Exactly, and it's that pawn on A3, which is probably why you're saying that, because if it was back on A2, knight defended on B3, you just don't feel that same pressure. But the loose position means, hey, if white ever goes crazy and plays b4, you're going to crack that position open with pawn to a5 or pawn to c5. So that open b file, well, semi-open b file, something that Sam is going to enjoy. And opposite sides castling, I think we might even see more from the white pieces here in terms of g4. Maybe we'll see g4, g5 from Nihal This could be a back and forth attacking game all of a sudden.
That would be something. And already in this game, Nihal offered a pawn for the bishop pair. Bishop takes f2 is a threat because the knight on b3 is loose and the rook on b8 is happy to see that. So if you make some random move, bishop takes f2 can happen, but I'm not sure you want that, right? Like you give up the dark squares, you give white the initiative to throw the pawns forward. So that's what Nihal is considering here. And Amal, let me ask you something. Nihal won the previous game. Sometimes you feel pressure to keep it going, and then you start playing for a win, and when you play for a result, you're not really playing chess because you need to remain objective.
That's a great point. You can never lose your objectivity, and obviously the top guys in the world, the very players in this tournament, they're the best at that because you can't let the emotions get the better of you. That's usually when we saw at JKD play the Bong Cloud. That's a perfect example of letting your emotions get the better of you when he actually came back, sat down today, won a great match, Robert. So yes, I completely agree. You don't want to get carried away if you're Nihal Sarin, but I'm liking the way he's setting things up and the way that he's been willing to sacrifice pawns already in this game tells me that he's probably okay with things like bishop takes f2 here. He wants those two bishops, willing to give up pawns for it, and I'm even liking the idea, potentially rook h3 to g3, hitting that h6 pawn, and the rook also performs a cute little task there, defending that knight on b3.
Right, rook h3, a little bit difficult because you know you're allowing a move like d5 where that rook on h3 is under attack, but it is a good multi-purpose move. The rook lift, protecting the knight but going for the attack. And one thing I'll add here is Nihal has played much more quickly. We look at the clocks, he's up almost 3 minutes, and so that is a good sign for him because yesterday he was way too slow. I'm sure he took some advice from his coaches, his trainers, and was like, you got to speed up because you can't play on the mere seconds.
Exactly, because he's such a quick player in his own right. He can do that. If he just speeds up, then, I mean, he's using the clock as a weapon and the board. Now that he's got this match back to even, he probably feels less pressure, like, oh, I have to win, so he can focus on the game at hand.
That's true, but somebody who does have to win is Jan Krzysztof Duda, and he's making some progress against Hikaru Nakamura. We were saying it would take some shuffling, and finally the pawns have to go forward. They have, in fact, gone forward, Aman. So we look there, e4 and f4, and even if the bishops were gone, there's still some chance to win position like this, but I actually like the fact that they're bishops of opposite color because the f7 pawn is on a light square.
Yep.
That can become a target.
Yeah, and I think White's, maximum coordination here will be the bishop and rook coordinating on the f7 pawn, but from a square where it can be protected. So imagine White's rook is on the b7 square. Then the bishop would be able to slide to b3. It would be protected by the rook, and they'd be ganging up on the f7 pawn. And Robert, a concept that you and I were discussing on the broadcast yesterday was when you have opposite bishops and you're advancing pawns, 2 pawns together. White, for example, would never, ever want to play the move f5. That's just awful, right? You're giving up dark squares, black will blockade and just sit there. But instead, pawn to e5, Robert, is the intention.
And e5 not only does what Aman saying is the general principle in opposite color bishops, it also threatens e6. That pawn on f7 is pinned. I think Hikaru's in a really tough spot, but Duda down under 5 seconds now. He needs to make moves quickly. He brings his king into f5, but this pawn on f4, that's what Hikaru wants to go after. Not so fast. You can't get to f3. The bishop covers the square.
And you can't get to a4. Might seem like a strange thing to mention now, but pawn to e5 opens up that 4th rank. There's no rook a4, there's no rook f3, and guess what? The rook on d7 guards the bishop on d1, so the bishop is staying there as well. Somehow, I think JKD has found some beautiful harmony with his pieces. However, with 5.6 seconds on the clock, Robert, I'm not sure you'll be able to keep that harmony.
The good news is there's no risk in his position. He needs to win the game. That's the hard part. But he can just give some checks. And watch out because his h6 pawn can also be loose. That's the problem with Hikaru's pawn structure. If he had this pawn back over here on g7, he'd be like, all right, not a big deal. My pawns are connected. But if this king runs away to e7, already you have to think, is rook h8 coming?
That's right.
I don't think that you should release, and he brings his rook back to d4. That way the pawn f4 is safeguarded in advance. But that's the thing about these endgames. You may think, I'm just going to go for pawns, but that actually gives black chances.
That's right. Yeah, you can't get carried away, especially with that time ticking down so low. Hikaru, one of the absolute best at using your own time against you. And king back. So not playing e5 because maybe he didn't want f6 to happen and more trades.
Right, you want to avoid trades when you don't have that much material remaining. And Duda, he's down to 6.8 seconds. Hikaru well ahead in the clock, and he's using his time wisely. What he likes to do, Hikaru is so good at this, is he'll want to make moves in a flurry. He doesn't want to make a move, Duda responds immediately, and then now Hikaru thinks for 30 seconds. He'll think in advance, and then once Duda responds, he'll make a move, put him on the clock. So right now, rook b4, he actually hasn't moved yet. I really thought he had a second move planned, but now your plan, Aman, could be devastating.
Yeah, I'm looking at that, and I'm actually questioning the move bishop e3, and for another reason as well, Robert. The bishop on e3 is now going to get hit by king to f3. That's going to be important at some point in this position. You know, ganging up on that f4 pawn is not that easy. If you imagine like rook to c1 by Hikaru here, well, that bishop can move, and then we have rook to b7 with check, and when that f7 pawn gets taken by the rook, it'll actually guard the f4 pawn as well.
Ooh. Well, my arrows are all over the place. Not much time remaining, but Wesley So and Anish Giri, they have some interesting games going on as well. And as you see in the right-hand side of the screen, well, for Anish, it's not good news. He's about to lose that game. The knight on h5 looks trapped over there. The king on e8 might get checkmate as well. On the left-hand side of the screen, Wesley So only needs a draw. His king is on h6. White's king is on d1. There's a pawn on b7. So it seems like all havoc has broken loose on that board, and yet perhaps Wesley just has a draw by repetition. This might be the end of Andreikin's tournament. I don't think his king can escape.
That's right. We have to tune into this one because this might be the last that we see of Andreikin, as I got to say, I'm pretty convinced by this repetition on the board.
Right, that queen can go to f2. If the king goes to e1, that forces the king right back there. And if the king goes to c1, well, you can just go queen c3. This is a draw by force.
Yep.
That means Dmitry Andreikin is forced out of here. He is going to have to leave Serbia in that tie from 5th to 8th place, and Wesley So will have a chance going through to the semifinals.
That's right, and Wesley completes the draw by repetition, and, you know, that 8-game match is now over, Robert. 4.5 points has been reached by Grandmaster Wesley So, and knocking out Dmitry Andreikin.
A great match from Wesley. He just was so composed. Game 1, he could have lost that game and lost the match very early. Instead, he fought, and he managed to survive that one. We see the final score is 4.5, 1.5. It is 8-game matches, first to 4.5 wins, and the first player in the CGC to 4.5 is Wesley So.
And congratulations to him. They will not play the rest of those games, of course, Robert. You know, you don't send a defeated guy back into the ring for a couple more rounds when he's already knocked out. But what a match by Wesley. It started out so shaky for him, as that guy right there, Dmitry Andreikin, had him against the ropes. There was missed mates in this match, but ultimately he came away with the victory.
And we have a few players with just seconds on their clock with this game here between Nihal Sarin and Sam Sevian. The queens are off the board. It's a position where both sides have even material. The knight on a5 a bit offside, but d6 is loose. That rook on d1 staring along the open file. So without the queens on the board, doesn't look so scary. But look at these games here. We see Duda and Nakamura. Duda is making progress. That pawn on h6 is loose. The rook comes to f6 to attack and defend. But the problem for white is there's always this rook a4 type of maneuver for Hikaru. And that eval bar is going up, Aman.
It's going up, and I think it's because of bishop takes on f7, Robert, but missed due to the time pressure, and the eval bar is, you know, it's sort of keeping consistent here. So, I mean, that one looks really interesting with Duda, you know, playing for his tournament life here, and I think we got to jump to that one, Robert.
Yes, this game here with e6 now. The pawn went to f6, the one to e6, and the e7 square is under black's control. So Hikaru Nakamura has blockaded the passed pawn, but there might be some tactics there. There was a rook g8 check. I think he missed a rook g8 maneuver, and we can show that eventually that if the rook coming to g, if the king took with the bishop on the diagonal, the pawn could have pushed. So just watch out for those maneuvers. But all Duda is doing is bringing his king in. And is the king reaching the other side?
It looks like that might be enough. It's time for king to e8, Robert.
Yeah, the king goes to e8, and now bishop d7. The pawn gets up to e7.
But so can you move your king at that point? You might be like getting your king in its own box here.
Oh my gosh, he makes space for it because king d8, there's bishop a5. But if you go to c8, there's rook c7 check. So this is should be a win for Jan Chisa. Both players in time trouble here. Bring the rook back. Now it's time to retreat the rook. He goes to d8. If you take, I get a new queen. But I think he can bring the rook back. And Anish Giri, he is in trouble. He's just down a pawn in the endgame against Timur Radjabov. He actually equalized for a moment there. I don't know how. But this endgame actually looks like a very easy win with white's king helping the g-pawn up the board. But right now, Hikaru Nakamura, he's on the verge of losing his second game in a row. The king goes back to d5, rook g4. And is rook g8 the threat?
Yeah.
And he resigns.
That's going to be game over. And he is quickly out of there as JKD is starting to make this comeback a real thing, Robert. It's now 4-2. Can you believe it?
I don't think anybody can believe it, including Jan Krzysztof Duda. He played the bomb cloud of all openings yesterday. He memed it, but he is here for real. He has won 2 games in a row to start day 2, and Hikaru Nakamura shakes his head, runs away from the playing hall, and if he wants to win the CGC trophy, he needs to just forget about this day so far and just make a draw.
Yeah, he's been trying to do that, Robert. It's 4-2, but we talk about chess being a momentum game, and that guy just on your screen there, JKD, he has the momentum, and Hikaru, he needs to make a draw to conclude this match because it's starting to get out of hand, Robert.
And while this match still goes on, so does the one between Anish Giri and Timur Radjabov. Giri lost this game. Timur strikes back after Anish's great win in round 5. Now here in game 6, Radjabov says, not so fast, my friend. Today, we are going to be combative.
That's right. 2 wins to start things off for either player, not the draws that we saw yesterday. And Robert, day 2 of the action has been so exciting.
It certainly has. Anish Giri, he is probably going to be licking his wounds a little bit. That game, it looked like it was all Radjabov. The opening was interesting. You have to applaud Radjabov for sacrificing that pawn and playing towards the king side. But for Anish Giri, he is going to regret how that game went. He will need to forget about it quickly. But now that those other 3 games are done, we do have this one here between Nihal Sarin and Samsevian. And Sevian's pawns look like they're about to be picked off one by one on the queen side.
Yeah, something about this position, first of all, it's interesting that the queens got traded. We have opposite sides castling. I thought we would see big attacks from both players. Instead, queens traded. But what about that last decision? You mentioned the pawns were about to disappear. Instead, it was the bishop pair that disappears for Samsevian. He gives it up to try to keep his pawn, but he can't do that. He has to lose something here, Robert.
Yeah, he does. The d5 pawn can, in fact, be captured here. That is a hanging piece in the center of the board. But what does Sevian get in return for that? If the bishop takes on d5, maybe eventually a rook e2. And if not, then he can finish his development and say, I know I'm down material. That's not good for me, but my pieces are actually getting active.
That's right. And, something that he might want here is, let's say, we capture on d5, Robert, if you want to put a line on the board for fun. Takes on d5, let's say, instead of recapturing, bishop to f5. And after bishop f5, we might capture on c6, knight c5, rook h to e1, oopsies, knight to b3. It just shows how quickly things can turn around. Of course, these strong players, Nihal is not going to be blundering a mate like that. But when things like that are even in the air, you have to worry for the safety of white's king.
And that may seem like top players don't just take free material. You could probably get away with it. But if the rook takes on d5, there's like bishop e6. The rook has to move back. Then knight c5, and there are threats. Knight b3 wasn't just a checkmate threat. The bishop on a5 is a bit loose. So he plays b4, which I think is a fantastic move. This knight on a6 is going nowhere, Amon. c5 under white's control, as is c7.
Yeah, that's a great move because even if knight c7 is possible, you can take that and just play an endgame, light square bishop against light square bishop, and probably be better. We talked about the concept of pawns on one side of the board being very drawish. We have the opposite here. We have an outside pass pawn potential for white with the a3, b4 pawns against the a7 pawns. So amazing to see basically the restraint, Robert, not to take on d5. It's hanging twice.
And Nihal Sarin may only be 18 years old, but he plays like a veteran in these moments. And bishop f5, it doesn't threaten checkmate, but it does threaten a pretty nasty check because there will be a second check to follow on c2, and then the f2 pawn is loose. So big decision here for Nihal. Good for him. He has over 3 minutes. The time management has been stellar.
It has. It's been perfect. You want to be a little bit ahead of your opponent, especially when you're putting that pressure. The clock only adds to it. A really interesting move here to show absolute restraint, Robert, might be king to d2. Kind of crazy move. King d2 saying, you know what? That outside pass pawn is enough, but he caves and he takes the pawn, not necessarily a mistake, but certainly inviting a wild position of complication.
Right, because there is a check on c2, but what he's relying on the fact of the bishop hanging on f5. So he can bring his king up to b3, and so you can't get away with capturing on f2 when your bishop is loose over here. So I think that was good calculation over everything by Nihal Sarin.
That's right. It is calculation over everything for these young guys. The talent that we see here. Rook c2 playable, but you get in this position where after king b3, it's like everything's hanging by a thread. And I'm not sure he can do that because guess what? He's kind of playing down a knight here. You have to take the time to play knight to b8, knight to d7, knight to f6. Like, to activate that piece, it takes so long.
Yeah, and you might lose it soon because your piece is already hanging. The bishop on f5 is under attack. If you play g6, that probably gives white the time to slide the h1 rook over, and trades benefit the side with extra material. And here that's especially true. The knight still remains offside, and white has these passed pawns that black will not be able to deal with.
Sam needs to step up here and try to make this complicated because, Robert, this is getting out of hand. Bishop to h7, but that knight on a6 is still not playing the game, and the momentum is starting to mount. If Nihal wins this one, that's a couple in a row for him, and all of a sudden, he takes the lead in this match.
Right, and now there are back rank checkmate possibilities. The bishop takes away the king's luft.
Great
so
point.
rook e1 could be played here.
Wow.
If you take me, oh, free rook. No, no, no. Rook d8 is check and mate on the back rank. So I think rook e1 is nice. Rook d1 followed by rook d8 looks good enough. And the knight a6, I think, is just trapped. I think that black might just lose that piece.
And I'm going to combine your two ideas, Robert. I'm going to go rook e1, and after rook e to c8, then I'll go rook d1. And now I'm threatening checkmate because of rook d8. And if I want, Robert, I can even trade all the pieces.
He just trades them. He trades the rooks on d8, and this knight on a6 can go back to b8, but rook e8 is the checkmate threat.
Yeah.
And look at this, rook e2, calm chess. You can just bring that rook up here and start trading pieces if you want. And Nihal has over 2 minutes. The clock has been his best friend today.
Yeah, and I'm looking at moves like even g4 here. You know, there's ideas like bishop going to b7 for white. I can see so many tactics working out for Nihal here. I think with the time, he's just going to take a moment, try to find the trickiest solution here because the bishop is still tethered to that rook on c2. There's rook e8. There's g4. I think with everything hanging, yeah, he's just chosen a great variation here. This is dead in the water for Sam Sevian.
It's over. The bishop is actually trapped. If you go to g6, h5, kicks it to d3, and then you go rook d5, and that bishop is lost. So he goes rook d2, but now you just go full-on Pac-Man, take every single pawn in the position, and Sam Sevian might just resign here. And with that, a player who led by 1 point entering today, he's about to go down a point, and I don't know if he'll be able to come back from it.
Indeed. We're being spoiled right now with the results so far in day 2, Robert. So many unpredictable results. Some matches are starting to see comebacks. Even if this goes the way we expect, he could overtake his opponent and suddenly be in a leading position.
Unbelievable play by Nihal Sarin after a disappointing day 1. Rook d3 check, and again, he spends time. He's in a winning position. He knows it. He has plenty of time remaining on his clock. So he thought, what is the best square for my king? He goes up to c4, back to b3. That's resignation, and that's a lead for Nihal Sarin. Now he has overtaken Sam Sevian, who must be extremely frustrated.
Yep. We follow Sam out of the room there, and what a shot, Robert. A guy who was leading early on suddenly sees it relinquished, and Nihal Sarin, who a lot of people favored coming into this match, has now shown them why he was given that nod. He's up 3.5 to 2.5, but what a day he's having. 2-0 so far, Robert. He's blanking his opponent.
Yeah, really good game and good day so far for Nihal Sarin. And as we see all 4 scores up for us here, Wesley So is the player who is moving on. So, Aman, as you look across, who else will join Wesley?
Yeah, that's a great point. Not only is Wesley moving on, but I'm actually thrilled that so many of the other matches are still going. Purely from an entertainment perspective, Robert. We see Wesley moving on. I think Hikaru Nakamura needs to pull it together, and I believe that he will join him, but you know, at what cost? How many losses have to happen before he says, you know what, let me just go back to that day 1 chess and play that again? Because all he needs is half a point here. Will he be able to secure it? I think in the other matches, of course, Anish Giri, he did suffer a loss here, but they've been trading blows and he is ahead, so I still think Anish Giri can pull it out, but Nihal needs to be stopped. If you're Sam Sevian, even a draw at this point, just something to get some momentum back and stop the bleeding.
Well, speaking of draws, Wesley So drew this final game against Dmitry Andreikin to allow himself through the semis. But this game was probably the most wild game of all.
True.
We left off around here, and Wesley showed tremendous restraint with rook a to b8. The tension remains. He says, if you want to open things up, my rook is going to be well placed.
Yep.
And after the next few moves, knight back to g3, heading to f5, it looks dicey for both sides. Like, you don't know how to evaluate this position. But Aman, again, Wesley just showing move after move that he is here to win this tournament.
Yeah, he's not missing a beat. That's the thing with Wesley So. With these strong players, but especially Wesley, when you give him something, he'll take it to the bank. Like in this game right here, it could have gone either way, but the way that he handles these tense positions where, you know, that eval bar is not really jumping in either direction, but you just always feel that he has a plan. And Andreikin down on the clock as well, I think that was a big factor in this game and in this match.
And look how this game continued. Knight f6, b6. Here come the pawns. And after the swap, queen d7, f5 was loose. So Wesley said, give me your best. Here come white's pawns up the queen side, but f2 is a problem. It's been a problem for a long period of time. And after knight c5, he went h5. Now, that's a move I never even would have considered. The point is that you can start trading on the h-file, but it's going to backfire because after bishop f5, I will gladly start pinning you and winning on the h-file right away. So h5 pushing pawns in front of his own king. If Wesley's not just, I'm going to be quiet and make a draw, I'm going to be loud and show you that you can't beat me.
Exactly. And when you're looking to make a draw, the advice that people always hear is don't play for a draw, play for a win. And then, you know, you'll get a draw. What is it? Aim for the moon, land on the stars?
Exactly. And look at this. Just that pawn went to b7. That would scare most players, but not Wesley So. He trades, brings his king up to h6 after opening diagonal, and then he plays bishop g6, calm move. And once the pawn started falling, he gave up his rook on b8, but it was a draw by force. So just great foresight from Wesley So. This looks scary. It would be winning if not for the fact that the white king can't escape the checks, and that means it is a draw.
Exactly. I mean, basically at this point, earning that draw was all he needed. So he found a position where he was actually threatening to do even more than that. And it was Andreikin who simply didn't have better than allowing that perpetual check. So nothing he could do to get out of it. If there was, I'm sure he would try it, Robert. But Wesley just played a great game and a great match, bringing that down to a draw position, which is the result that he needed.
Yeah, he deserves to be through after surviving game one. I think that was really the turn of the match. Sounds weird to say. That game was a draw, but Wesley was completely lost in that game.
Yeah, and to survive that, honestly, just shows that, you know, the nerves, you know, being on stage. He also offered a draw when he was in a worse position in another game. And I think those small things, those small victories, Robert, all contributed to the overall result.
Well, he's going to have to use those successes going forward. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. When we return to Toronto, more action from day 2 of the CGC quarterfinals. Spots at the table for the semifinals are still at stake. Twitch subscribers, hang tight for some more exclusive content from Toronto. We'll be right back to Toronto soon.
how long have you been working out? Because the way that you grabbed that king and broke the top of it shows that you have some incredible strength, Sam.
Yeah, I've been working out for at least the last 8 years.
You can tell right now. You see him? You see him? Yeah, exactly right. What scares you the most? Anything like spiders, bugs, movies, anything like that? Heights?
If anything, it's probably heights the most.
Heights?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
You get like afraid when you throw up, or like is it like, oh man, I can't just go up there and planes?
No. When I'm like standing on a cliff and
yeah.
the possibility of fall.
Yeah, that's actually probably the same for me too. Don't do that at home, chat. What's the most adventurous thing you've done? Skydiving, backflipping off your back porch or something?
Sadly, no. But I hope I do one day, actually.
One day, right?
Yeah.
Sadly, no. Favorite openings and why?
Gambit.
Oh, Gambit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get the initiative really quickly.
Yeah, nice. Which ones in particular?
I like Evans Gambit a lot.
Oh, Evans, okay. And with black?
Still Latvian.
Wow, man, what a savage. Congratulations on all your success, Sam, and good luck to you in the CGC.
Thank you.
$1 million prize pool. Sorry, I was peeking. Try to do it again because I was peeking. I could just stand farther. I could just not, like, I could just do this. To continue. I'm shouting again. I feel like as the day goes on, you guys continue to distance the mic more and more away from me. I feel like they might like notice a pattern go, and this is me without my voice too. Imagine if I was at full capacity. Break the mic, I dare you.
You know, historically in Third Ward, you would have more formal places for folks to get together, corner stores, cafes, but, you know, through the history of the neighborhood, you had a lot of disinvestment over the years. I mean, starting from the 1930s, you had redlining, and so the area where the Chess Park Inn was a formerly redlined part of Houston, and when they came and built highways in the 1950s, they tore through sections of Third Ward, separating it from the rest of the city, and that just left huge swaths of the neighborhood empty and vacant.
We are going to transform this park into an area where people can come, enjoy themselves, feel safe, and play chess and checkers. We're just kind of doing things piece by piece, incrementally, so kind of a tactical urbanism approach. We're not waiting on the city to do any grand project. We're just doing what we can do step by step as private citizens and working together.
Welcome back to Toronto and our coverage of the CGC quarterfinals. Hikaru and Jan Krzysztof are getting ready for their Game 7. Let's begin by reviewing today's scores thus far. We have some fascinating matches. One match is already decided. Wesley So has defeated Dmitry Andreikin 4.5, 1.5. He advances to the next stage, but the other 3 matches are all in play. None of them have been decided. We have plenty to watch, and we are going to watch it alongside my partner, my good friend, International Master Levi Rozman, the one and the only. Levi, welcome. I'm super excited. Are you excited as well?
Dude, I'm absolutely flabbergasted at what's going on here. You told me at the beginning of the day Wesley So would be the first person to be done with a match. I would not have expected that. The entire crowd here has been electric, waiting for this potential comeback that we're seeing from Jan Krzysztof. The other 2 matches as close as can be, with one side leading, Nihal with the comeback, decisive games abound. I'm so pumped.
Me too, but all the conversation has been about Hikaru's match. A shocking turn of events as we review Hikaru Nakamura's player card. He was leading 4-0 yesterday. What a resume. What a path to the CGC finals. Levy, but what a turn of events in these last 2 games.
Yeah, well, I mean, what more can you say, Jan Krzysztof? That Boncloud decision is looking more absurd by the minute, but we don't have any more minutes remaining. We are just about ready for game number 7. I'm so fascinated to see what we're going to get here from the opening stage.
I mean, that last game was smooth by Jan Krzysztof. What an endgame conversion,
Wow,
and we
a
are off.
Sicilian defense. This is the first time that he's played it in the match, I believe.
Indeed, and Hikaru responds with an Alapin, which is a totally valid choice. We remind you that a draw wins the match for Nakamura. All he needs is a draw, and Levy, the Alapin, is one of the most solid ways to fight the Sicilian. It gets Jan Krzysztof already thinking. There's d5, there's knight f6. What is he going to choose?
Yeah, by the way, this move order in particular is very interesting because white normally plays c3 on the second move. So I guess Hikaru was looking to force a draw in one of the main lines, like a knight or Sicilian with d6 or e6, but he sees knight c6, and now he plays c3. So black's best chance here is probably to go d5 straight away.
Yeah, I mean, there's no forced draws in the Alapin, but there are a lot of positions that are very, very hard to win. D5 generally leads to positions where white has an isolated queen pawn. We could get that structure. Knight f6 leads to a completely different tenor nature of the position, and that is indeed what the Polish Grandmaster chooses. Now we're going to see either d4 or bishop c4. Yep, there's d4 by Hikaru. They're following the main line, Lev.
Yeah, there's a line here, cd, cd, and then white plays this move, knight c3. It's a really annoying line for black, and it kills the game. And okay, Hikaru chooses to play bishop c4. That's absolutely a great move.
Yeah, bishop c4 played. So he doesn't go for knight c3. He goes for the more traditional main line, and now the knight usually drops back to b6. But Levy, if they follow the main line after knight b6, bishop b5, this leads to a position that historically is really, really hard to win. Like, really hard to win.
Yeah, really hard to win. And you play the Sicilian defense yourself. You've played it a lot of times in classical chess. I've never been that brave. And you know, if somebody wants to really, really depress you and not give you any opportunities to play for a win with black, it's by playing this. You really have to squeeze juice out of a fruit. Balduda doesn't look extremely happy with the opening choice on the board, but he's the one that played the Sicilian, so...
Yeah, I mean, we won't go too far down the rabbit hole here. We'll wait for Jan Krzysztof to choose a line. But the reason he's thinking in almost any other game, he would take on e5 in this scenario, Levy. He would take on e5, and after knight takes e5, he would go down the main line, which is dead equal. But right now he's thinking, hey, I have to win. What am I going to choose in order to spice up the position? Is it d5? Is it e6?
Yeah, so the bishop on b5, pinning the knight, and making it very tough for black to... figure out kind of what's next. Okay, e6.
There we go.
Yeah, very cagey, by the way. I mean, this is very tough.
A move that he would never, Levy, you'll co-sign me on this, he would never choose this in a classical game. You can see the eval bar shooting up. White is slightly better here, but at the very least, black leaves all of the pieces on the board.
Yep. It's so does black want to capture on e5, or does black want to keep it closed with d6 to d5 at some point, and then... But how do you develop? It looks like a really bad French defense.
Well, so you mean a French defense?
I do mean a French defense.
You don't need to put in unnecessary adjectives. I mean,
listen,
all you had to say was the French. It looks like a French.
Who won with a French defense in this match?
Was it Jan Krzysztof doing
that?
Yeah,
2 games ago.
He takes c4 French. That's like, you know...
Hardly French.
It's hardly a French.
It's like when you go to Paris and hang out in your hotel room the whole day.
Exactly.
You're right. Okay.
Hardly a vacation in France. But Hikaru is currently thinking, what is he thinking about? He's probably trying to decide whether he wants to take on d6 and force an IQP position, isolated queen pawn, or does he want to keep the tension in the center by castling? I feel like castling is more up Hikaru's alley. He likes to keep the tension, that would toss the ball back to Yannick Shestov and allow him, as you said, Levy, to decide between DE and D5. But no, bishop C1 to G5 by Nakamura, trying to induce a trade of dark squared bishops.
What exactly is so wrong about that move? By the way, if Black wants to play for a win, can Black play F6 here? Like, how bad is that move? Because you got to win. Okay, he plays Queen C7, fine.
And again, notice Yannick Shestov's strategy. This is so fascinating, Levy. The fact that he's refraining from moves he would normally be playing. Bishop E7, equal position, but he wants to keep the pieces on the board. And now the other bishop comes out. I like the way the Polish Grandmaster is handling this opening. He's getting an interesting position.
He's getting an interesting position. I don't think that we're going to be seeing any sort of long castles, by the way. First of all, because it's illegal right now. But second of all, it's going to be really tough to castle onto a c-file where only a knight and a queen block the king. There has to be a pawn somehow in the way, and I doubt we're going to be seeing that. We're probably going to be seeing h6 very soon by Black.
I agree. He's going to try to chase this bishop away, get his own bishop out, and castle kingside. We'll monitor this game as it transitions to the middle game. But right now, we need to monitor another fascinating match between Anish Giri and Timur Radjabov. And Levy, as we review Radjabov's player card, the 35-year-old Azeri Grandmaster puts together a necessary win against Anish. He continues to impress. He impressed at the candidates. And Levy, he impresses again with a clutch win in the last round.
Yeah, to be honest, he hasn't impressed in the match until the last game. That's not to say that he hasn't played well, but Anish Giri has played fantastic chess. And as we get ready for Game 7 here, we said this match was going to go 7 or 8. I mean, it's tough to go any shorter than 7 or 8, of course, in this format, but Anish struck 3.5 to 1.5. You think it's over because he's been so great with white, but Timur sacked the pawn, played a really aggressive type of Catalan Nimso fusion last game. And what are we going to get this game? How is Timur going to win with Black?
Yeah, and this is interesting because he actually can... Ooh.
The French for the second time
and
today?
Is he going to... B6?
What?
B6?
Oh, this is a crazy, crazy line to play. This is just much better for white.
I was sure he would channel Yannick Shestov, but instead he plays B6. Levy, the only time I remember facing this, I think Nihal played this against me in a Blitz game a couple of weeks ago. But this is like such an obscure line. Bishop comes out to B7.
Yeah, and the reason this is so obscure is white can just play natural development. Now, the best move, according to the computer, is play Bishop B5 check first, which is very funny, to induce a move by Black, like blocking your own position, because knight to D7 would land you under severe pressure, which looks like the best move, of course.
Let me show that, actually, Levy, if I may. Knight D7 looks so natural after knight E5. I think Black can resign.
Yeah, because knight to F6...
oh, knight to F6, you take it, yeah? And then
yeah, exactly. And
let's not talk about this.
Yeah, exactly. But you're straight up just succumbing to all the pressure there on the attack on the king. So Bishop B5 check actually would be the meta move, and he did it. He did it. He's smart. You know, I always say don't give those checks if they're not good, but in this case it is good. Black has to block the light squared bishop. So Timur is going out right here. His strategy was not draw this game, go win with white like I just did. This is a massive risk. He did not have to do this.
And he's taking more risks, Levy. Look at this last move, knight F6. Yannick Shestov played this move against Hikaru, but when Yannick Shestov played it, after knight takes F6, he could recapture with the queen. Of course, Timur can recapture with the queen. It's not such a good idea because of Bishop G5.
Yeah.
This move didn't work in the Hikaru game because the light squared bishop was unblocked. Here, he has just taken with the pawn.
Wow.
What a crazy opening choice for Timur. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I love it. But at the same time, Timur is essentially saying, like, he's opening up the opportunity for Anish to play all these moves and saying, oh, I'm going to take all these risks. And Anish saying, yeah, but these risks are bad.
Yeah, the position is bad for you.
Exactly. The position is just objectively not good. Now, I've actually played like this with Black. I've played the D takes E4 French, and I've put a knight on F6 without any provocation. I take with the G pawn. But I'm playing 3-minute games against 2,600 rated players on Chess.com, and I have a pretty decent score because I just attack and play fast and beat them on time in dead loss positions. That's not a possibility here.
Levy, all I'm looking at is the chat message by Clever King 11. Raja is good because of Levy's course. Finally, someone revealing the truth. It took 2 days. It's about time.
Yeah, that person doesn't quite understand that my course doesn't recommend that. So if that person has the course but doesn't actually play it correctly on move 3, that no refunds, all right? That's not my fault. Yeah, this is not what I'm recommending in my course. This kind of resembles the Bearn variation of the French, where Black is just sacrificing all principles out the door, bad development, weird pawn structure, but is like, you still got to beat me.
So let's talk for a second conceptually. Why is Timur doing this? Somebody looks at this for the first time. They see the terrible pawn structure on the king side, the terrible structure on the queen side. They see that Black's king is still in the center. White's about to play c4, put a rook on e1, and checkmate Black on the e-file. What is the redeeming fact here? What are the redeeming elements of the position for Timur?
Well, if you go back a move, right? If you go back a move, computer is saying it's plus 1.7.
Yes.
No, before a short castle, before a long castle. Short castle is plus 1.7. But that looks so counterintuitive. Because why would you castle into the open G file?
Yep.
But now you go this way, it's only plus 0.9. Half the advantage is gone.
I guess it's because the king on c1 is actually a little bit flimsy. The queen could go to d5, the knight could go to d5, and Levy, later on, I'm talking 3-4 moves from now, that a-pawn could be sent down the board, and if it reaches a3, you're invoking a big weakness on c3, and there's a knight on d5 fully poised to exploit that. This is actually not as one-sided as it may appear. This is an incredible play for Timur.
Yeah, white had to kind of castle and say, bring it, because black has to justify the play, but right now, black doesn't have to justify anything.
He's got the knight on d5. I think he's about to play a5, and he's going to, queen b6, same type of idea.
And you would love to try to kick the knight out with the move c2 to c4, but that just invites this, and now, hello, on the b file, that king's looking mighty uncomfortable. This king's actually tremendously safe and enjoying life.
I mean, and maybe it's time to make the king not enjoy life with something like g4, g5, just send the pawn up down the board. But maybe Radjabov is making a play on the fact that a move like g4 is not really in Anish's style. Anish likes the slow, gradual play, rook h e1, and you can't really break through black's pawn mass with your pieces alone. Maybe some sort of bishop f5, bishop takes c6 idea, but again, very clear provocation type play from Timur Radjabov here, and this is how you win a game with black.
Yeah, this has been a great, great start to this game. It's going to be tremendously exciting, but we cannot forget we have another match with the exact same score as we pull up Nihal Sarin and Sam Sevian there on the screen getting ready for Game 7. That match has been amazing, okay? 4 straight games of fun stuff, but the player card here for Nihal Sarin, well, gold medal. He's an Olympic gold medalist, Danya. I mean, what more can you ask for?
I mean, would be nice if you had some other achievements. I mean, such as #1 on Chess.com Blitz rating, over 3,200. Maybe, defeating world champions, Dingley Ren. Nihal Sarin's pedigree precedes him. He's amazing, and he has just come up with 2 wins in a row. Sam Sevian is reeling. He has the white pieces, though, Levy. That's the good news. And he's very, very stable. He's mature. We've talked about it. He needs to put through a great performance here.
But h6 on the board. h6 is a sideline of the Queen's Gambit decline variation, and that is not something that you play with black when you are up a game in a match. But he doesn't care, and he's going to play the knight to c6, I think. This is the way you play this. Bishop d6 and knight b8 to c6. Super counterintuitive setup, but actually very, very provocative by Nihal. He's saying, I'm going to put away the match right now if I have a chance.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying.
Anish Giri, by the way, did play g4.
Anish Giri did play g4. I mean, what aren't we seeing today?
Yeah, this is, wow. I'm having so much fun here.
And Sam Sevian, the one who's down a point, seems to be playing the tamest opening of all, as you said, putting the pawn on e3. And how is he going to continue his development? He's already taking his time.
Wow,
Does he find bishop d6 that surprising?
That is, he's just trying to play chess. And I understand that's what we've been playing for the last couple of days, but when I say he's just trying to play chess, he's not looking for refutations of openings.
No, he's not. And b6 by Nihal Sarin, preparing to fianchetto his other bishop, puts it on b7. I really like the setup personally for black. Bishops are very harmonious. He's got good control of the center. You're right. Sam Sevian just wants a position. He wants just a middle game, a complicated middle game. And that's been a strategy the entire match. It's not like he's doing anything systemically wrong. He's just gotten outplayed 2 games in a row. He's not tilted or anything. He's just gotten beat.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yesterday, if Sevian had taken a 3-1 match, he probably would have not even been playing anymore, to be perfectly honest with you, because black would have had to, Nihal would have had to take a risk at some moment, and that could have backfired, and Sevian could have just won and been up 4.5. But because he didn't win yesterday in Game 4, that momentum has completely shifted. And when you lose 2 games to start the day, it really doesn't get any worse. Unless it's the match Nakamura-Duda, which is just, it's just all over the place.
We're not talking about what we talk about that match. This position looks pretty tame indeed. Let's go back to 2 of our most entertaining matches. We want to look at Hikaru. We want to look at Anish Giri, because this Hikaru match, I honestly cannot believe that it's 2-4. I honestly can't believe that it's 2-4, Levy.
Yeah, what is going on there? There's a king just standing in the corner of the board on h1. What is happening? Wait, Duda actually did long castle. That's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, so in that game on the left-hand side of your screen, everybody, when I literally said there is no chance that Duda castles queenside, and he did. If you notice, his king has gone there. The knight and the queen do block the king on c8, but he's marched all the pawns up the board. Now, apparently, it's still in the balance, which is somehow... what? How is that? That's so wild. Let's pull up the Radjabov and Giri match a little bit closer once again, because it does seem that Anish did begin an attack with g4 and g5.
Yep.
And there's a king is gone. The king's out of the center. So what happens now? Do you take on f6 and try to move your knight into the center of the board? What do you do there?
Well, I assume that was the idea of g5. Obviously, black had already castled queenside. So the idea of g4, g5 isn't to like open up the king. It's not what it usually is. it's actually quite positional. It is, indeed, to carve out the e5 square for the knight. So let's talk about what happens if white just takes on f6. Okay, black takes with the bishop, right? And if white plays knight e5 low, you can't quite get away with it, I think, because the queen captures on d4. Suddenly you have the battery. Now the engine is showing that the game continues after f4. Knight takes f7, though. I'm sure Anish will go for this line.
Game would not continue if knight f7 happened.
Yeah, I mean, knowing Anish, he probably isn't capable of seeing a line like this. But, you know, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
Okay, so the current position is after bishop e7, Anish deciding whether to take on f6 or to make a move to keep the tension, such as rook h1, h4. The position becoming more and more rich.
Yep.
Will Timur initiate that queenside attack with a5 is really my question.
This is the second game in a row that Timur has a massive time advantage. Last game, he seemed to have played some sort of Catalan-Nimzo fusion preparation. This time, it just seems like he's doing whatever he wants.
Yeah, I mean, he just doesn't get, he's just getting a position. He's done a great job of it. That knight on d5 is getting on my nerves, so it must be getting on Anish Giri's nerves. And the fact that you can never really go c4, you nailed it earlier. This knight is a huge piece. If Timur wins this game, I mean, the opening choice will have a lot to do with it, but I like the way that Anish is handling. He's not panicking.
Yep.
He's not doing anything drastic. He's just saying, hey, you want to keep the tension? I'll keep the tension. I'll keep improving my position. Show me what you got. He plays h4.
The last time that Anish was white and the game was an e4, e5, something very standard, it still was Timur trying to attack. And in this game, by playing b4, by playing a5, by playing c5, getting in over here, that's the only real way that Timur can win this game. Unless Anish just blunders something crazy. And
there we go.
There you go. So he's indicating that he understands the plan. But can white do like a full Uno reverse? And yeah, king a1 and just start with c4? You know, we said that you can't play c4 when the king's on b1. Oh, wow.
Uno reverse. Black's not letting you Uno reverse. Black is just going after you with c5. I just want to rewind for a second, Levy, and explain why king a1 was necessary. If you had played a nonchalant move, I believe that knight c3 check would have led to very nasty consequences, especially if you take that knight with a pawn. After bc, you simply get mated. And if you take with a bishop, then, well, after bc, you have to make this dreadfully weakening move, leading to lobster pincer ideas. So that was out of the question. Anish had to invest a tempo for prophylaxis, and that lets Timur open up the queenside even further. What do you make of this transformation?
I really like it by Black, and Black's king is going to be just incredibly safe over here on a8. White is not in any business of attacking on that side of the board, but still, there's like rook c1 and various c-pawn pushes, although again, they weaken this. And Anish, with the time ticking and almost getting to half of the time of his opponent, is going to be in a tough situation because he's got to make these decisions where, do I weaken the position a little bit, but is it a correct weakening of my position? And that's, I think, the only weak spot in Anish's game.
No, I mean, we are not disputing that this opening strategy has been a success for Timur, and I just love the way he's playing. He's playing with so much confidence. King b8, he's making the right improving moves at the right time.
Yep.
We're praising Timur's play a lot, and the reason we're doing that is it's just not easy to generate winning chances with the black pieces, but rook to g4 by Anish, preparing to swing the rook over to c4. What an idea.
Yeah, that is a fascinating idea. I will say, after the move rook c8 by Black, it is the lowest evaluation of the entire game thus far. Literally, because computer thinks French defense is 0.4. So from that point...
From move 1.
Yeah, from move 1. And this is the lowest point that it's gotten. So Timur has completely made it back.
He's made it back by an entire point of evaluation. After the fourth move, b6, you know, the eval was something like plus 1.2. So what a choice for Timur. He's got 11:45 on the clock, plenty of time to figure out how to continue making improvements on the queen side. I like the move rook c8, Levy. Rook c4 is not inherently scary. The queen can drop back to b6, and you could still consider pushing the a-pawn forward. The kingside pawn mass is still very, very healthy.
Yeah, absolutely is. I love this position for Black. It's so much fun to play. Your play is so natural. You just push everything forward. And White doesn't have that luxury. Look at White making some sort of rerouting a detour on the highway to get somewhere you were because your exit was closed. This is strange. I mean, like I always like to say, a rook that ends up on c4 is like a cow on the highway. You're like, I don't understand how this happened, right?
You don't know anything about closed roads and closed exits living in Manhattan.
Yeah, that's not, no, we just stand in traffic the whole day, right? And yell at each other. Yeah, there's a5.
There's a5.
Yeah, but apparently, again, now rook c4 is going to come. But what's the rook doing there? Is it an asset or a liability? I don't know. I'm not into taxes, all right? So we don't know.
I'm not either. I'm sadly.
I'm into paying them. I'm into paying them.
Yeah, IRS. Anybody watching?
Exactly.
Simmer down.
Oh, we are in Canada. Let's be honest.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, don't have to send the auditors over. But the position is incredibly complex. Radjabov has done what he wanted to do out of 20 moves. The position has somewhat stabilized, so we'll keep a close eye as this game proceeds. I think we need to go back to the Hikaru Nakamura game because crazy stuff has happened there. This is a must-win for Jan Krzysztof Duda. He's won 2 in a row. Can he pull off the unimaginable and win a 3rd game in a row? This, ladies and gentlemen, is the position on the board. Levy, take it away.
A queen trade offered. He seemed to be very confident in that pawn-up endgame. We've seen a lot of pawn-up endgames in this match, and with bishops left on the board, these guys hate knights, okay?
No.
I feel like I've never seen a knight on the board in some of these games. Queen f7, yeah, Duda's up a pawn, man. He's just up a pawn.
Again, you and your controversial comments. Just, Levy, come on.
I know. Well, he can't play queen b7, by the way.
That's a repetition.
Yeah, he has to move his king at some point.
That's a problem, though. That's a big problem, because if you play the move king d7, I mean, just look at the placement of this king. Now, you could say, well, I'm threatening queen h5, queen h2 checkmate, but all white needs to do is make one prophylactic move. Slice off the bishop and say, you want to give me a check? You're more than welcome to do that. I'm just tucking my king on g1. Queen b7 is coming next. Black's entire king side is falling apart. This is a very, very nasty position. Maybe Black could try something like f4, but my worry, Levy, is that at best, Black is going to get a perpetual on the king side. That ain't going to cut it. Jan Krzysztof, he's got no choice. He can't repeat. So for better or for worse, he has played king d7. And the ball now in Hikaru's court.
Yeah, we might be seeing Hikaru advancing to the semifinals here in just the next couple of minutes, because G3 is a real cold shower. And just to echo your point, there's really not a whole lot of time there. You want to play H5, H4, open things up. That looks absolutely great. Problem is, White goes first, right? So White can strike back with the move f4. White can play the move bishop g5 to cut that out. White can also at any moment play the move queen b7. But there are some cases where, you know, it's maybe not so simple. Hikaru, king g1.
Yeah, he just says, I'm doing it alone. I'm moving my king away. I love that move.
Wow, but that's so... I guess he didn't want what we call a hook on g3 for one of these 2 pawns to hit. Wow.
And the thing is, like, Black can still play f4 here. This looks intimidating, but it just sends the bishop where it wants to go anyway. So White's going to play bishop c5, and now Black is experiencing tremendous logistical problems. If you go rook e6, already the check on b7 is incredibly scary. It doesn't quite lead to checkmate. King e8, queen c8 is made. Black has this move, but after bishop b6, Black is tied, you know, hand to foot. On the queen side, you have to play rook c8.
And you flip the switch at that point. You're just playing defense.
Bang, b4, b5, open up the c-file. You nailed it. Black is just too slow on the king side. If you add another 3-4 moves, you'd play queen h5, g3. I don't see this happening.
Duda has preemptively played the move rook to c8, by the way.
Okay, let's go back to the live position.
So he has defended his king against anything incoming. And it's...
Good move, practically speaking.
Yes, and the best move for Hikaru is exactly what...
Why are you even trying to play it? Why you don't believe that Hikaru can play the move?
Yeah, rook c7 is now prevented, and queen b7 will pry the king away. And I think Duda may have underestimated that move.
Yeah,
wow.
That's a talk about cold showers. How do you stop queen b7? Like, it's not like Hikaru's trying to hide his intentions. Gee, I wonder why he played bishop b6.
Yeah, you can't move the king or the rook, it seems.
Can't move the king because you drop the rook. Can't move the rook because it doesn't help with queen b7. I think you have to move the other rook.
Wow, that's the best move. Bishop c7.
That idea we talked about. This could be a transposition to the line we were just analyzing. Queen b7 check, bishop c7, and then the b pawn just is sent down the board. Jan Krzysztof will have 2 moves, exactly 2, until his queenside and his king are torn apart.
There's another idea there, which is that. I was going to say it's rook fd1. Wow. He could have given the check first, but now rook b8 stops queen b7, and the rook is defended by the bishop.
Also, rook b8 stops rook takes d5, which is another huge threat in this position. You have to move the c8 rook.
Yes, rook d5, cd, yeah. And I mean, if you're prompted with the necessity of moving the rook on c8, you're going to move it to b8. Can you move it anywhere else? Queen b7, hello.
God, Duda's walking on a tightrope. He's also walking the tightrope on the clock. He's got 3 minutes and 40 seconds. We will keep you updated on whether he finds rook b8, but it is clear that Hikaru Nakamura has everything under control. Now we need to go back to our other game with a player with his back against the wall, Sam Sevian. He has the white pieces. He has to deliver. And is he on the path to doing that? I think he very well might be, Levy. We see him having established what's called a Pillsbury Knight on e5. I liked Nihal's opening setup. Now I suddenly really like the way Sam Sevian has managed to position his pieces. Are you on board with that?
I completely agree. And his next move could declare very nasty things going on. And that move is knight to h5. You get knight h5 on the board. You trade your queens in there. You've gotten rid of one of the key black defenders. You're threatening queen takes f7. Devastation for the black position there. Okay, he doesn't agree with me. He likes the knight square. All right, he likes the convention of horses over there in the center of the board. Knight f5 is a beautiful move. Bishop f8 is an ugly necessity, but it defends the position. And queen f3 now. Queen g3.
God.
The position's playing itself.
This is... And that's exactly the worst thing about these positions. You know, there's some positions you have to find a bunch of accurate moves. Here, these ideas have been known since the dawn of time. Queen f3, queen g3. You could lift the rook up. You could do the same thing with the rook, but why would you do it with the rook when you can do it with the queen? Let's analyze a little. Let's say after queen f3, I'm going to play devil's advocate. Let's say actually try to go g6. Is there a knockout blow? Do you go queen g3 anyway?
Yeah, I was thinking
you sack on g6. Is it too early?
Yeah, well,
I mean, never too early to sacrifice.
Sacrifice and then go queen g3. What happens? What happens? What
takes
happens?
queen g3.
How do you defend the position?
Okay, I'm gonna go king h7.
I mean, I'm looking at queen takes g6, but it doesn't work. Yeah, knight d6, knight h6,
Oh,
chopping down the
knight
house.
takes
Queen
h6.
g6, sacking it all. I mean, just breaking down all the pawns, right?
Didn't know you roused Mikhail Tal from the grave.
Well,
wow, Bishop.
he's sitting right next to me. I have to tell you, no, those knights look good on e6 and f6. They look great. No, just really, they do.
No,
but they're like cars without
do.
engines.
They're going to take the queen on h5,
Yes,
except you're going to take on h6, and then you're going to lift the rook up to f3. The rook on f3 is like me at Science Project. You know, I'd let my partners do all the work, and then I'd write the lab write-up when the experiment works.
Oh, so you're just a terrible person?
That's basically what I'm saying, yes. You didn't have to say it that bluntly, but, you know.
Yeah. Listen, group projects in college, I feel like that's a big learning experience, you know, personality-wise and patience-wise. And
queen e1.
Why queen? Okay.
Sevian has no patience for black's king. That queen getting to g3.
Yes, he's going to g3.
Took the other freeway.
Yes. A lot of car references today, driving, and did we miss it?
I don't think so.
I flew here. I didn't drive here.
I didn't drive here either. It's a 12-hour drive from Charlotte.
It means it's probably 25 from New York. Yeah, queen is going to g3 with some... seriously, how do you stop this?
Yeah, how do you stop queen g3, knight takes h6? You can't move the king because f7 hangs.
If you preemptively play king h8 right now, can we just show that, you know, for fun?
We absolutely can.
I don't want to get mated on g7. Okay, well, you just hang your queen instead. That's good.
Thank you.
Yeah,
knight takes f7 and knight takes d8.
Yeah.
And if you try to play something like knight to e4 to literally control the g3 square, the mind-boggling bishop takes e4
That's
solves
a
that problem.
shocking move to just, you know, get rid of. Yep.
Now I think you can throw in the move d5 to reopen the dark-squared bishop. So you're kind of darned if you do, darned if you don't. No matter how you handle this with black, some other piece opens up. Nihal Sarin, I think, tries the only thing that he can realistically try to muddy the waters. He opens up the center. He plays c takes d4.
I think he senses that the danger is coming. And in a lot of these positions, by the way, the best move is ignoring what's going on.
Yeah, queen g3. Who cares about the c file? Who cares about the d4 pawn? Leave all of that alone. There's nothing going on there, is what you're saying.
Queen g3 just threatens.
Look at the evo
literally
bar.
mate in two.
Look at the evo bar.
I do see it. You know the position's bad when you're up 1 point of material and it's 6 points the other way.
Yeah.
That's a bad thing.
No, does black literally have no moves after queen g3?
None.
If you go g6, knight takes g6.
No.
Ends the game.
Queen g3 is the house is on fire. We got to kick out a window and hope there's a mattress at the bottom. I mean, queen g3, g6, g5, I don't know, something. But queen g3 is a checkmate in two. Knight h6, knight ef7. It's game over. It's so vicious.
This is unbelievable. And you can even just come back and take on d4. Look at these bishops. Look at them snappers.
This is why we like the young guys in the event, because they're going to come to fight. It's a shame we didn't put them on to someone else. They're making them beef against each other. Now, again, Sevian's in a unique situation. Obviously, he's lost in the rounds of 16, and he's back, and he's played queen g3. This is insane. This is going to go 8 games.
And he has plenty of time. He has 6 minutes on the clock. Unless we see the craziest miracle of all. I agree with you.
The only reason he has 6 minutes, by the way, is because he's a little nervous. That's it. Because he senses that this is it. I'm going to get back in the match, dead even. It all comes down to that game 8. You get a little...
God, I'm so excited we're going to get a game 8.
I know. And in the match that we absolutely expected, we called that. And Nihal looked like he was running away with it. 3 games, drawing the lost position, 2 wins. And here we go, right?
I mean, Sam Sevian, I'm just impressed by how level-headed he is. I'm impressed by how mature he is. And this opening choice, he didn't do anything crazy. He played 1d4. He said, I'm going to avoid the theory. I'm just going to get a position, and I'm going to adhere to my pre-match strategy just to get complicated middle games and try to outplay my opponent. This time, it has succeeded. Nihal, we see him on camera there, intensely concentrating, trying to find some way to defend this position. This is completely lost.
You see that? He literally just shook his head.
I mean, nothing exists. When knight takes h6 is coming. g5
is no
the top move. We don't have to talk about it.
There is literally no move.
No, this is losing. I think Nihal's going to probably try to play on for a couple more moves at least. So I think we'll take this opportunity to check in on some of the other games. But we will keep you posted on this attack as it unfolds. Objectively, the game
I just want to say something real quick.
Over, yeah.
That image of Sevian with Nihal, it's like something from a Black Mirror episode. You know, like you go on a date with just like a virtual screen. And it's necessary.
Yep.
I know. It's not a criticism. It's just funny. All right. It's just funny that they're playing a human against the screen, you know?
Yep. No, and these are the 2 remaining games. We see Kimura on the right, Nakamura on the left, and I think Jan Krzysztof's time in Toronto might be coming to an end unless I'm misperceiving this position.
Yeah, 2 wins though. I mean, let's put it this way, right? He knows he has to fight on. He's down material, but this looks to be over. The only reason he's down material, by the way, is because he couldn't make a draw.
Yeah, exactly. In a classical game, he would have taken like the 5 opportunities he had to make a draw, and that's the power of a draw winning you the match. You get to play in ways that you normally wouldn't play. Listen, kudos to Jan Krzysztof for his performance today, but Levy, this makes it all the more painful that he played the bonk cloud yesterday. You were talking about this in the break.
Yep.
He played a normal opening. Even if he had made a draw, this game ends in a draw. The match ain't over.
Yeah, and imagine somehow he didn't get blown off the board before he actually won the game. It's a tight match.
Yeah, he had the right pieces.
Of course, Hikaru would have been on higher alert, right? Like, it's a little bit different. You're 4-0, you relax a little bit. But, yeah, that's a... I hope he didn't book any plane tickets. Let's put it this way. I hope he didn't say, okay, this is game over, and that's it.
Yeah, no, this is game over. He's up in exchange. He's got 2 uncontested queenside pawns. The attack has fizzled out. Look at how clinically Hikaru is converting this G3. I'm not even giving you a chance to push your F-pawn. And if Hikaru wants, he can play queen e8 to trade queens. But that's not how these top guys convert advantages. They don't do it from a position of weakness. They do it from a position of strength. I think we're going to see queen c8 by Nakamura in order to be able to infiltrate the 6th rank with one of his rooks.
Yeah, queen c8, queen d8, not queen e8. I agree. You couldn't even probably go back to...
Yeah.
I was just
totally
about
safe.
to say that. And... just play rook c7 on the next move. This is all but over.
Yeah, rook cd1 here I think is the surgical move. Force the bishop off the diagonal, open up the d-file. We are watching the Polish Grandmaster carry out his last couple of moves in the CGC. I'm very impressed by the way he handled himself in the last 2 games, but going down 4-0 against Hikaru Nakamura, it's not possible. It's not humanly possible to make this comeback.
Today, his games, he played like a man who had nothing to lose. You just kind of wish that he did that yesterday. Why didn't he do that before he got the night of sleep and rest and recovery? And yeah, it's a bummer. It's a bummer. He's going to be kicking himself. But maybe he just always kind of thought after games 1 and 2 that that was it. And his last 10 seconds here, will he make a move? Will he call it a day or an afternoon?
He might try, yeah, bishop c, okay, but rook takes d5, and I think he's going to go rook b4, hoping that Hikaru doesn't see the lateral attack on the queen. And after queen c7, I think he's going to resign. I'm calling it. Queen c7 resigns.
No, maybe a couple more moves. Bishop
Maybe bishop takes
check.
f2, you know, sacrifice.
Queen e5, that's it. Queens are off. Yeah.
That's just put the period on. Okay.
Does Hikaru see the attack on his pieces? Oh, he's thinking. I think Hikaru's like waiting for him to resign.
Yeah, I'm kind of studying Hikaru's facial expression. Like, why did he play this move rather than resigning? Yeah, king back to g1, queen b6 check, and queen e3.
Yep. King h1 is mate in 12, which all of chat saw. But,
yeah.
oh, Hikaru misses the mate in 12.
He misses the mate in 12. He offers a queen trade instead. Unacceptable.
Unbelievable. And that's it. And
that's all she wrote.
We see Hikaru there, headphones out, little sigh of relief. Handshake, beautiful stuff there. The match is over there. There was some criticism yesterday, like, dude didn't shake his hands because the match was not over. It's because they have to play many games against each other. Hikaru, confident, but probably relieved and a bit annoyed. A mix of emotions for him.
Yeah, he holds himself to the highest of high standards. We see the final score. It is 5-2. It was a 4-0 lead after game 1. Jan Krzysztof coming back, putting up 2 points, but Hikaru, he's a buzzsaw, and he played a nice, professional, solid game, winning this match and advancing to the next round.
Yep. Hikaru, by the way, and Duda played 7 decisive games. They really did not like one another. They just showed up and they were scrapping. We see them there on the screen. They were. Yeah. I mean, now, of course, that was necessity because Hikaru was a 4-0 lead, right? But, yeah.
We see Hikaru getting up there, and now we have on the display in front of us the last 2 remaining games. You have Timur Anish Giri on the left with Radjabov down a point, and you have Nihal up a point, but losing his game. Consternation on his face.
Can we pop into that Giri game real quick?
We have to pop into the Giri game.
8 seconds on the clock.
And he's losing on the board.
He is losing on the board.
Look at Radjabov's response. He is down in exchange. If Timur brings his bishop back to b7, he will be threatening a back rank mate, Levy, on c1. Holy smokes. Oh, my lands.
Complete turnaround here. And very simple. Just trade the queens off. That h-pawn for white's not going anywhere. One guy's got 2 rooks. The other guy's got 1.
I wouldn't be so confident, though. h6, h7 are both defended squares. After you trade queens, Levy, how does black proceed? Does he try to play f4? And get to this f2 pawn with his rook?
Oh, f4 so nice. But f4 also, if queen e3, bishop e3, f4, yeah, and then rook takes f2, and the back rank for white is so weak.
I'll show this line because Timur has time. We presume that he'll think. Queen takes e3. If you play fe3, you slice off the bishop.
It's just his game over.
And you get mated on c1, so you have to take with the bishop. And now we're talking about this move f5, f4. Why? Because after bishop f4, Levy, you were giving this line rook f2, bishop e5, and now rook f5, I think. And just these minor pieces are not self-sufficient. You move a piece to one square, here comes the other rook. There is no way Giri is surviving an endgame like this with 6 seconds. If Timur trades queens and finds f4, he might have just won another game.
That's
oh my God.
Unbelievable.
And
3.5.
he did find it.
Yep. 3.5, 3.5 we're looking at, and despite this one's totally different than the Nihal one because he was down 2 games.
He was down 2 games, and oh my goodness, and look at that opening choice by Timur. We were praising it. All he needs is a couple more accurate moves. That's what stands between him and a tied match at 3.5.
What a match. He was dominated for 5 games. And again, it's a necessity of the moment, right? So he takes certain risks in certain games and they backfire. Anish Giri was Khabib Nurmagomedoving, which is a verb now.
It is.
Timur, he was just all over him. And these 2 games, Timur has made it look like he was the one up the whole time. They're about to be in a tied match.
Wait a second, not to be the party pooper.
It's not over.
This game isn't over. Bishop takes h5, but wait a second. After rook f5, king kick, bishop d6.
Oh, no! He's going to take on b4.
What did Timur just do? Why did he allow this?
Yeah, what is it? He was up 4 minutes. I was hyping it up for a tied match. Rook g5, but just rook b. This is a draw.
It's the match not over, though.
Yeah, it's not over. It's not over. It's not over.
The match is
not over. No, but it is over. I mean, this is a fortress, no?
No, but the match is not over.
But the match,
You'll have 4
yeah,
points.
yeah, sorry.
Rook c1 and rook takes c3.
Whoa, he blundered the bishop. Rook c3. Oh my!
I'm gonna jump out of my chair. Right now.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, Anish Giri. That is devastating. Devastating. That might be the most devastating defeat of this entire event for anybody.
That roller coaster of emotions. All he had to do was do nothing. Keep the rook on the first rank. Timur has no way to make progress.
None.
He can get his king to b3. It doesn't help.
Oh my gosh. 3.5, 3.5 is the match. We're going to a game 8 in the worst possible way. You can lose 2 games. To lose a game like that is devastating.
I really don't know what to say. That was insane. We're seeing Timur Radjabov, the hero of that game, on camera. He did everything he had to do to win. Messed it up with a shocking oversight, forgetting that the b4 pawn can be captured with a fortress. And then Anish Giri blunders the bishop. Oh my lands, ladies and gentlemen. What a game 8 we are in for.
Yep. Now we've got the last game of the round remaining. Sevian versus Nihal Sarin. I'm still shocked.
What, both queens are hanging? This is exactly what we need in order to calm down. A position where both queens are hanging.
Yeah.
And another tied match. I think
move the queen out of the way. Queen
G4
right?
game over, yeah?
Queen G4, yeah. But time is even again. Sevian, good for him that he has, that's also winning. You know when the best move is to lose a knight for nothing, it's probably,
And it's very important that bishop takes f5, you would then take the queen.
Correct.
So queen c7, and I think
queen h5.
Wait, just a couple more moves required. I mean, I have seen Nihal pull out the craziest comeback. So at this point, it's literally never over. And that's not a cliche anymore. We just saw that in action in the Giri Radjabov game.
Yeah, exactly. Knight takes h6 is probably winning because you have some rook f6 after queen goes to c6. But
yep.
Sevian needs to avoid having 30 seconds on the clock. This is a disaster of a position to have with no time. You know why? Brain goes full crazy mode and goes, I gotta win right now, and you just break through, and then you hang something, and that's it. If Sevian loses, it's not a Giri loss. You don't play game 8. You book your tickets home.
No, this is literally a must. And I mean, knight takes h6, bishop takes h6. Let me just make these moves on the. Okay, never mind. He's played queen takes h5.
Queen h5. Let's see if he can chill out a little bit.
Well, I mean, listen, you can move the bishop away from c2, but that isn't quite as satisfying. Let's Nihal eliminate the knight on f5.
Yeah, I think he's gonna play bishop d3. The alternative is just to play h4. I don't know if you have the guts and the nerves here to play the move h4. Just give the bishop away. And just look for like various HG stuff.
But your idea, Levy, I think, is after h4, queen takes c2. And I'm not making these moves just because I want to wait for his knight takes h6.
My idea was to take the knight, but then you hang the knight on f5. So apparently knight h6 there is the winning move.
You were just testing my tactic.
No,
that was your idea.
But h4, queen c2, and then knight h6? I mean, that's not human. Like, I mean, if he finds it, kudos to him. But the human move here is to move the bishop.
And if you move the bishop, Nihal eliminates the knight. And guess what? To add insult to injury, he brings his dark squared bishop to g7. He offers the trade of bishops. And let's not forget about the psychology. Will Sevian be still winning after that? Absolutely. But he'll have a minute. The win will be harder than ever.
Yep.
And, you know, your throat starts to close up in those moments. Like, how am I screwing this up? Those negative thoughts enter your mind. We've all been there regardless of our rating. Everybody in the chat can relate to that.
Yep, and I say they're young guys, but Sevian's 21. All right, he's 21, Nihal's 16. That's 5 years. That's 5 years of potentially building up the ability to have negative thoughts. And he's down to, and then he plays h4. All of that, and now here comes knight takes h6, surely.
Just don't call me Shirley. HG is tempting until you realize that after bishop takes f5.
What? Oh my gosh. He thinks that he's still winning. He thinks that he had to play knight takes h6 there. He had mate on g7 and h8 and queen takes g5.
I think, Levy, that he thought he had queen e5, threatening mate on h8. The queen from c2 drops back to h7. And here's the thing. If you lift your rook up to f3, the bishop steps into d6 and guards
How
the
does
square.
Nihal Sarin do this to people?
Sam Sevian might actually lose this game. He's down to 38 seconds. The eval bar is showing equality. All white can do here is a draw.
And now he's down to that 30-second mark. You see the hand on his head. He's probably thinking, what on earth is...
These are some of those unbelievable 10 minutes I've ever seen in any kind of chess format.
Yeah, and I couldn't be happier spending it with you.
Aw.
There you go.
You injected so much wholesomeness into that moment.
Now, I told you, Sevian's got to avoid this situation. Does he know? Does he have to flip that switch now
15
mentally?
seconds.
He has to think, there's a draw and I got to find it.
And let's not forget, a draw does not lose him the match. Again, with 4 points, you do not advance. You need 4.5. He's played queen e5. Queen h7 is going to follow.
Yep, the only move. There's also queen takes g2, sacking the queen with bishop h3, but I don't think we're going to get that.
So after queen h7, he's going to go rook f3, threatening rook g3. You don't have this bishop d6 move, and what you can do is move the bishop out to e7 and vacate the escape square for the king. 10 seconds for Sam Sevian.
This is so savage. Rook f3. Sevian's down to 7 seconds because he doesn't see a win.
He's played rook f3. Now Nihal, I think, is going to move this bishop away from f8.
This is absolutely insane.
Just don't take on h6 here, because after rook g3, king f8, you are letting the queen drop into d6.
Yep, you are met right there trying to escape.
No, so the bishop has to stay on. Actually, any move on this diagonal, even bishop a3.
Except bishop d6.
Except bishop d6.
Don't play
good
that
point. No, good point. Is a draw.
Is a draw, and he's got 2.5 minutes, and he's not rushing. There's no need to rush.
0.
Your opponent has 9 seconds. By the way, I would normally see the situation in reverse. Right, in reverse, we would see Nihal Sarin with 9 seconds, and we would still expect him to play the best move. He's going to come up with something. He's deciding where to put the bishop. Probably he'll put it on b4, but a3 is also completely fine.
This is about as nervous as Nihal gets. I mean, that display of anxiety, just like, fiddling with his lip. That's about as nervous as Nihal gets.
They're both lip twiddlers, by the way. Neither one is biting nails or, like twirling their hair. They both kind of like have the hand here. No, I mean, it's true. It's an extremely nerve-wracking moment, and Sevian has just, he's thrown it away in this game, but it's still not over. We just saw that. The problem in this game is, where is it not over? Where is Nihal's chance?
Well, the question, Nihal is deciding where to put his bishop. He doesn't know that all these moves lead to the same result, obviously. He's trying to tease out the difference between them. After bishop e7, the rook comes into g3, gives a check. The king moves on to f8. If you want, you can actually trade queens and I think deliver a perpetual in that resulting position. Sevian probably see this. Maybe Nihal is thinking whether he can play for a win here. I think he's got to leave himself with at least a minute, though.
Does Sevian know that he has to make a draw? Because that is so frustrating. And I don't know if you can... All this time Nihal is thinking, Sevian might be talking himself into it, by the way. Sevian might just make the draw. But if they played quickly, Sevian might have not done that because his time is ticking. He's just going to play moves. He thinks he has to win. You don't know what the evaluation is. Remember, they don't have that. We do. We have the luxury of saying, oh, he's messed it up. Sevian might also know that, but...
He might also not know that. He might still think he's winning. He's played bishop g4, has Nihal. That is good. Actually, that's probably good enough. Bishop g7 was a move there.
Yep. Oh, there might just be perpetual here. Probably perpetual check.
But with 10 seconds, it is a 3-result game. I mean, I don't know if I'm too convinced with this defensive approach. Black's king remains kind of weak. Black remains on the defensive. Nihal could snap the pawn off Levy, or he could hunt for white's king with queen g6 check.
I have a feeling we're going to be here for another 100 moves.
Entirely possible. Is queen g6 just a perpetual, though? Because if the king goes to f2, just queen c2. Queen c2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're absolutely right.
King is stuck.
Queen g6?
Queen g6. If the king goes forward, you take on h6. That's it. It's just a draw.
No, Sevian is not going to press his luck any further.
Yeah, there was a moment there that Nihal could have decided to keep the game going, but I think he's just going to... Well, he can play queen b1, queen a2, but then the king runs to the other direction.
Yeah, that would be the best way to lose. Queen a2, king g3, and then h7 dislodges the king from the bishop. Okay, a draw. A draw!
By repetition, Sam Sevian breathes and
he can't believe it.
Yeah, he can't believe it. He knows that he's got one more game, and that was the best chance that he had of the entire match.
And that's what's going through his mind. How does this person do it again and again? And maybe he's replacing person with something a little bit more colorful.
But
the upshot is that Nihal maintains his 1-point lead. He leads the match 4-3. It is now a must-win for Sam Sevian, an official must-win. A draw does not satisfy him anymore. The Indian Grandmaster, the prodigy, he is a magician. He is the Harry Houdini of chess. He is insane, as we see
Nihal
Sam
Sarin is the light version of Hikaru, and he's getting to be the version defensively. We've seen him pull off incredible comebacks his entire career, and he's pulled off 2 in this match that have saved him 1.5 points.
No, this was amazing. And just the concentration, the focus that Nihal puts into every game. We don't talk about that a lot. It's just amazing. But let's review our scores after this ridiculous epic round. Wesley So, he already clinched the victory in the previous round. He is through. Hikaru Nakamura, he stems what was a miraculous comeback attempt by JKD. He wins the match as well. Anish Giri and Timur Radjabov. We'll talk about that game in a second. Yep. Levy and Sam Sevian fails to convert the advantage. Levy, which match really stood out to you here?
Well, I mean, it's like you said, that final moment between Giri and Radjabov, that entire game was just absolutely bonkers, right? Like, we had a game where Guy plays a completely offbeat opening, easily the most. Well, Andreikin definitely gave offbeat openings a run for their money in the event, but what a game by Radjabov! What a 2 games by Radjabov.
Okay, we just need an instant replay of the blow-by-blow that we saw in Giri Radjabov. Now, Levy, we could talk about the first part of this game, and it was a textbook positional tactical effort by Timur. He wins the exchange. He gets a winning position. Giri has 10 seconds. Timur has 5 minutes. He does everything right. The craziness starts here after bishop e5 when Timur initiates a tactic that should have ruined everything.
Yeah, I mean, he plays this his next few moves, bishop f3, rook g1, and sacrifices, which...
That's not a blunder. He doesn't blunder the bishop.
Yeah.
That's not the mistake part of it.
His whole idea was to win back material, but what he completely just failed to realize is he wins back the material, and the game is a draw immediately.
Yeah, because the b4 pawn is the heart of Black's position. This allows White to set up just the most watertight fortress of all time. Everything is protected.
Yep.
The bishop is now protected, and all Anish Giri had to do was chill on the first rank.
He had to literally move his rook back
e1,
and forth.
And here's the thing, Levy, that occurred to me. You get this position. Anytime Timur goes king c4, you actually can allow king b3, but the easiest is to go rook d4.
Yes.
Because king b3...
It's a great way to lose. It's a great way to go home immediately, right?
There is no way that Timur circumvents this. If he moves his own rook away, then you can move your king up to a2. Now you can do this because rook c3 doesn't work anymore. There are no chances. This isn't like, oh, it's a positional draw. You have to find some moves.
No,
this is agree to a draw, peace treaty. You're up a point.
I mean, I get it. It's really hard. 5 seconds on the clock. I think
rook
that, like,
c4. Oh.
Yeah, preemptively just attacking and just blundering check and take on c3. It's just unbelievable.
Unbelievable. That is what nerves do to you, ladies and gentlemen. And we are sympathetic to Anish. We're not sitting there. There's a reason for that. It's incredibly hard to keep her composure. But as commentators, we have to highlight the insanity of the moment. We had a lot of insane moments in this round.
We
Guess
had a
what?
lot of insane
How many insane moments are we going to have in the next round?
I have no idea. So we've had so many fascinating storylines. The Dmitry Andreikin Wesley So match got started with some total chaos, but Wesley So ultimately wins. Then Hikaru, right? Scared. 2 games lost. Is Duda going to make this comeback? What was that Bond Cloud decision? But Hikaru pulls it out in the end. Now we got 2 matches that are so close, and we get game 8. Let's go.
Levy, that was amazing. We will head to a break, but before we head to a break, a reminder that the women's candidates has kicked off, and we have already reached the semifinals for Pool A. Leiting J versus Anna Muzichuk. Who will make it through to the finals and one step closer to the coveted seat across from reigning champion Zhu Wenjun in the 2023 Women's World Championship? Do not miss a thing, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 is tomorrow, right here at twitch.tv/chess. What you're currently tuned into, type !women's candidates in the chat for all of the details. And folks, we are going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll inch closer to punching our final ticket to the semifinals at the CGC. The final game will get underway. We have plenty of fresh subscriber content during the break, so if you subscribe, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back here from Toronto.
Obviously, after playing in Iceland and doing well, I'm just looking forward to the CGC, and hopefully I can win this one too.
All right. Hello, Hikaru. It's so nice to have you here in Toronto. Are you excited for the CGC?
Yeah, it's. I was here a couple of weeks ago in Toronto filming some other stuff, so it's good to be back.
Where would you personally rank Rapid Chess amongst pro chess formats?
For me, Rapid is, I would say right now, is close to my favorite, or it's Blitz. One of the two, Rapid or Blitz, but definitely not Classical. I also think that with less time, more blunders occur, so that's why Rapid, I think, is a truer test of your overall skill ability. Blitz will always be my favorite if there's nothing on the line.
How is preparing for a Rapid tournament like CGC different from preparing for large over-the-board tournaments? Is there a difference? What's your process like?
I don't think it's much different. Classical chess, it has to be quite a bit deeper. You have to look at many different lines, many different possibilities. In Rapid, generally, I think if you have an idea and you look at a couple of lines before the game, that's for the most part good enough, I've found.
I was going to ask you, what are your own internal expectations for competing this week?
As I said, I'm just going to try to play my game, and if it's good enough, it's good enough. If it's not, it's not, but I don't really think about anything else.
I love that answer, just playing the chess. That's great.
Canada officially has it all. Andrea, a true Canadian, time to sing the anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land,
true patriot love in all thy sons. Come on, what's the next word?
Arms. Commands.
Okay,
Close enough.
fake Canadian. Fake Canadian.
The best line of the Canadian anthem is the first line, and I'm not the only Canadian who doesn't know the rest of the lyrics after the only line.
ChessKid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And ChessKid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. ChessKid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. ChessKid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. ChessKid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. ChessKid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
My sister was born in Vancouver, but as wonderful as Andrea and Vancouver are, it's pretty tough not to fall in love with the city of Toronto. Natural beauty abounds inside Toronto and pretty close by. The largest city in Canada, the people here have been playing chess in clubs, in universities, and in public parks for well over a century.
Remember when Amaranth played chess in the hot tub?
And now, this wonderful place plays host to the very first Chess.com Global Championship Finals. Facing elimination for weeks, 8 of the world's best players have survived to continue their quest for the queen-size share of the $1 million prize pool.
Look at Hikaru's face. Hikaru's like, really? Wait, what is going on? Is he playing a bunko?
I'm speechless.
My friends, you're in the right place. It's time for the CGC Finals. Toronto, Canada officially has it all.
We agree. We love Toronto. Welcome back, everyone. Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura are through to the semifinals, but there are still 2 matches remaining at the quarterfinals of the Chess.com Global Championship. As we bring you back here inside the gameplay hall, I am now joined by Grandmaster Robert Hess, FIDE Master James Canty, and Grandmaster Amon Hambleton. We've had so much happen today. We need to recap where we sit on the scoreboard for everyone who may have been missing it. But 2 players have punched their ticket to the semifinals, Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, 5-2, 4.5, 1.5 respectively. Giri and Radjabov are deadlocked. Will we have Armageddon? And then Sam Sevian is now in must-win territory going into the 8th game versus Nihal Sarin. We're going to talk, of course, about these matches coming up, guys, but let's talk real quickly about our 2 players who've punched their tickets. Who was more impressive in their route? Obviously, it started as Hikaru, but now that we're here, who was the more dominant player moving on to the semifinals between the 2 Americans?
Yeah, interestingly, I think since game 1 of that match, which Wesley So should have lost, I thought he was absolutely dominant. He withstood all the pressure that he faced. I think in the end game, he showed exquisite technique. So Hikaru, maybe there's some recency bias against him, but I do think Wesley was a powerhouse in that match.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point, Robert. I actually, Danny, thought that Naka was cruising, right? 4-0, it looked like nothing could stop him. And all of a sudden, JKD pulled out these 2 wins where you stop actually and say, wait a minute, is the unthinkable going to happen? Is this going to be the 4-4 most insane comeback maybe of all time? But no, Hikaru just sort of calmed down, went back to himself, and he took care of business.
Well, he was nervous too. He was visibly, you could see Hikaru.
Yeah.
I mean, he was rattled. Maybe I jinxed him at the start of the day by saying how well he was playing. Commentator's curse is real.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, commentator's curse is real. Well, Robert said that too. He was like, "Yeah, Danny, you said it. It was Danny." And then he pulled him up, grabbed him by his shirt, and said, "You did it." And I was like, "Dang, man, that's crazy."
That's what happens when you talk, Danny.
Exactly right. So it was really crazy with that. But Hikaru, never seen. And it's very rare that you see Hikaru get hit with a 2-piece spicy like that, right? Real quick, pop, pop. Like he got hit real fast. And then he bounced back like he should, right? So I think he was still the most.
But what are your thoughts about how Wesley So has played? Now he's also
absolutely.
in the semifinals.
In fact, after the first game, him should have losing that game and another one too. But I mean, he kind of stabilized, and I think after he had to like warm up. Once you warm up, I think he's pretty warmed up, especially going into these next matches. Should do well. So.
Yeah, your thoughts on So? Real quick.
Really just an exceptional performance. He gets to play Hikaru, so that's going to be...
That's the reward.
Yeah, you said 2-piece spicy there. That's, I don't even know who to choose there.
Yeah. I mean, so after that game, which, again, we know Wesley would be harder on himself than anybody that he missed a mate in 2, but really, he was super dominant in that match with Andreikin, a guy that is not an easy person to beat. So your thoughts also on Wesley joining Hikaru?
Well, Danny, I also called Andreikin. I'm not shy to admit that either. I thought that Andreikin would pose some problems for Wesley, and to an extent, I was kind of right at the beginning, but Wesley is just so slippery. He just doesn't go down. He's able to bob and weave. He even offered a draw early on, kind of a tactical draw offer. He got out of his bad positions, but his good positions, his slightly better positions, he always seemed to win them. So he's getting full points out of half points, and he's getting half points when they could be zeros.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wesley has always been, of course, we know him as a force to be reckoned with. He's a U.S. champion how many times now, Robert, you know?
Do we have that many?
I mean, you know, from Wesley, winning once, U.S. champ?
I think twice.
2019.
I think he won twice.
Yeah, he's won twice.
Yeah, twice. So, of course, I mean, just being as strong as he is, playing against these players, bro, it's like you knew this was going to happen, right? You know, so, and then who does he face next? Hikaru, right? So, yeah, that's not fun. You know what I mean? Like, I win? Yes. And then I'm like, oh, this guy Hikaru next.
For the first time, Wesley will actually be playing someone in Toronto.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's face-to-face, and I think Wesley's clock management was also very impressive. I think we like to think about how precise he is. His accuracy is through the roof. We know he's one of the most precise players of all time.
Yeah.
But the speed with which he played today, that end game against Andreikin, where he's up one pawn, his pawn structure wasn't great.
Yeah.
He was up a couple minutes on the clock, so he kept that pressure as well, and that allowed him to succeed.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens in that matchup, Hikaru versus So. They've played each other many times, definitely rivals in the U.S., and what will they have for us in the semifinals of the CGC? We're going to find out. But after his win, Wesley did catch up with Nemo, and let's take a look at what he had to say.
Congratulations, Wesley, on winning your match and advancing to the semifinals. How do you feel after your games today?
I'm very happy and very relieved because I think the quality of my games, except maybe the first game, has been relatively high for my standards. Like, I'm playing much better than I expected to be, because I just came from tour tournaments that didn't go so well. So maybe third time's the charm. Yeah, maybe the third tournament is the lucky try.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential for you in this tournament. In your round 5 game today against Andreikin, after you played bishop takes e3, were you nervous at all? What were your thoughts after that move?
Bishop takes e3. Well, I thought it was quite desperate at that point. I mean, I wasn't nervous because I had many pieces defending my king, and at the same time, it feels like a desperation sacrifice. Like, I didn't see a way to win for me, although the computer showed it after the game. But on the worst case, I thought I could just castle kingside and then try to play it safe. But I also found this rook d1, queen f4, which is not the best idea by far, but it trades queens, and I thought I could win this pawn on h6, and that was good enough for me. But yeah, the opening that he played was interesting, but I don't think he knew it very well. I'm not sure if he played it before, and this pawn sack. Like, Magnus Carlsen plays this, but it's interesting.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of openings, how did you feel after Andreikin opened with move 1 b4, also known as the orangutan or the Polish opening, whatever you want to call it? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's fun. It's a better opening than the Bong Cloud. But at that point, he was down 3 points in the match. I mean, Dmitry is a very strong player. He's one of the best Russian players around. But this match didn't go well for him at any stage. Like, he should have won game 1 for sure, huh? Like, I feel so bad that he didn't win the first game, for instance. Like, he truly deserved that after I blundered in the opening. And also, he wasn't putting too much pressure on me in the opening, which is always good.
Yeah, and honestly, you're so nice. Thank you so much, Wesley, and congratulations once again on moving to the finals.
Yeah, thank you so much. Anytime.
I agree with Nemo. He is the nicest interview in chess. You can see he genuinely feels bad when he says that he felt bad about winning that first game versus Andreikin. But okay, Hikaru Nakamura will be waiting for Wesley So in the semifinal. We see the battle of the two Americans. They have a lot of history. There's so much to talk about in that matchup. We will, of course, be unpacking it later. But right now, we still have 2 matches ahead of us, guys. 2 more people will be joining them in the semifinal. Will it be Giri over Radjabov, Sarin over Sevian, or vice versa? Let's go back to the top one there. We saw Anish losing a super tough game, a game that he could have drawn, right? And it got away from him. So, Robert, your thoughts on what Giri needs to do emotionally, mentally, to kind of gather himself, given that he's the one, now that they're tied, who blew the lead?
Yeah, the problem is he's lost 2 games in a row, and that gets in your head. But at the same time, that second game there, that loss, it was a mishap at the end. He was fighting. I mean, he
was in time trouble. His position was bad. And then he secured what would have been a draw if not for that one specific blunder. So Anish's repertoire is super solid. So in order to survive with the black pieces, I think he has that under control. And you can't jump ahead to Armageddon, bidding process, and things like that. But I do believe that he is as well prepared as it gets. And so he can right the ship here in the 8th and final game of the match.
But regardless of preparation, Amon, when you're mentally the guy who was leading, and now it feels like you're losing even though the scoreboard's tied, right? How do top players not let themselves go into that kind of dark place and just stay present in the moment?
Well, Danny, I think that's why they are top players, honestly, because I could say like I wouldn't be as objective, and you have to be objective in chess. You can't let the emotions dictate the match. You can't let your emotions dictate your moves. You always have to think about what's in front of you. And what's in front of him is a tied match, honestly. He's got his chances just as much as Radjabov. He just needs to stop the momentum. You just don't want to let that train keep going from Radjabov.
All right, well, Kenny, you know where I'm going with you. You've been asked to be his coach all day,
we've been training.
Since you guys got to Toronto. What are you telling your boy Sam Sevian in a must-win situation? He has to win and force Armageddon, or he's going home.
Man, we got to go all out. We came very far, right? We only lost to LeBron. We're not losing this time, right? That's it. We're going to do what we got to do, right? And you got to, first things first, you got to calm down. You got to stay calm, collect yourself. I have to win this game, okay? And you got to play chess. If you focus about anything else, then any other distraction of must win, he can't even go in there like that. I mean, he has to go in there like, look, I have to play my best chess that I can. Like Hikaru says, I'm always going to play my best chess. Like, how are you going to do today? I'm playing my best chess. And then he usually does do that, right? So you have to mentally do that. Easier said than done, but that's what I'm going to tell him.
So the mental game, play your best chess. Specific on the X's and O's, what would you be doing if you were Sam Sevian in that chair of a must-win game?
Well, I feel like that non-win is soul-crushing, because it was there, and he knows it, and Nihal knows it. That said, Nihal plays very solid openings from the white side. He likes his London systems. How do you beat the London? I don't think anybody knows that. So I think what he has to do is just remain composed. That's the first and foremost step, because if he gets in thinking, I need to win, yeah, he does need to win, but then you go all out, and that often backfires. So I do think he needs to keep the game going, and then he can outplay Nihal Sarin. He showed that earlier in the match.
Yep. Well, will he show it again and outplay him once more? He's got to do it now or he's heading home. So we're going to find out. All right, it's time, chat. We've been teasing an announcement for something big that's been making you wait. We've seen people questioning what will it be on Reddit and on Twitter for the last few days. But this is in regards to the huge tournament. We have huge names coming. You know what it is, I think, maybe at this point. You'll find only on Chess.com. So without further ado, let's roll the video.
The Speed Chess Championship is back and bigger than ever. King 96, and he won 96. Hikaru blundered it. He had to take the pawn on d7. The 2022 Speed Chess Championship features the most exciting lineup in SCC history and over $100,000 in prizes. Representing the next generation are Norbek Abdusattorov, Arjun Erigaisi, Nihal Sarin, and Gukesh Domaraju. Defending their elite status, we have Dmitry Andreikin, Anish Giri, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Wesley So, Levon Aronian, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Ding Liren, and Fabiano Caruana. Headlining this incredible field are the reigning world chess champion, Magnus Carlsen, and the reigning speed chess champion, Hikaru Nakamura. These 14 combatants will be joined by 2 qualifiers. Oh my god, 96!
96. Oh my goodness, he missed it.
The Speed Chess Championship 2022 begins November 21st. Fasten your speed belts.
I think I speak for everyone when I say that the big news we're going to get into with Magnus Carlsen obviously playing again in the SEC, but really, will Danya completely lose his shirt this year in the SEC like he almost did there? What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not sure about Danya's shirt collection, but I'm super stoked. I did know about all the contestants in advance. That's why I may not be as excited as others, but I think Dmitry Andreikin is a name to watch. He loves these quicker time controls. He's won many Title Tuesdays, so watch out for Andreikin in this field.
Well, I'm going to throw to you guys, but I'm going to jump in and say, even though I obviously knew Magnus was going to be playing, I am super pumped. I know he wants revenge. Let's remember, Amon, did Magnus win the last SCC he played?
Magnus tends to do that with almost everything he touches. And the thing is, Danny, he's got a knack
lost.
for
He wants revenge, right? I mean, he lost in the semifinals to MBL, so I don't know. What do you think about a Magnus Magnus rejoining the field? I think he's a motivated Magnus.
Well, I think Magnus and Hikaru is this ever-present matchup at the top, and they have this fun but competitive rivalry. And I know it means so much to both of those guys. They might never admit it, but it means so much to just finish above one another and make it to the top of the table. So while it's exciting to have Magnus in this tournament, I think there's a big rivalry at the top there.
Absolutely. I think, yeah, I'm pumped for it. Of course, with Magnus and Hikaru playing, that's always super content. It'd be 100,000 people watching chess at that point every time that they play, right? Then you have, of course, the youngins. You got Norderbeck there, Gukash, Arjun's there. They are very young 2700s, and they are only getting stronger. That's scary to even say. But of course, it's going to be a lot of chess. So
it's going to be a lot of chess. It's going to be super exciting. Again, Magnus Carlsen rejoins the SCC field. 2 more, of course, need to qualify their way in. But stay tuned as dates get announced for that, and we move into what the SCC will bring you. My favorite event every year. So, all right, that's it for us. Guys, that's it for us for now. Anyway, we will be back with the post-game and the post-game highlights, of course, and some more in-person interviews. Let's bring in our commentators now. It's time to throw it on back to Danya and Levy. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Danny. That was an awesome, illuminating discussion. Well, our speed belts will be fastened in about a month, but our seat belts are fastened right now as we enter the final game of today's CGC action. Nobody I'd rather be covering it than International Master Levy Rozman. Levy, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling so excited, man. I mean, Anish Giri, most brilliant moves in the field, highest percentage, and he's going to need to find some brilliant moves in this game number 8 because it's 3.5, 3.5. But it's not tied from a momentum standpoint. It's not tied from an emotional standpoint. Giri devastated in that last game. But the good news is, even if he held that draw, he would have had to play game 8. Now it's just a slightly different situation. He just has to not lose. And he's smiling. I mean, we can see him on camera here. He's smiling.
Yeah, he's feeling good. I mean, I asked you how you're feeling. I should have probably asked Anish how he's feeling. 2 losses in a row. Robert mentioned in the pregame discussion that might be the biggest battle Anish is waging. There's the battle on the board, which has just commenced, and there's the psychological battle. Can he push those 2 losses away? Let's find out. We have a Rogozin here. Timur playing 1 to d4. And they're currently following the most popular variation of the Rogozin and an early c takes d5 by Timur Levy.
We're not gonna get like a moment here where they force an Armageddon, right? That would be crazy. I think they're keeping some pieces on the board, but this is a very solid line from Timur.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of them have the same approach. Like, neither of them really minds an Armageddon, but neither of them necessarily wants a forced draw. I think both of them want to fight. Now, watch me say that, and then there will be a draw offer on move 10.
That would be shocking. Yeah, Timur doesn't repeat the line where he won last round, and I think that part of that is because Anish Giri on the break likely reviewed that line for 30 minutes, however long he had, while the guys were over there discussing all the good things and fastening your speed belts and so on and so forth.
They're still getting fastened.
Yeah, they're still strapping into their seats.
That announcer was so annoying. That SCC guy, I don't know. They shouldn't hire him again to do the voiceovers.
Oh no! I completely agree. I mean, speed belts. Who?
Yeah.
Was that?
Who invented? I mean, let's not even talk about. Let's talk about the game. C6 by Anish, building up the pawn chain. Now, generally, Levy, as far as I know, I'm a King's Indian player through and through. But as far as I know, that bishop from b4 often drops back to d6. You could do it on this move.
Yep.
You could get the other bishop out to g4. I know a lot of people probably tempted by that move. Anything else catches your eye?
Oh, I mean, I really like the plan of bishop d6 and then g5, g4.
Whoa.
Even though that's completely unnecessary and likely just positionally lost for black.
Clearly, your speed belt isn't fastened if you're proposing that idea.
Yes, and then I have various very nasty things going on over here. But you play like that if you have to win or if you have to lose, right? You've got to flight in a little bit. Anish Giri certainly does not. He was up 2 games in this match. It's a spoiled for choice kind of moment. Now, does white want e4? Is that...
Yeah, I mean, I think that depends on the placement of black's bishop. Knight d7 by Anish. I think he's actually maybe even worried about e4. So after bishop d6, I think e4 is very, very likely. Because once the e-file opens, that black queen has to plant itself on e7. And then the rook slides over to e1, and things could get nasty in the center. So a big decision here by Giri. I don't think he's going to take this knight. I don't think that's necessary. I'm pretty confident that we're going to see bishop d6. Maybe he wants to guide the bishop towards c7, but that would help Timur expand on the queen side with b4. There's bishop d6.
Yeah, there's bishop d6. Taking the knight a move ago would have just helped white, and you don't really stop e4. So now we have e4. We're going to get a rook on e1, likely.
But I think after rook e1, black has this move knight d7, f6, and people have this phobia of discovered attacks. You can't just say, oh, rook e1, discovered attack. You actually have to see whether there is an effective discovered attack. And if you put these moves on our Well, actually,
just gonna do it
players
for
will
us.
put these moves on the board. There we go. See, we don't even have to do any analysis.
Yeah, there's nothing. There's nothing here for white. Either thing that you take, bishop or knight, with your knight, the queen will happily recapture and avoid any sort of danger.
I think I would put it at about 75% at this point that we're going to see a draw.
Yeah.
But things can always explode. Why am I so confident there's so many pieces on the board? It's just neither side has any weaknesses. There aren't any imbalances. Both sides have the knight and the bishop. And you could argue, oh, but Timur has the isolated queen pawn, and the square in front of it is blockaded by black. But on the opposite side, white has a little bit more piece activity. Nice queen on b3. And with his last move, yeah, Timur is trying to make it difficult for Anish to get his bishop out. So rook b8 comes to mind, but then maybe the knight jumps into e5 in some of these positions.
I was going to say, can't you just play like bishop g4?
If you play bishop g4, I think you can. Oh, because if you take on b7, you, of course,
It will damage your structure if you play knight e5. I was thinking you can take on, okay, he plays bishop e6, so similar idea, wow.
So what is his idea after queen takes b7? Let's analyze a little bit.
Rook fb8, right? Because the other one you would lose another pawn.
Yes,
Queen
so
a6
queen a6 forced.
I thought rook b2, but maybe not.
No, I think that's his idea. Then I guess white could try to go rook b1 to wrest control of the b file from your hands. And okay, rook b1, rook b1. Even this position, maybe not the best execution by black. I have a very hard time believing black is truly worse here after something like bishop g4.
Yeah, but it's definitely an equal position. But some chances, I mean, practically speaking, for both sides, I would say that bishop e6 is a very forcing move. We could see the game end in...
Oh, Timur offers a draw. Queen takes b7 on the board.
Oh, wow.
Giri has declined it.
Oh, wow. Giri, did he know that there was a draw offer?
Yeah, I don't think any Giri has ever declined a draw that quickly. I mean, I was going to stop there, but that quickly.
Be careful with your memes, all right? He's in the other room. He's going to finish his game, come out here. And
I love you, Anish.
All right. Well, we think that these guys are most likely going to trade a lot of pieces here. So let's check in with the other match remaining for the day. And that is the match between Sam Sevian and Nihal Sarin. It's 4-3. Sevian, a devastating Game 7. So close to victory. Let's jump into a closer look.
Yeah.
As we take a look at Sam Sevian's player card.
Listen, he qualified. He wasn't expecting to be here. He made the most of it. Things were going so well for him on day one. I've sung his praises so many times. At age 21, he has built a name, a career for himself, and that career is only on the upswing. He defeats MVL, Rasmus Svane, Tersak on 3 incredibly strong GMs to get here. He's won tournaments. His pedigree needs no explanation, but right now, his back is against the wall. That last game was such a tough pill to swallow, and to make matters worse, even a draw doesn't satisfy him, and we see that reflected in his opening choice. G6 on move 1.
G6, he's throwing it all out the window. The modern defense is a very reputable defense, but it is something that if you asked a grandmaster, you have to win with black. What do you play? Probably 60 to 70% of them would say this.
Yep.
Because it's cagey. It gives white an edge, but white still has to play. And see, Nihal is thinking, like, does he play the long castles, the short castle? Which kind of setup is he going to choose? And Magnus Carlsen recently has been playing the modern in a lot of online rapid games, and we're seeing that by move 10-15, he's equalized, and it's 3 chances to win, lose, and draw. All 3 results are possible. Good decision. It's a very solid line, by the way.
Yeah, bishop c4. This is popular nowadays. The queen often comes to e2, and the idea frequently is to just push this e-pawn up to e6, but we'll get there when Sevian develops his knight to f6. We'll talk about it. I just wanted to add, second your point, that the modern is a sort of societally approved way to fight for the win. Is it a second-rate opening? Absolutely. It's not as reputable as the Sicilian or a Caro-Kann or e4, e5, but insofar as you want an opening that doesn't lose on the spot and is a little bit less outlandish than Timur Radjabov's b6, which apparently worked, the modern is the opening that fits the bill. And here we see Sam Sevian taking a modern approach to the modern, delaying the move knight f6. The advantage of that is that now e4, e5 does not come with tempo. Will he play b5, though, Levy, and allow the bishop perhaps to induce the move c6, or is he going to take care of his kingside?
Or a e6, knight e7 situation?
Oh, yeah, that's another thing, right? e6, knight e7 also possible.
Yes, that would be an invitation to play the hippopotamus for some reason. That's the name of that opening. Definitely a second-rate opening, but at this level, this is what we have to really, really hammer home, is that at 99.9% of levels, this is a great opening for black.
Absolutely.
It doesn't matter what the computer thinks. Chess has this overhanging entity of the engine that tells you what you should and shouldn't do, and you don't always need to listen. And this is one of those cases that Sevian doesn't care. He just knows he has to play for a win. There's no way to kill the game here. Black gets to keep many pieces on the board, in fact, all 16, so it's a good choice.
And I've had students and friends come up to me and say, well, Magnus Carlsen said in the press conference that this line of the Berlin was bad. I need to change my entire repertoire. I'm not playing e4, e5 anymore. You're not playing Hikaru Nakamura and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, with full due respect, and neither am I. So you're safe if you play the modern. But is Sam Sevian safe in this position? I think you're exactly right. I think he's deciding two things. The first, does he want to push b5? The second, where does he want to put his knight? You're absolutely right. And Levy, I would argue that the hippo is a lot more appealing because now the bishop on c4 is just kind of biting on granite.
Exactly, and then black can play b5, c5, whatever, expanding in the center. Rook e1 is, of course, a very natural move. Notice how Nihal has not committed. Wow.
H6.
That is
that
even
early.
Yeah, so he wants to play g5. That's the idea. Yep. And also this prevents the natural development of the bishop to f4. Of course, it doesn't really prevent
discourages it.
You could do it, but then g5 at any moment, and the knight comes here.
It doesn't also prevent the development of the bishop to g5. That would just happen to blow into the bishop.
Yes. Or to h6. Just might as well just go the entire distance, right? Yeah, so c3, and Nihal's just sort of like, you got to win, dude.
Yeah, Nihal's chilling, and I think it's important to point out, you might say, well, why did he put the bishop on c4? b5 now comes with tempo. When the position is this closed, the value of a tempo diminishes greatly. This isn't the same as a tempo in the knight or for a king's Indian, where every tempo, every developing move matters. Here, yeah, Nihal can afford to make the same, two moves with the same piece. And I'm very curious how he's going to position the rest of his minor pieces. Is he going to bring the knight to g3, as one would in a Ruy Lopez? This would make a lot of sense, Levy, because the big drawback of the move g5 is that it creates a big weakness on h5, and there's no better piece to occupy that square than a knight, especially with the black bishop on g7. I'm betting we'll see knight f1 at some point.
Yeah, bishop now goes back to d3, just basically preparing for the next wave of game that is to follow. Sevian has made all of the natural moves. Now, will he finish the hippo with b6 and bishop b7? Will he castle? Sometimes you don't even castle. You just leave the king in the center of the board.
I need to interrupt you.
Yep.
We just had a result. Anish Giri thought better of that draw offer, and he has just offered a draw back. Something funny happened where Timur offered a draw again. Anish Giri didn't notice it, but then immediately offered a draw back. Is that offer reasonable? We have this final position with the rook on b6. We see Anish Giri on camera there, looking intently at the monitor. What's he thinking about right now? What's going through his head? I'm playing an Armageddon. I'm so nervous.
Yeah, this is always a very fascinating decision to me. What goes into forcing an Armageddon, right? Because that's essentially what Timur did.
Yeah. And 4-4?
Yeah.
It's our 4-4.
It's our 4-4. Yeah, we got here with 2 decisive games per side, dead even, and Armageddon is on the way, not for society, but for these two players, as this is it. This is the way we break ties in chess, for better or for worse. This is all we got. I'm very pumped, and we predicted this.
Listen, whatever the outcome of the Armageddon, what a comeback by Timur Radjabov. If he wins 2 games, let's take a quick look at the final position of this game. Levy, I want you to tell me whether the draw offer was justified. My answer is yes. If I would have to choose either side, I would probably take black here with that nice d5 score for the bishop. But I think what Anish was saying, first of all, I'm reeling after these 2 losses. Let me take a little bit of a break. Now I'll have some time to rest. And after queen a4, bishop d5, knight e5, I think the offer is totally reasonable.
Yeah, but bishop b3 wins a pawn.
Oh, whoa. It does win a pawn. Bishop b3, queen a5, and queen takes d4, and you can't move the knight. Okay, so maybe he should have played on. Is that what you're saying, Levy?
Yeah.
Wait, is he better after rook b6?
Well, maybe queen a5 instead of queen a4, but still bishop d5. And yeah, but
and now there's knight e5.
Yeah. Now there's no bishop b3. Okay, so
I would have at least waited for Timur to play queen a5 before offering that draw.
Yeah, but this position is sort of a stalemate of both sides, right?
Yeah.
It's difficult for black to move the c pawn. It's difficult for white to move anything, and
okay, they're forgiven.
Yeah, but this is still very stressful. Forcing an Armageddon is it's a gamble. It's basically what it is, because now there's a wagering system, right? So, I mean, this is very stressful.
It is, and what's bad for the players is good for the commentators. We're happy we get an Armageddon. Yep. We'll let the players we'll let the players rest.
Just love those letter L's.
It's like when I was calling you Wesley yesterday. Yes. And we have one more game to look at. Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your speed belts yet again, because it's 4-3 in Nihal's favor. Sam Sevian facing a must-win game, and this is the position on the board. The pawns in the center have been traded, so we have a wide-open d-file. Anything that leads the game closer to equality in a draw is obviously in Nihal Sarin's favor. Levy, first impressions from me, I'm pretty pessimistic. This looks rock solid for the Indian phenom.
I know. creating counterplay here with black is going to be unbelievably hard, because if you play h5, you weaken the dark squares. You play g5, you weaken the light squares. You play
Yeah,
f5,
exactly.
you weaken the structure, and you weaken the king. What else can you do?
That was such a nice explanation. You're exactly right. Whichever pawn you push, you're castled to that side. Maybe if I were to choose between these three moves, I would definitely go with f5. That's my King's Indian influence speaking. But I think Nihal might not even allow Sam Sevian to play f5. I think he's going to throw in the move queen d2. The point is not to win the h6 pawn. Obviously, black is going to go king h7.
Yep.
But after you put the king on h7, f5 is even less appetizing because it walks right into the pin exerted by the light-squared bishop. White could also go rook a d1. Black will go rook d8. And a simple move is just to, let's say, move the queen off of the d file. And if black insists on playing f5, then what immediately comes to my mind is takes, and knight f3.
H4,
and look, these remind me of Nihal's pawns in that London game.
I mean, yeah, they're just being hunted is what they're just standing in the center of the board.
And once you have to play this move, look at all these dark square weaknesses. Yeah, I mean, the knight can go to h5. Okay, enough of this, because they have gone down a slightly different path. Nihal has gone queen e2 immediately rather than queen d2.
Yeah, but rook d1 is coming. He can also play a4. But no, now knight c8, knight d6. Actually,
that's a great idea, by the way, Levy.
Yeah, knight c8. I like. Yeah, but then what?
Then f5.
But
then f5.
Yeah, but the knight is still defending f5 from e7. So I guess there's less tempo depending on where the knight is positioned, because the knight on d7 will be weak. White will still play knight h4.
So I guess the big question is, can you play f5 immediately? Because now knight h4, there's no king on h7. You can play f4, forking the two minors.
I don't think you can play f5 immediately because it's queen c4.
Oh, it's a moot point. He has played knight c8.
But knight d6 will stop queen c4 check.
Oh, I have to show that's very important for an understanding the position. If he had gone f5 immediately, Levy, you're absolutely right.
There's not, maybe not queen c4 right away, but you can
I
take on
think even
f5.
right away, yeah, take on f5, or even queen c4 right away. And the simplest, most plebeian option, just take the pawn on c7. Sevian doesn't want to give that pawn up. This threat of f4 is not that strong. White can move one of these minor pieces away.
And b7 is also hanging.
And b7 is also hanging.
Bonus.
So he's gone knight c8, rerouting the knight, closing down the d file, making f5 even stronger. This is a serious idea.
Yeah, and the king will go to h8 or h7, and then somehow black has bolstered the center quite significantly.
Huh. So Nihal taking his time. I think what we're arguing here is that if he just sort of sleepwalks in this position, yeah, rook 81, let's play h3, let's make some random improving moves, f5 is not to be trifled with anymore.
Knight d2, what is the idea of knight d2? By the way, can black play h5 also? h5, h4 at some point?
Now it's more appealing because there's no knight to occupy g5 anymore.
Right, exactly. You don't exactly weaken your dark squares.
I got it. I cracked the code. If knight d6, he wants to put his knight on c4. Why trade the knights? Well, that makes f5 impossible. So Nihal is playing against f5, and there goes your move.
Yeah, there's h5. And white does not want to say, oh, that's so scary, I have to prevent it, because this pawn just becomes a target. And g4, to use some of Danya's blue highlighting the skills there. Here, I got another one for you. Look at that one.
Orange, let's go. Levy, don't party too hard. We have commentary.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. But g4 is severely weakened, right? So the knight can come back here and just hang out. So it's white doesn't want to overreact to this.
Yeah, h4, bishop f6, you're absolutely right. So how, and he plays h3, so he finds a middle ground where he says, hey, I'll let you go h4. The downside of that move is that this g4 square is weakened. White can plant a queen there, maybe even plant the knight there and reroute it. But the black pawn isn't going to get all the way to h3, and that would be very problematic because there's a bishop on b7 that would have been perfectly poised to exploit the light square weaknesses.
Well, why doesn't Sevian go full crab? He played on h5. Why doesn't he play a5 as well? Full crab, like this. One of my arms is outside. We'll just get in here like this, because now a5 prevents this knight c4 idea.
a5 prevents knight c4 and maybe prepares bishop b7 to a6. In some cases, maybe you want to reposition, attack white's queen. That is how you generate winning chances in this type of position. You can't do it all at once. You just have to play. I think the best word you used earlier is cagey. That's the style you want to adopt, kind of bunker chess, make small improving moves. You got to play the waiting game here. Nihal's not going to lose this game on, on his own.
That's exactly right. He won't. So Sevian's going to have to throw him a couple of opportunities to mess things up, like the move h5. It's a mutual risk. It's a calculated risk. At some point, though, the forces are going to clash. And that's where we're going to see if Sevian can actually pull off a win with black. Can you imagine 2 Armageddons?
Dude, I really can't. I mean, I can hardly imagine one. Now, 8 minutes, 50 seconds. Right now, the time is not a factor. We won't even really mention the clock until one side, let's say, gets below 6 minutes. But you don't want to get too below your opponent. Nihal's played fast. He's played solid. He's played reasonable chess. But if you showed Sam Sevian this position, Levy, and you say, well, that's the position you're going to get 17 moves, and I think he would accept it. I think this is a serviceable type of position in which you truly can play for a win.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And Nihal is stuck in this weird situation where it's not just playing your best. It's I don't need to take too many risks. I'm up one, he has to win. That's usually not how chess works. Usually chess is, well, I have position XYZ, and, you know, the benefits of my position are this, and the negatives are this, and this is my plan. And A5.
Wow.
Now, any chess player who gets to play H5 followed by A5 is just tremendously happy. And they're both good moves.
Even if it's on move 1 and move 2?
Well, if you did that against me, you would win. But yeah, maybe not exactly against people of similar skill level. But yeah, Queen E7. And I mean, we have zeros. But I don't think this is a zeros like the position is dead, right? Computer shows, oh, it's zeros. I think computer just doesn't want to evaluate the position.
Yeah,
At some
I'm
point,
too lazy. Let me drink my coffee and relax. But this truly is an equal position. This is the definition of equality. And a lot of people conflate in their mind, oh, it's equal, it means it's going to be a draw. I could give you plenty of 0-0s that are draws. This is an example of a position that's totally equal, but with chances for both sides, very rich middle game, lots of pieces left on the board. And I would say it's a smidge harder for white to play. I mean, black has a bunch of improving moves on the docket. Knight d6, bishop a6, rook a8. Guess what? Nihal's already brought his rooks into the center. He's having a hard time putting his knight on c4 because of this bishop a6 move. And to make matters worse, if he moves his light square bishop out to d3 and says, I'm not going to let you get to a6, that walks into the other knight escapade to c5. So it's just a little bit uncomfortable here for Nihal. Let's see how he handles the next couple of moves.
Yeah, knight c5, and then white really doesn't want to trade bishop for knight because they've watched enough Gotham videos. They say, you know, 7 or 8 times out of 10, you don't want to trade a bishop for knight.
Danger level super high.
Yeah, and in this case, we're not going to see any danger levels. For example, computer here, one of the moves that it suggests of its infinite zeros is the move, not that one, is the move. And by the way, you see black is better immediately.
That's a big move.
Yeah, so essentially, Nihal just wanted to do nothing, and by doing nothing, he did something, and he did something bad. The best, one of the options was f4, but like, why would you play this move? Like, why? That's a completely unhuman move.
Totally unhuman.
Yeah,
to weaken the e5 square like that after the trade?
Yeah, allow your opponent to put a knight there and put this silly pawn on e4, so he does the baby version of that, and like you said, Sevian's position is playing itself right now.
Yeah, it is. And knight c5, you can see how quickly he played that move. Now, you might ask, well, why is f3 a mistake? It's not just because Ben Feingold calls it a mistake.
Right.
It's also because I think the reason is pretty simple. You're making weaknesses on the dark squares. That knight can migrate around to e6 and then f4. Now, obviously, Nihal saw this.
Yes.
I think he just may have underestimated the extent to which these squares are going to cost him. Black has queen h4, maybe get the bishop in.
His idea, I think his idea was just queen f2. To hit the knight, and then knight e6, maybe knight e2.
So let's make these moves on the board.
Yeah, queen f2, knight e6, and, you know, maybe knight e2. And he's basically saying, haha, you have nothing, but, that's not a strategy to win games.
Yeah, but I bring the other knight, and then f5 once again becomes a real option for black.
You don't have to convince me. You got to convince Nihal that black doesn't have any play, and he really does, because he's made every improving move, and he has more.
And once again, if you check the engine, it's again proposing f. I don't think we're going to see this move at any point in this game. He's already played f3, signed a contract. I'm not pushing this pawn to f4.
Yeah, he didn't actually sign a contract, by the way, just a legal
disclaimer.
No,
we're not.
Yeah, nobody put a contract in front of him.
No
during
contract,
the game.
no NDA. But let's go back to the live board. Nihal is pondering the position after knight c5. Guess what? He's down on the clock. Imperceptibly, he's down on the clock. It's definitely harder to play this with white. I won't go so far as to say that white is worse.
Yeah.
White is worse, maybe practically speaking.
I will be extremely impressed if he suddenly changes gears and decides to break out with f4 because it's such an inhuman move. I feel like at no time format of chess do you play f4. I'm talking 90-minute chess. I'm talking correspondence chess. I'm also talking about hyperbullet and 10-second chess, which Nihal plays all the time.
We have just played it, yes.
Yes. This is not, you do not play the move f3 to f4 if you're going to not trade knights. If you just play that move and, you know, you knight e2, f4 at least now makes more sense. I think he's going to go knight e2. What other...
Good stuff by you. I think you called it. I think that's his exact idea. Also, knight e2 takes the sting out of the move h4. You could also contemplate a move like bishop b3, but that does allow the knight to jump into f4. And the last thing you want to do is give away your dark squared bishop. It's the only piece that supervises your dark squared weaknesses on the king side. I don't think white wants to do anything overly committal. Okay, bishop d3. is on the board.
Yeah, you see, white is shuffling, like white is basically moving the material of his soup left to right, right?
Yeah.
Black is preparing for the next
The
meal.
Brussels sprouts getting
Yeah.
shifted from
Yeah.
left side of the plate to the right
Right,
side.
exactly.
Hide it from your grandmother.
Yeah, he's just like, I don't want to do anything. I'm going to wait. And Black, meanwhile, is actually making constant improvements with his moves. He's not just shuffling back and forth. So that's the difference, and that's why the computer is slowly but surely going, yo, dude, you're going to run out of moves here, right? So bishop d3. What is the idea of bishop d3? I don't know.
Yeah, and also to echo your point, Levy, it's like white's position is still incredibly solid, but if your economy of your position doesn't function,
yes,
you're going to live on your reserves for a while, but eventually something's going to get you. Eventually Black's going to play f5, and your position is going to start crumbling. So I'm fully expecting Sam to go knight d6. I think your old idea to meet knight d6 with knight c4 might make an appearance.
It goes to show you just how much these peculiar openings can confuse even the best players in the world. Right?
Yeah.
Because the hippo is supposed to be not great. And anybody watching this is right in the beginning, oh, he's playing the modern. Oh, he's playing the hippo. You got players out there, expert level players in chess going, oh my God, what is he doing? This opening's not good. I can't believe he played. He's better with black.
Yeah, I was playing that.
Right? It's move 21 and advantage Savvy on it. Definitely practically. Look at that. Is the cameraman shaking the camera on it?
I think Savion's shaking his leg under the table.
Exactly. I think he's like hitting the table a little bit, but the cameraman just standing like, no.
Which is a classic. Can I show you a line?
Yeah.
Just for a little bit of comic relief?
Yes.
If he plays, and right now there's a big decision, he might take on f4. I'm not ruling that option out. If he plays bishop f1 and Black responds with knight d6, great idea is to go after Black's knight with knight d2. There's one small problem.
Oh my God.
After knight d3, the queen is literally trapped. That's what's fun. Oh, no, it's not trapped. I guess you have queen g3.
But you lose a lot of
you
material.
lose a lot of material. With the pawn on h4, it would have been trapped.
Yes.
And I think on the basis of this line, the fact that you can't get the knight out, he's decided to get the knight out by brute force. He has captured it. That's a big, big transformation,
Yes,
Levy.
and now Black has g5 always. Black just has various attacking ideas and storming the castle. This is a big moment in this game.
But the problem for Black is that if you plant the bishop on e5, that old friend, knight c4, comes in and makes an appearance.
So,
that's why I love bishop h6.
Yep, plant
Keep
it the other
bishop away.
And by the way, that bishop is not immobile. Hello.
Hello, dark squares.
Right, hello. Thanks for putting 4 pawns on the light squares.
I think he'll do it now.
And trading your dark squared bishop, yeah.
There was an interesting idea for Nihal to sack the e5 pawn and vacate the e4 square for his knight. Now it's off limits because bishop h4 threatens to win an exchange. He's got to move his queen.
I think he missed that. Like, I don't know how he missed it. I kind of feel like he missed it.
Look, I mean, if you watch his expression there, he got annoyed.
Yeah, because you just don't think, you think bishop h6 is defensive. You don't think that bozo on h6 is going to walk to h4, right?
That bozo on h4 is winning some pieces all of a sudden.
Yeah,
We need two on the board.
He might sack the rook on e1. I don't know. He might play rook f1, but then how do you get rid of the bishop?
You don't. That bishop is eternal. I think Nihal is seriously trying to push this pawn up to e5.
Yeah.
His minor pieces on the d file are all complaining. Like, we don't have anywhere to go. The knight on c4, dead end.
Yeah. The spot where you need to not lose with white is a weird one because you try to do nothing, and by trying to do nothing, good Lord, you do so much crap.
You always do
Like,
something. You just can't. You're in your own way.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, how many moves has Nihal made left and right in the last, 10 turns? He hasn't done anything.
But his position is still fundamentally healthy, Levy. I would argue that, the eval bar is now showing an edge for Black.
Yeah, and last game it showed us +6. So
yeah,
it has to
exactly.
go.
We should ignore it.
Yeah.
But white is still fundamentally, yes, there are weaknesses on the dark squares. You can put the bishop on g3. You're not going to get a queen to h2, though.
Yep.
So Sam has to avoid getting in his head and say, oh, I'm better, and what's that happened the last 2 times I was better? Well, I messed it up. Sam just has to keep playing the way he's been playing. The clock now showing 5.5 minutes for both players.
Yeah,
percolating.
We're getting deep down here into the waters. Good job though by Savion keeping it close on the clock. We know what happens if he doesn't.
We do indeed. Now, will he try to stop the move e5? You could put the bishop on f6 if you're worried about it.
No. No, you don't, because...
Is he going to do something like queen g5?
I feel like he's always going to try to make progress. He might play rook e8. He might play queen g5, yeah.
But rook e8, bishop b5, man.
Oh, yeah, fair point. Bishop b5 is extremely annoying. I would,
Knight d6 here walks into e5. That's the worst thing you want to allow, isn't it? E5 with tempo.
Yeah, e5 with tempo. Man, bishop f6 of...
Dude, that's hard. That's a hard problem to solve. How do you actually stop white from expanding with e5? You don't want to go c5 here, I would imagine, Levy, because that weakens all these central squares.
But c5, knight b5, you could try to trade the knight. Yeah, but the light squares that you're surrendering, they're knight a7.
I can get behind that. I think he actually might be preparing c5 in certain cases. He's also preparing to get this rook into the game.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting move. Bishop a6 here is such a wild idea for white to just trade light squared bishops.
Just sneak it in there.
Yeah, because how else do you make progress? I think Nihal has had way too much shuffling back and forth. It's time to do something.
It's time to do something. So, but let's. Okay, what if he goes e5?
You really want to make this move?
I really want to, because I want that breathing room for the pieces. I guess after e5, black can go rook a8.
I thought.
Oh, and that's
E6.
maybe one of the reasons he played knight a7, Levy.
Ah, because if now e6, c5, well timed.
And there's no bishop e5, which
Yes.
used to be a move. So
Yes.
you're absolutely right, though. e6, c5, and if ef after queen f7,
Yeah,
queen
hello.
is hanging, the knight is hanging.
Yep.
There is complications with the move bishop c4, but this is exactly the kind of position you want.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly right. Knight a7 is a fascinating. It's a multi-purpose move. And computers kill the allure of moves like knight a7. Knight a7 is actually a brilliant strategic move.
It is.
Preventing knight b5, bishop b5. Computer's like, haha, stupid move, prevents rook from seeing a6, bishop
Bishop
a6.
a6
What
equal.
a dummy allowing bishop a6.
Who are these
computers
guys?
yeah, because actually knight a7 is very interesting. And Nihal has to play bishop a6. Because literally he has no other way.
And just the fact that he's made Nihal take another minute off his clock, even more, is already a sign that knight a7 tosses the ball with intensity and intention into white's court. I mean, ideas are being carried out. The rook is coming into the game. Bishop a6 is a move that shows that you understand that there's a sense of urgency.
Yep. As we see Sevian there on the big
Wow.
screen.
He's not focused at all, is he?
No,
Stop
no.
watching Netflix, Sam. Come on.
Yeah,
Take this
don't
seriously.
joke about that. They have no access to anything. I tell you, there's like a Black Mirror episode, right? You got like Nihal just in
This
it's
really
like speed
is.
dating. You know, I'm telling you, I've only seen a few episodes of Black Mirror.
That
but,
was a good one.
Yeah,
love Black Mirror.
Yeah, Black Mirror's pretty good. And Nihal super focused. Do they have the lights on in Serbia? Like, we got, like, giant lights here. They're like, no, you guys are, for not being able to make it to Toronto, you're sitting in a room, you got one lamp, all right? And if you lose, we're going to turn it off.
He's played bishop a6.
Yeah, bishop a6 on the board.
Hunkers down, doesn't rush, figures out what the best move is, the flaw of knight a7. The only flaw,
The only flaw.
The only flaw is that it lets go of the a6 square, gets white this move, and now the bishop pair is going to be eliminated. Will Sevian capture that bishop and try to use that placement of the queen on a6 to get his knight somewhere? But where? You can't go knight. Actually, you can. You can go knight c6 in that position.
Yeah, you can go knight c6. Wow, and then you have various queen c5s at the end. Do we want like a queen rook bishop versus queen rook knight situation? I don't think so, because I feel like it's too drawish at that point.
Yeah, I don't think so either. With every piece that gets traded, the effect of black's dark square control gets diminished, right? Every piece, okay, big deal. You've got a bishop on g3. If it sits alone, it's not participating, you know, in the rest of the battle.
Yeah, look at that chair shaking. Look at the chair wobbling for Sam Sevian. 3 minutes apiece, literally dead even on the clock. Dead even on position, dead even on the clock. Were we not dead even? On the scoreboard. Sam Sevian has to win.
And I think maybe the best middle ground is to trade on a6, Levy. And I just wanted to show that knight c6 doesn't fail tactically. You can't take because of the check on c5. But you could just say, big deal. Okay, you're attacking my queen. I'm moving the queen back. What exactly have you achieved? I think Sam has to do better than that. So I'm guessing he might make a neutral move, such as rook a8, maybe rook fd8 to preserve the possibility of a discovery. He's got to make a decision fast, though. He's now down 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and again, this happened last game. This happened last game where it was even, and he was completely winning. And now he's not completely winning, and he's going to get 1 minute down. We might have a total repeat. This is exactly the way that I thought Nihal Sarin was going to win this match. I did not think Nihal Sarin was going to play 25 moves of prep that Sam Sevian didn't know, put him away in 4 or 5 games. I thought it was going to come down to these tiny critical moments where Sam's better. Sam's completely winning, like last game. Or Nihal's a little bit better. And their time is ticking. And you got to be clutch. You got to hold your nerves. Nihal Sarin, I think, holds his nerves better than like anybody in this tournament, maybe not named Hikaru.
Yeah, no, I literally was opening my mouth to say that. At his age, and I'm a big, you know, I'm a fan of both players, but what impresses me especially about Nihal Sarin is just what you just outlined, that ability to keep his nerves and keep the objectivity. He's in a must-win scenario. He hasn't had too many of them, tons of money on the line. He continues to play the way he always plays. He doesn't artificially modify his style. He finds bishop a6.
By the way, Sam Sevian has spent about 50%
Yeah, we
of his
keep
clock.
talking. He keeps
50% of his clock time has been spent on this
again,
move.
Levy. It's happening again. He's down to 2 minutes. He's got to move.
Yeah, he's got to make a move. I'm sorry, it's getting to 60% of the remaining
getting
time.
stressful.
Yeah, this is just the Sevian. You got to make a move, man. You got to make a move.
Rook fd8. Again, your default should just be to make almost a semi-waiting move, but one that hopefully improves your position.
Yeah,
he's looking for something that's not there.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play this. It's exactly how he lost lost the last game. He's trying to be too forcing. Okay, rook d8 is reasonable as well. He doesn't want to play the b8 move because he just, it's an ugly move.
It is. No, I like rook fd8, and I think he could very seriously contemplating dropping that bishop back to f6. It's done its job on h4. I think you have to try to win this game down the d file, and for that to happen, you're going to have to find a good way to get rid of this knight on d4. Ball is back in Nihal's court. What does he do? It's not easy for him either.
Yeah, logically what you want to say here is, Nihal, you got to keep the clock, right? Like, I mean, you see Savion is tanking, but Nihal, like, somehow just also may not have the best time management skills. He will happily get down to 10 seconds on the clock, and he has the nervous system.
To it.
Yeah, he has the nervous system to get out of it, but I'm good at, put the pressure on him as well. He's got to play fast.
But does he have the nervous system to keep his queen on a6, or will he withdraw that queen and bring it back to e2? There's nothing inherently wrong with keeping the queen on a6. I would even consider moving the king to h1 in order to eliminate this old friend knight c6. Then you can take on c6, and there's no more check on c5. But that is a ice-cold prophylactic move, and with 2:45 on the clock, is Nihal going to want to do something a little bit more drastic than that?
King h1, despite there being no danger whatsoever playing this move, it feels weird to put your king on a light square when everything is on a light square, and the bishop, and you're like, oh, I'm going to get mated over there. Yeah, the queens don't teleport, all right? Nope. They move in many directions. They don't teleport. It's a hard move to play. You never want to play king h2 because you allow bishop g3 check. But believe it or not, I'm not even sure that's good for black to play bishop g3 because knight e2 back. So
yeah, the bishop is banished to the island and it can't get back into the game. But queen e2 to me, my eye keeps getting caught by that move. You bring the queen back to home base, and again you say, hey, Sam, what is going to be your next step toward improving your position? Let me answer my own question.
These guys got to hurry it up, man. They can't, literally, they're spending all their time. Both guys, 60 seconds, percent, of their remaining time has been spent. They're about to be dead even again. Nihal deliberately, seemingly does this.
He can't help it. He's addicted to it. But let me tell you, I think what worries him is the prospect of black doubling rooks on the d file.
Oh, you're not scared about losing the knight?
Well, I mean, if the queen moves back from a6.
Yes.
If the queen moves back to a6, which it just did.
Wow.
I think Sam might go rook d7, double rooks, play c5, and say, I am going to just smash you down the d file.
Yes, 146 each. I feel like it was just 346 each. They're just losing their time together. They're going hand in hand.
Excellent move. Excellent move by Sam Savion, expanding on the queen side and controlling the b3 square, knifing his way into white's position.
And a3 is not a great move because this bishop, in the long run, will eat every one of these pawns.
It will. Any endgame. Name it. You're absolutely right, Levy. Now the bishop has a clear dream scenario. Get it to c1 in an endgame.
Wow, the eval apparently is minus 1.2 with a queen e5, queen c5 maneuver, and then there's no knight coming to b3, and there's no b2 to b4. The queen can live on c5 forever.
Yep, that's an excellent square, and to make matters worse, the bishop, I'm indicating the move. He's played the move. Bishop back to f6, harassing the knight on d4. And Levy, if the knight moves back to c2, not to sound like a broken record, but if the d-file opens up, black is more active. Black is better poised to exploit that d-file opening up.
Sam's getting nervous again. You can tell. You can tell he's kind of leaning forward. He's got the hand there again. He's like, I know I'm better, all right? I don't care if I'm down 4 games, or rather 4 games to 3, not 4 games, but he's lost 2 of 3 games today, but he knows he's better. He's got to keep that composure. He's now up on time. Nihal to move.
Nihal to move, 70 seconds on the clock.
Why not queen c4? Isn't that just a very natural move? What are you worried about there? Oh, the knight has gone back.
And now black can bring his own knight into the game, which Sam Savion does without delay.
He's taking over the game. He's taking over the game.
He is for now, but Nihal is still pretty solid. Sam in a must-win scenario. Even a draw does not satisfy him. If Sam wins, we go to a second Armageddon.
Yeah, knight c6, queen c5. The position's going to play itself. Queen b5.
95.
Back. Yeah, 95. And then rook a5. Yes. Oh, my goodness. We're on the same page there.
You could even go queen c5 check and get a queen trade. Looks bad because it ruins the pawn structure, but it opens up the b file.
What? How is the queen not trapped? Oh, my goodness.
Rook a5, what happens there? The queen can go back to e2.
You just go, getting booted.
And then it'll be harder for black to double on the d file. I think Nihal is actually luring. He's luring the rook to a5. 1 minute now for both sides.
Yes, and he wants knight to d5, which looks scary, but I'm not sure that's like a great square. You could just move some pieces and get booted.
Well, but I would play c6. I wouldn't take the chance with a minute left. I would just go c6 here, stop the knight from getting to d5, play it safe, and knight c4, Levy, you called it. Queen c5 check, always going to be there, unless white moves his king, which maybe Nihal will.
Yes, c6, king h1. Don't even think about it. Just king to h1.
Yeah, king h1, but then queen c5 is still possible preemptively.
But how do you stop the move queen c5?
You can't. Yeah. You just have to fasten your speed belts.
Yeah, fasten those speed belts.
I hope they're fastened tight. 45 seconds now for both sides.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. These guys are going hand in hand to the depths, and this is what we wanted when we knew that this match was going to be upon us in the first round of the quarterfinals.
But the air, it's getting harder and harder to breathe for Nihal Sarin. Sam continues to grab space and control key squares. Will Nihal play a move like c4, trying to just break open the position in Sam Sevian's time pressure.
Yeah. This is the same structure we had in the game yesterday, by the way. He had the C6 pawn was on C4, and he was completely restricted. But it was the other way, right? It was the reverse. Just C4, he's looking to break out.
Amazing move. What amazing just sense of the position for Nihal. This is exactly what he has to try, Levy. The problem is that if white takes on b5, the d5 square opens up again. I don't think black can afford to get that knight to d5 in this version.
And the thing for Sevian is he's nervous because he knows what his opponent is. You ever catch a big fish? I don't really go fishing. It starts flapping around, and that's basically the equivalent of Nihal Sarin. He finds the one way to get counterplay.
And that record is playing through Sam Sevian's head. It's happening again. It's happening again. He's got to put it out of his mind. The c file is open. The c6 pawn is weak. Look at Nihal.
He was so afraid of allowing the knight to d5, even if it wasn't the best move in the position, that he ended up taking with the rook.
And now he's introduced major long-term weaknesses on his king side. The knight acrobatics from Nihal Sarin as he maneuvers his knight to a better square.
Okay, 5.
Now Nihal's improving his position. I still think black's in good shape, though.
Yeah, I think at some point black has to play g5, g4. Let's not forget about that attacking idea.
I would also contribute that bishop e7 is possible, dislodging the knight from b4, and maybe black can shift the pressure from the d file to the b file.
And now king g7.
10 seconds for Nihal.
These are pass-back nervous moves with 15 seconds
G5.
each. They are dead even.
I would go g5. I would step on the gas pedal. No, he steps on the gas pedal, but on the queen side.
Knight takes a4!
Oh, there was a tactic.
Knight takes a4, but knight d3 played.
Oh, that's a good move too, though, Levy, because f4 is hanging with tempo. You can't go knight e3.
Oh my gosh. Knight takes a4 once again, by the way.
There was knight c5.
Oh, knight e3 there, and now g4 is upon us.
G4 has to happen. 9 seconds for Nihal to deal with the explosion on the king side. This is looking good for Sam.
Wow, this is looking fantastic.
Knight d1, what a calm move.
Wow, GH? GH?
GH, you got to open up the king side. You got to ignore that knight on e3.
C5 on the board. He allows the knight to d5, but now he can take it.
Not a great move, though. Sam with 2 seconds, bishop to g5.
Oh, Sam's losing his nerves.
He is totally losing his nerves.
And he's lost the knight. And
GH?
He's going to lose a pawn, too. Rook b3, but there's got to be some. Knight f5 check. Knight f5 HG.
Check.
That's it.
Well, not quite, because the rooks are hanging, though.
No, but the rook hangs on a5 and queen h6.
Nihal throws in rook d6. What an excellent intermezzo.
Yes.
Attacking the queen.
Oh, Sam's chucking the queen for the 2 rooks.
But remember, a draw doesn't satisfy him. I think Nihal can just queen d1 and perpetual on d7.
Oh my gosh, queen d1 is a disgusting move.
It's perpetual.
It's perpetual check.
Unbelievable. He did it again.
Queen d1 is a savage move with 7 seconds on the clock.
Sam has to try to move his king to g5, but Nihal's not going to let him do it. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. That's all she wrote.
Yep, geometric draw here, and Nihal Sarin, by the slimmest of margins, knocks out Sam Sevian.
Can you believe, you know where it all started? c4. That was the golden move, just sensing the exact moment.
Yep,
and Sam Sevian
can't believe it. I mean, Sevian probably has never played a player with that degree of resilience.
Listen, he's done it himself. This is what Sam Sevian is known for. The roles just reversed, and Nihal Sarin has just won his first CGC match. This is insane.
Yeah, and he's won, I think, what is it, $25,000?
Yeah, just with that trick, just with that move c4.
Just incredible stuff. He literally was down to a point in this game, and in this match, when he had one move for like 5 positions, and he kept finding it.
This was just... I mean, this is going to take a while for me to settle in. You can see Nihal Sarin there. The concentration, the just ice water in his veins, Levy. These cliches cannot be repeated enough because he keeps doing it again and again and again. It's insane.
Yeah, Sevian can't believe it. I can't believe it.
I can't believe it either.
Yeah,
we have the results there.
We got all the scores. we called this, right? We from the top down, right? We know that Hikaru Nakamura 5-2 versus young Krzysztof Duda. Wesley So 4.5, 1.5. They will meet in the semifinals. Dominant displays from them, putting away matches in 7 and 6 games respectively. But we have Nihal Sarin taking it down in literally the slimmest of margins just now against Sam Sevian, and we have Radjabov Giri all tied up.
Just incredible matches all around. The Nakamura and Wesley matches were our lopsided ones. Nihal has just secured the win, and we will have one Armageddon, ladies and gentlemen. But I'd like us to revisit what we just saw. This brilliant defensive display for the umpteenth time by the Indian Grandmaster, and it all started in the position that's in front of you, Levy. Black is making progress. He's controlling squares. It's looking good for Sam. And then the unthinkable happens again.
Yeah, from here, Nihal played just sublime chess. C4, only move. And then we got queen to e6, a trade, the constant threat of knight d5.
That was the point of c4. You want to carve out that square.
Yes, exactly. And now you get him to play rook b5, and now you've created 2 targets, a4 and b5, knight b1. What a ridiculous move.
This is a hard move to find in a classical game. He finds it with 8 seconds left.
Yeah, knight b1.
Now people know what I'm up against when I play bullet with Nihal.
Yeah, and from this point forward, look at this. Knight c3, rook a5, And it still looked like Sevian was
But
pushing.
so good, but Rook C1, just making small improvements.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, Rook C1 on its own is a brilliancy. Just to play Rook C1 and Rook FD1 and all this stuff.
He's just improving his position. Sammy tried to get his knight to E3.
Now, there were some tactics.
There were some tactics.
But enough, all right? They got 10 seconds. Like, you know,
we'll give him more credit.
Yeah, and right here, with G4, it really felt like this. Like, if Nihal is black in this game, not in this game against Sevian, but just against most people, he's going to win because Rook rotating from A5 to G5 and then Rook rotating to H8 from B8. And then Sevian, the nerves.
Knight B1 and Knight D1.
Yeah, Knight B1, Knight D1, and then the move here that lost him the game was C5.
Yeah.
C5 shut the door on his Rook, shut the door on the on his attack, and the D5
Shut the door on
square.
the match. And the only other move was GH. This is what he had to do. He had to open up the king side. And guess what? We could be singing a completely different tune in a position like this.
Yep.
But again, it's a battle of nerves. Sam Sevian makes that impulsive decision, lets the knight get to D5. And once Nihal eliminates the pawn and gets his knight to F5 and his rook to D6, this was exquisite play by Nihal. And he forces a perpetual to win the match.
Yeah, and just one more time. I mean, there was Queen D1 there, but that's all I wanted to show. But just
It was
unbelievable
amazing.
nerves.
Just amazing nerves. Nihal Sarin punches his ticket to the next round, and we will have Armageddon for you. But before we take a quick break and move on to Armageddon, Brave means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page and video you visit, even on YouTube. No ads means up to 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, and faster playback. It means 35% longer battery life while saving on mobile data and internet bandwidth for Android, iOS, and desktop. Get the best browser for gamers, streamers, and creators. Switch in 60 seconds at brave.com/chess. When we come back, oh my lanes, it'll be Armageddon time here at the CGC quarterfinals. Who will move on to the semifinals? Will it be Anish Giri? Will it be the resurgent Timur Radjabov? Only one way to find out, and we will find out when we come back to the CGC.
Hey guys, welcome to the Madison. It meets every Wednesday. We call it the Maddie. Great place for just like a hangout. I love the atmosphere. Casual, you can like grab a beer, have some fries, crush some noobs in chess. And right now they're running a Blitz tournament. That's a great place to hang out. Every Wednesday, they host it right here at the Madison. And as you can see behind me, we're in full session here. It's a great place. A lot of people have dropped into this very location, including Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura as recently as, I believe it was last week or a week before. And then guys like me also come once in a while. So it's a fun place to hang out.
Check out Chess.com's newest mobile release for Android and iOS, now with Game Review. Game Review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played.
Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. Use retry mistakes to get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Game Review is available today on both Android and iOS. Download our app and try it yourself.
Armageddon here at the Chess.com Global Championship in Toronto. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. Anish Giri there, deep in thought on camera. He will be facing off against the Azeri Grandmaster Timur Radjabov, playing from Belgrade, mounting a ridiculous comeback. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, we need to review our Armageddon format. In Armageddon, the players bid on time, and the lowest bid, the player who bids the lower time, has the black pieces. White, on the other hand, starts with 15 minutes always, regardless of what the player with white bid. Black plays with draw odds, which means that if the game is drawn, Black wins the game. Here alongside International Master Levy Rosman covering the Armageddon for you. Levy, this is really the moment we've all been waiting for. Speed belts? Quick speed belt check. It's fast.
Speed belts.
Listen, okay, great.
Absolutely fastened. Folks, you have to understand, chess is this very unique game, sport, whatever you want to call it, where we've got to find a way to break draws or ties in unique styles. So what usually happens is you take a game format and you cut the time in half, and then in half again, and then less and less and less. In something like the World Cup of chess, that's usually what happens. But here, you'd just be sitting here for hours and what, you got to play 7-minute, 5-minute, 2-minute, right? No, we're just going straight to Armageddon. Now, this season, Armageddon has had probably 11 minutes as the most popular, right? But 7 minutes was once bid by Vishy Anand, and he ended up losing that
at
match.
the CGC.
Yes.
Losing to Pavel Pankratov. Great memory by you. And Anish Giri and Timur Radjabov, two of the most accurate, stable players on tour at the top. I don't think either of them is going to be bidding 7 minutes.
No.
They're super solid. We are going to review their rapid insights. Anish, the more experienced player, but look at their average accuracy. Levy, is it any surprise that the match is tied?
No, it's dead even. And Anish has obviously a much bigger sample size, about 3.5 times, but they make very, very, very few bad moves. Now, Anish's games tend to be a little bit more wild. That is true. And oftentimes when he plays black, actually, he has played many aggressive games. One of the best wins of his life against Magnus Carlsen. That was some years ago, but it was a very, very aggressive game. And I made a video about it, and Anish commented that he loves me. So that was adorable. Yeah, so that's why he has a little bit more wild games than Timur. But Armageddon is just... I mean, all bets are off. This is the 9th game. That is the maximum amount of time at the Chess.com Global Championship that it takes to decide a match. And I believe we've got eyes on Giri.
We do have our eyes on Giri, Anish Giri.
Who doesn't, by the way?
Yeah, who doesn't? Fiddling there with his headphones. And the players are making their bids. Anish Giri is putting on those headphones, getting set. We will be telling you what the players bid. And here it comes. We're getting the bids right now. We're getting the bids right now as Anish Giri gets settled into his chair, ready to play. Who will have white? Who will have black? This is a huge decision, Levy. Everything is on the line. We have the bids. Anish Giri has bid 13 minutes.
And 1 second.
And 1 second indeed.
So not going too low. So he wants black, but he doesn't want it that badly.
Not at all, I would argue, because the most common bid you called is like 11, 12 minutes. I actually think he really wants white.
Yeah, but why didn't he bet 14 then?
Yeah, I guess if he really wanted white, he would bet 14. So he's like, I'm fine playing black, but I don't want my time deficit to be almost anything. And Timur Radjabov, his bid. Drum roll, please, ladies and gentlemen. His bid. Whoa!
Wow, we just got word that Timur Radjabov's bid, if we can get that on the screen, is 1430. He wanted white a whole hell of a lot more.
He didn't want no negotiations.
Wow.
Cut me out of that business. I'm playing with white. I don't care that a draw loses me the match. I want the time advantage.
Wow, that's huge. So Anish actually, maybe Anish thought Timur would want white. Maybe Anish knew Timur struggled with the black pieces. And yes, he won that game with the black pieces, but that game was crazy. And he said, you know what, I'm happy. I'm going to have 13 minutes. So I'm going to get black. I'm going to get a full result in my favor. Think about that. Chess has 3 results. Win, lose, draw. You can't just seize 2 of them.
Nope.
That's ridiculous. And you only have to give away a minute 59. I actually think you got a great deal.
That is a phenomenal deal. He got Boardwalk and Park Place for a pretty low price. I think Anish has to be happy. But Timur, in their first game of the day, Levy, or was it their second game of the white pieces, demonstrated some amazing preparation in the Nimzo Indian. I mean, he was basically winning by the time that the preparation ended. So I think we're going to see D4 from Timur. Here's the moment where it's revealed he is playing D4, and will Giri modify the Nimzo Indian?
Ooh, wow.
We are off, folks.
Why knight F3?
Yeah, I know he didn't play C4, but Giri.
And he's G6, not even going for E6. This
Nope.
is so fascinating. Wow, Radjabov must regret playing C4.
Yeah,
I mean,
Bishop
sorry. Not regret playing knight F3 in the second move. Wow.
But maybe that was his strategy all along. The Tory attack.
Yeah.
Levy, not a frequent guest at the top, but a really good Armageddon opening because you're guaranteeing kind of a long positional grind, which is good for the side of the time advantage.
Yeah, now the question is, will Anish play D5, right? That's kind of the Grunfeld move, which is D7, D5, controlling white from playing the move E4. If you do play D6, there could be E4 stuff. Wow, just castles.
So he's giving white the choice, and
oh no, he's going
Timur's punting.
He's going King's Indian with it.
Boy, he's playing King's Indian setup, and E3 by Timur. Very modest approach. E4 is a legitimate move there, but Timur kind of going London system style.
Yes.
Obviously, a very similar structure to the London system. Is the bishop better on H4, F4? That is debatable. That's why both of these openings are entirely possible. And a trade on D4, a pawn imbalance created in the center. What do you make of this?
Yeah, and now see, if black's pawn was on D5, we would have an exchange Caro Khan, right? That's what we would have. Instead of that, we have, well, I don't really know. Like, what opening is this from, basically?
Yeah, this is an odd structure. The benefit of having the pawn on D6, of course, is that black can push the pawn up to E5 and grab space in the center, but that move comes with a price tag.
He's inducing D5.
Yeah, he wants him to play D5.
He prefers that Anish turn the game into a Caro Khan style position rather than being able to play the move E5.
Very interesting. And guess what? There's the other consideration. There's no increment in Armageddon.
Yes.
0 increment. So every second is gold, and he's trying to force Anish into making a lot of these early decisions.
Yes.
And maybe extend his time advantage.
Queen b6 is a very natural move. Pawn on b2 is hanging. You can defend it by moving your queen or your rook, and he does in fact move his queen. Wow.
Ooh. But now if black's queen drops back, you have to reckon with this knight a5 threat.
Oh, yeah. And now, just like we had the crab last game with h5 and a5, or the lobster, we have knight a5, knight h5 potentially, and this bishop suddenly hits nothing. It's hitting nothing, and it can't even go back to g3.
No, because after knight takes g3, your entire king side is going to be ruined. I think Radjabov missed queen c7. This is a big moment in the opening. Anish has solved his opening problems. That's not up for debate. But is black actually even better here? You could play rook b8, Levy, and b5 before he goes e5.
Yeah, that's a natural move. And again, something like d takes e5. White sort of doesn't want to do that really, but also kind of has to. Yeah, you kind of have to.
Because if you castle here, well, I guess e4 is not really possible because bishop takes f6, and Timur exploits that. He does castle. Maybe we'll see your move, knight f6 to h5.
Yeah, but is that an Anish move? This is always comes back to this. Like Anish sticks to a style, and it's gotten him top 10 in the world. But
it has.
How do you break away from yourself?
Yeah,
I don't know.
But we have seen him rise to the occasion, though, Levy. I mean, he played g4 in that French game, which he ended up losing tragically. But we've seen Anish, we've seen Anish put on different types of hats.
Knight h5 on the board. I'm so excited.
Knight h5 is on the board. Now, you could argue the drawback of that move is that it gives up the e4 square. But knight e4 just doesn't look appetizing at all. There's knight takes d4 ideas.
No,
this is a great position for Anish.
Radjabov has beaten people like this his whole career with black. Now he's facing down the entire rook c1.
Rook c1 out of necessity, not because he wants to play this move.
Yeah, but I mean that move. Like, what happens if black doesn't take on d4?
well, then white, I guess, goes rook f1 and
Yeah,
just
but
make
what
these
is the
slow
rook on
improving
c1 doing?
moves.
You're going to have to play rook d1 anyway.
Okay, it's prophylactic, preventing e takes d4.
No, but I can't get behind that. I mean, g5, Anish has to start firing. But
There it goes.
You know what's tough here? Timur is making Anish play for the win.
Yeah, but that's exactly how you approach the Armageddon. I think anybody will tell you that you cannot play for the draw from the outset. If you have a perpetual, you take it, but you play the way you normally would in a classical game. You don't artificially modify your approach. And is he going to snap that bishop off the board, or is he going to let the bishop live another day?
I actually think Armageddon, there's no strategy involved. Like, I know there are meta strategies, but in Armageddon, the players are too nervous, and it's and the audience is nervous. I just saw that chat. I'm nervous. I mean, producers are nervous.
Heart
for
is
totally
beating a
separate
million
reasons.
miles an hour, yeah.
I mean, our parents and relatives are nervous watching us up here. Everybody's nervous. Hotel is nervous, that we pay our fees. Bishop f5. Okay, so Anish chooses not to take at all, but why would you let the bishop escape?
Yeah, but Timur took exactly half a millisecond on bishop h2. He says, you don't want to take it?
Wait, why did he let the bishop escape, though? This is...
Well, I think some people would say, the bishop is passive, but the bishop has a lot of potential energy because it was hitting the e5 pawn. Now Giri invites Timur to trade on f4.
Right.
But I'm anticipating a move like rook fe1. I think Timur is going to try to keep the tension here and continue trying to milk Anish's clock. I still like black's position for the record.
I don't know you could milk a clock. That's a very interesting rook fe1. We're going to stick to the chessboard here. Yeah, and if bishop takes f4, by the way, which way do you take with? Because my first instinct is to take with this pawn to remove the tension, but it's, I mean, gf and something down the g file.
Absolutely.
Hello.
I would go gf, and look at how solid your center is in that case.
Yep.
My problem with Timur's position is that I don't really see a plan. He's kind of making these wishy-washy amorphous moves that they're about to run out. They already have run out. What is his next piece that he's going to move? Even if Anish plays a move like a6, which I think he very well might.
Yep. The problem is black's position is very much your style of chess, right? Anish would prefer, yeah, again, he's always going to make that, but see now, like that slight improving move, and apparently black can, yeah.
Well, the time might be ripe for bishop takes f4.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, he takes on e5 first. Okay, is there some like tricks here? I'm trying to find like some way to take on e5.
Well, there's the g5 pawn guarding the knight as well. And if you take on f4 now, Levy, the drawback of trading on e5 preliminarily is that now I think Anish will take with the e pawn, and the open d file only favors one side. Black's pieces are more active. Black is more than happy to have both of the center files open. I don't know if Timur had a follow-up in mind. I don't like d takes e5 at all.
Again, I don't think there's much strategy involved. I think it's just a nerve-wracking experience. Honestly, you kind of look at the clock a lot because there's no increment. So, yeah, you're definitely looking at knight e4, but just an improving...
Rook a d8?
Yeah, rook a d8. It's the only piece that hasn't moved yet.
Actually very important because bishop f8 would get you would get forked on f6.
Yes.
So rook a8 comes just in time.
Anish does see that, yep.
I think Timur might have forgotten about rook a8. I mean, the confidence with which he took on e5, and now he's taking his time, rook d8.
Yeah, and a rook a8 Anish would have played anyway. So, right, he plays that move, and d6 is now completely covered, and life is good.
Life is good. Time on the clock.
What is
pretty good.
What is it? Okay, thank you.
There he goes. I mean, it's the nerves. You called it.
You know, we started the game with a 1:59 time difference, and normally what happens in Armageddon is black catches white. It's just what happens. But by the time black catches, like you catch up on the clock, right? Like the position is already not so great for black. In this case, Timur is just pushing and pushing and pushing the time advantage.
He's trying his best, but until Anish gets to 5 minutes, I'm totally unconcerned about the time situation. B4, like this move by Timur, he's trying to make lemonade out of this situation. It's a tough situation. His pieces aren't good. A5, Anish saying, I'm not giving a mile here. I'm not giving an inch.
Wow. B5 is just... he's basically saying this B5 idea is bad. That's what he's saying.
Why exactly is it bad?
Well, that's what he's saying. I mean, what else can you play here?
No, that is totally what he's saying. Does he want to go like knight c6 back to b8 and open up an attack on the bishop, then maybe reroute? Exactly. Use the dark squares on c5?
I'm so confused. I'm confused by everything that's going on.
b3. Timur keeps the tension, aims at the f7 pawn.
Yeah, the problem is Anish's strategy did not have this in mind, because now if you play... Oh my gosh, he's opening up the rook.
That's a big move. He's opening up the c file. Hey, Levy, you asked why the rook was on c1. He saw up to this point, of course.
I don't like that, but I get it. Now, a3 maybe by white? What else can you do?
And you could be visited by this old friend. Bishop takes f4, forces now g takes f4, because ef4 runs into knight takes g5.
Yes,
discovery on the queen.
Yes, not knight on f3. Holds the knight on g5 and the rook on e1. Does everything.
So what I would do, I would snap the knight off and maybe reposition the light squared bishop to d5, start pressuring the knight, and really justify the placement of White's rook and the white knight on f3 doing such an important task. It's guarding the d4 square.
Yes, the problem is that if Anish at any point can make a draw, that's really bad news. So Timur has to always struggle with the fact that his opponent can try to find a way to trade everything. That's not usually the case in chess. A draw is a draw. A draw is not a draw in Armageddon.
Nope, a draw is a win for the black side, and we remind you that this is our only Armageddon between Radjabov and Giri as the game enters the early middle game stage. Speed belts fasten. Timur contemplating his next move. Bishop takes f4. Very committal.
Yep.
Very committal decision.
Yeah,
Will he play it?
Time, by the way, is
No.
yeah. He doesn't. And there's knight d4
Whoa.
snap
Immediately.
Yeah, Anish not concerned about discovered attacks on his queen. Once again, Danya and I have been saying this all day. If there's nothing actually substantial, there is no threat.
Yeah, an X-ray alone isn't going to, put bread on the table. A trade on
Unless
d4?
you get paid per X-ray.
Unless you get
in which
paid
case,
per X-ray.
Yeah, it literally will put bread on the table. So f3 now, I guess, by white?
I suppose you have to play f3, but then Anish, I think, doubles on the d-file, and he asks Timur politely, how are you going to win this position? Everything is compact, everything is solid,
It's
no
not polite.
weaknesses.
It's not polite anymore. Ain't nobody being polite. They're friends, but not right now. You got no
Not
friends on the
right now.
chessboard.
And guess what? In a normal game, Timur would probably take on f4 and calmly make a draw with rook d1 casually. That's totally out of the window. How is he going to generate chances here?
He is, now it's 40 seconds between him and Anish. This is that part of the Armageddon game where black catches up to white.
This ain't looking good for Timur at all. And I'm not just saying that because, the eval bar is showing -0.2. It's the type of -0.2 advantage that you have. You have an incredibly easy-to-play position with black with no targets. That's the worst thing for white in an Armageddon game.
Yeah, Stockfish doesn't understand what Armageddon is, right? Stockfish just needs a chessboard. That's its only job in life, is just look at this chessboard. It's kind of a depressing life, actually. But yeah, if you told Stockfish right now that black actually wins this game if a draw happens, it's going to be -1. It's going to be -2. Timur knows that, so he plays a move like this. And, well, it's now better for black. But it was better for black when a draw was on the table as well.
Yeah, I mean, Timur's strategy at this point, keep the tension for as long as possible, get this game into a time scramble.
Again, the best move here for black, you see it and I see it. It's King H8 and Bishop G6. Are those, what?
Yeah, well, they're part of the plan to play f7, f5 and push the knight away.
But is Anish going to play for f5? That's my question. Is he going to play for f5?
I think he's going to double his rooks.
Right, exactly. Oh, Bishop
he played
G6! Wow! Well, it also could be prophylactic, right? Various tricks here, but yes, in general...
It does a lot of... I mean, it doesn't hurt life. I mean, it protects the f7
Wow.
pawn. Even if you don't move your king on the next move,
yes,
Bishop G6 is not going to hurt you. It's a solidifying move. I still think he might play Rook D8 on the next move. It totally depends on what Timur does. Maybe Timur should contemplate the move Knight C5. Maybe he takes the knight on f4. I'll point out, Levy, that after Bishop f4 EF, there's knight f6 check. Obviously, Anish still will play the move G takes f4.
One more thing I want to point out.
Please
Bishop G6, there's various tricks of here, getting a queen to h4 and Bishop h5, which didn't used to exist. You get the queen out and then f3, and you seal the white position, and you start hammering home over here. But of course, that's very sharp. Do we need all that? I don't know. Time is even.
Time is totally even. Now Timur down on the clock for the first time in this Armageddon game. He needs magic. He needs a miracle at this point, and I'm not even exaggerating. This position is as watertight as it gets for Mr. Giri.
Yeah, something's going to happen in the next 5 moves.
Yeah.
Something's going to happen.
Timur has just artificially explode this position, but you can't just sack all of your pieces. You're just going to lose. You actually have to pose problems for black.
It's not easy.
How on earth do you do that?
Yeah, you pose a problem like Bishop b5, he just plays Rook d8.
Problem solved.
Yeah, problem solved. Now what? I mean, g3, he takes on h3. Bishop f4, he's just going to take with the g-pawn, so...
Yeah. I don't see a single move, and neither does Timur Radjabov.
Maybe Bishop b5 and then a rook goes to c5. There's like 0 threat, but it's an idea.
Ooh, there's ideas there with rook d4 to d3, trying to trap the queen. But I think you're absolutely right. Anish isn't going to seek adventures out when he can just make solid moves. Bishop h5 also in the mix, as Canty would say.
Yeah.
Queen could get trapped if a white rook lands on e3. As we're talking, Timur Radjabov, who had 2 minutes up on the clock at the start, is actually down on time.
He's down a full minute. It's a 3-minute turnaround. It's a positional turnaround. God, I love this event.
He has no idea what to do. I know, this is amazing. But he has no idea what to do. The worst sign is when white is worse than an Armageddon and has less time.
Hey, we got colleagues in the chat. GMJX. That's, of course, Jeffrey Zhang saying commentary team is fire. Guess what? It would be more fire if he was right here.
Absolutely.
B6.
But Anish's position is fire right now. Look how quickly he's playing. He's not even hesitating.
Yeah, and you know, that knight went from the center, and I think it's getting slapped directly back into the... No, he goes this way. He goes this way.
Okay. I can get behind this, but just rook d6. Again, the problems that Radjabov is posing are just one-move threats right now.
Yes. Yes, and he's hoping, he's desperately hoping Anish does something crazy, and Anish not doing anything crazy.
Not doing anything crazy. I think he's just going to keep it going with rook d8. That old idea, king h8 and f5, still very much, again, still very much in the mix. You could try to push your pawn to e4. Black is kind of spoiled for choice.
I just want to show something real quick. Let's say White says, "I'm too much stressed over here. I'm gonna go make a queen because I read in a book somewhere that you just get obliterated. You just get demolished."
And bishop d3, rook d3, Levy.
Yeah.
And it's not a rook e3 exists, but then the b4 pawn hangs.
Yeah, then you just lose b4.
So rook takes e3 and queen takes b4.
You try. What? Yeah. Okay.
Again, one move threats. Oh, rook d8 is there? Bishop f4 and queen f4. Let's pull up another analysis board really quickly. That is what Anish is thinking about. Bishop takes f4, gf, queen takes f4.
Oh, I think there's something here, but
Well, guess what? Worst comes to worst. You don't find anything? Take on f4. Go bishop b2. Is black really going to be worse? You're going to recapture a3. Look at your rooks. Look at your bishops. That knight on b3 is totally out of the game. No, this is incredibly, incredibly depressing for Timur. And Anish, I think he calculated precisely that line.
Yes.
And he has played rook e to d8.
And again, it's a must draw. It's just a must not lose situation for Anish. Once he finds bishop b2, doesn't even care about anything else. Doesn't care about anything else. Wasn't the best move. There was some queen a7 move, -2. He's not thinking about that. He is thinking about, I need to not lose this game.
Yeah, that's the incredible power of having the game literally changes. The rules of the game change. What you're looking for changes. You've talked about that. And Timur Radjabov, I think, coming to the realization that bishop takes f4 merely accelerates his demise. Just look at the position. Look at how black controls every single square in the center. Every square I'm highlighting is under black's control. Not to mention that knight d3 is now a legitimate threat, as is e4, as is bishop d3. White's position is in free fall.
I don't want to overly rely on the computer because it's annoying if I do. Besides the move bishop f4, which is the only reason the position is -1.6, Stockfish is literally saying knight a1. When that is your second best move, that's a problem, okay? What is knight a1?
I mean, it moves the knight away from the purview
you
of
just
black's
bring it home.
d6 rook. Yeah.
All right, come back.
Preparing for the next game.
And he has taken.
And he sees nothing better than to take. And the fact that Timur spent like a minute and a half on this one just means this is the best, the lesser evil.
Yes.
Now, e takes f4 isn't forced. There's queen a7.
Yeah, queen a7 is -1.7, and then you get in here. Will Anish play that, or will Anish play bishop b2? I predict bishop b2. He's been surprising us this game, though.
He has, and I think Anish has made this accent, put this accent on objective play. Can you blame him for this? Bishop b2 on the board?
Yeah, that's...
Anish,
how do you win this with white?
He's a couple of moves away. And to make matters worse, Levy, if you play rook c4 to attack the f4 pawn, the other bishop swoops in, whoop, bishop d3.
Yep.
Pinning, that's not a fork, that's a pin, against the bishop on b5. The rook has no squares. Timur is stumbling on his own feet, on his own pieces.
Oh, this is tough.
Rook c7,
yeah, rook
last
c7,
try.
Rook c7, but just take on a3.
Take on a3, maybe bishop c4? But then rook d1 check and bishop takes b4, I think.
Yeah, or even, can you... No, bishop f7 is check.
Oh, that line is painful. After bishop c4, I think, if I've calculated this correctly, check and bishop takes b4.
Yeah,
and if bishop f7, just move the king.
Yeah, I thought this as well.
It's over.
Yeah.
Now, Anish, you know, he had a position down in exchange. Here, he'll be up in exchange, withdraw. Timur is just going to resign if they reach this position. Bishop c4 has been played.
Wow.
Bishop c4 has been played.
Now, I think he can take on b4 first, by the way, right? With the same idea, with the same move order.
Yeah, bishop f7. Oh, that's beautiful. King f8, and then you have this check on the next move.
Yeah.
And that's precisely what Anish is calculating. 6.5 minutes, he's going to find it.
Yeah, rook d1 is
Let's go back to the live position.
Much more forcing, and of course... I don't know if there's a difference. That's why I thought bishop b4 to reserve the right to play rook d1, but maybe just rook d1, you don't even need to.
This might be the last problem that Anish Giri has to solve in the first round of the CGC. If he finds bishop takes b4, barring a force majeure, the game is over.
Yeah, he's going to be pumped. Dinner's on him tonight, by the way. If he pulls
it most
this off.
certainly is.
He gets a nice prize fund bump. I ain't paying for his mocktail and his dinner anymore.
After what he put us through, the 2 losses, and Anish double-checking, triple-checking. It's on the board, and it's your execution. He takes on b4 first.
And king f8. That's it. He's found it, and I think he's in the clear. I don't think there's anything else. I mean, white can play king h2 preemptively, but I still play rook d1.
And we'd be commentating this completely differently if this was a normal game, because black is not guaranteed to win that resulting position. Black is guaranteed not to lose. And I think Timur is simply going to resign after bishop takes h2. That's how hopeless this position is. There are literally negative winning chances for white.
No, white has nothing. No, because white has too many problems. Rook d1 and bishop and a free bishop on f7.
You can pre-move this.
Yeah, literally.
You can literally pre-move this.
Yeah. Can you actually?
I think you can, because the rook has no squares on the 7th. No matter what, even like rook e1, rook d1 is still actually good.
That's so funny. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you can literally pre-move rook d1. Wow.
Yeah, no words. 4 minutes now for Timur. His clock ticking down.
What a clutch game by him.
No, this was, I have to say, after the 2 losses, the stabilizing draw by Anish was such a good call. It gave him a little bit more time to rest, calm himself down. He played this like a pro.
Yeah, rook
I mean,
d1,
he is a pro.
A rook d1 check. That's it. He's just going to be up in exchange. Now, Radjabov will not resign. You said he was going to resign. He's not going to resign.
I exaggerated, of course, yeah.
Bishop d6 now. Just don't play rook d4.
Listen, if the time situation was flipped, I would say he has minuscule micro chances. Even with 3 minutes, Anish shouldn't have any problems here.
By the way, just real quick.
Yeah, please.
I just want to say, Anish is so nervous right now. Like any human being. F3 check.
And rook takes d4. And bishop takes g3. That ends it officially.
Oh, that actually does end it.
Sorry to cut you off.
No. You're completely
found
right.
it.
If no knight d4, I think that's it. It resigns.
Resigns.
He resigns.
He resigns.
Oh my goodness. Anish breathes a sigh of relief, and he has punched his ticket to the semifinals in the most dramatic of ways.
Wow, Anish taking a sip of water finally. He allows himself a smile, a modest smile indeed.
And a hug. Wow.
Oh my goodness, what an Armageddon we just had. What a performance by Anish Giri. It is official. He is through to the next round. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Levy. I have no words.
Yeah,
for what we just saw.
That was one of the most clutch, cold-blooded performances I think I've ever seen Black play in an Armageddon. Definitely helped by his bid. Fantastic bid. I think he knew Radjabov was going to try to get white. I think that's what it was, and we'll talk to him, but not right now. But we'll we'll talk to him in general, and we'll see if that was the strat. Just an unbelievably cold-blooded Armageddon game.
I would go so far as to say, as we see, it is official. We have updated the score. Anish Giri wins 5-4. This Armageddon might be the best quality game we've seen all match, including the non-Armageddon game, which is actually really rare. We see a lot of crazy Armageddons, and Anish had it under control from the very first moves. And that turning point, when he brought his queen back from b6 to c7, Levy, and the way he handled the middle game, I mean, you just got to take your hat off, no matter who you rooted for.
Yeah, I mean, just super, super well done by him. Just fantastic nerves, and I think we're going to take a look at...
oh my goodness!
All the scores.
All the scores, indeed.
Wow. I'm so tired. I can't imagine how they feel.
I can't either. But the quarterfinals are complete, Levy. They are complete. Hikaru Nakamura, he wins his match. Wesley Timur loses the Armageddon to Anish. Levy, this is a feast for the eyes. This scoreboard.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, okay. Let me just recap real quick everything that happened. Hikaru jumped out to a 4-0 lead. We thought it was over in one game today. It wasn't. Duda won 2 and got it back to 4-2, and the 7th game was really close as well. That match had 7 decisive games. Wesley So turned it around after a very topsy-turvy first game. It took 6 to put away Dmitry Andreikin. I would say he was even more dominant than Hikaru, and his reward, besides 25K, is that he has to now play Hikaru. That's going to be a fantastic side of the bracket. We had Nihal Sarin ultimately taking down Sam Savion in one of the closest non-Armageddon matches I think I've ever seen in my life, showing off all his defensive capabilities. And last but not least, Anish Giri winning the Armageddon and delaying about 2 games,
Oh my goodness, what a quarterfinals we just had, Levy. And the greatest aspect of this might be that the tournament continues. This is not over, and things are going to get even more intense. Oh my goodness. Well, we're going to continue diving into stuff, but first we have Danny standing by with his thoughts. Danny and the gang,
Yes.
we go over to you.
Thank you, Danya and Levy. Man, that was I'm exhausted from watching you guys call that game. I know that Anish and Timur Radjabov are probably exhausted. Let me go around the horn real quick, remind everybody. Danny Wrench alongside Robert Hess, James Canty, and Amon Hamilton. This has been quite the day. The quarterfinals delivered, gentlemen. Let's remind everybody of what the scores were when things were all said and done for these matches. You already knew going into these last set of games that Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So moved on, both pretty dominant, despite maybe some weird or bumpy moments. Overall, they got the job done. They will face each other in the semifinals. And then Anish Giri defeats Timur Radjabov in an Armageddon game that had us on the edge of our seats out there. And Nihal Sarin completes the comeback he started at the beginning of the day by winning when it mattered most. I want to go back to that. We're going to go reverse order. We talked about it yesterday in that matchup where Nihal holds that game, a game he should have lost to Sam, and Levy said it was almost prophetic, and everyone had a feeling like, if that game got away from Sam, what will happen the next day? Turned out he couldn't hold off the comeback train that was Nihal Sarin.
No, he couldn't. And he had a winning position today as well. So for Sam Sevian, he had those opportunities. He shouldn't even have been here, right? Like, Levon Aronian knocked him out. He came back, and he still performed admirably. But Nihal Sarin was a man who was not going to be stopped. He may only be 18, but he plays some great chess.
What do you tell your boy Sam Sevian, right? You gotta be happy you were here. We know he wasn't just happy to be here, but you got to be happy you were here. It was a great match. What's your coaching?
I mean, at the same time, we got to keep our head high, right? We going home with a big check, right? So thanks to Chess.com, we getting some cake, some big cake, and drinks for everybody back home. Okay, right? So lots of money. It smiles there, but also at the same time, you're playing Nihal Sarin. He did take out Ding Loren. Okay, so Ding is actually like playing for the world championship. So I mean, of course, we lost. It happens. So now we just got to get better. That's all it's about.
Amon, your thoughts on these final moments here we just saw?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Sam Sevian can definitely be proud of the match that he put forth. He missed some opportunities. It did look, if I can make an observation, that he was a little bit nervous. Just in these games, he was here in Toronto. He felt that pressure, and it did feel like Nihal got locked in on day 2 today. So, he definitely put a good match forth, Danny. I don't think he can be too upset with a match that close.
Well, and we talked about, obviously, we highlighted the lack of getting the win in that last game yesterday, the fact that Sarin wasn't the most accurate player yesterday. You kind of had a feeling that the real Nihal hadn't stood up yet, but he did. Of course, a great event for Sam Sevian, but ultimately Sarin moved on. But there was another match that just came to a close as well. As we said, Anish Giri defeated Timur Radjabov in Armageddon, and he is standing by live with Nemo right now.
Thank you, Danny. I'm here with Anish. Congratulations on your win. So I wanted to ask, you bid 13.1 seconds for your Armageddon game. Do you have a strategy going into the bidding process? What colors do you prefer for Armageddon?
Yeah, I think there is probably like a time which is balanced, like in a default case. And in Norway Chess, we played this 10 versus 7 in that tournament, so they really thought about it. So I think that it's like something proportionate to that is the sort of the neutral kind of balance. But in a particular match, you have particular openings that you play, particular issues you face with white or black, the way the games go. So I think, given our bids by both of us, it seems we were both kind of okay with getting whites. I think he got a lot of chances with the white pieces. I also got a lot of chances. Even though, let's say, I lost my last white game, if it was in a must-win situation, I would be very happy with the outcome of the middle game and the opening. And the same for him. He didn't win all the white games, but in many he got some chances. So I wasn't surprised that a bid would be quite high. I think 13.01. I basically was thinking if he bids 13, I'm going to take white. It's fine. But if he bids 13.02, then okay, I'll take the black.
I love the reasoning for that. And yeah, absolutely. Your matches were super intense already. And the last Armageddon game was extremely hard fought. You played a really strong opponent. How do you feel about that Armageddon game?
Yeah, I'm really happy because at some point the match was slipping away from me. I was in a commanding position after the first game today. It was a good game too, so there were no worrying signs. But then I collapsed, but in a strange way. So I was collapsing, and in the middle game, but then in the end, I would get chances in both of these games, and I was down on seconds. And the last one, especially, like that, I had this exchange down position, like everything was already ready, and I just blundered this thing. So I was kind of collapsing. But then, first of all, Danny Rensch gave me another hug today, and hugs they really work, especially if they're from Danny, and also. I was really happy. I heard from my wife, my family is my kids were watching, So I thought, okay, I should show them a good example. But now it's really time to sleep because it's already almost 9, and I really hope if they're watching, they should really go to sleep because it is really late.
Yeah, it's always good to have hugs, and I'm really glad to hear that your kids are watching. So you are moving on to the semifinals. How do you feel about playing against Nihal Sarin tomorrow?
Yeah, I must say, I was I keep getting in a way lucky with the pairing. I mean, Nihal is a great player. Don't get me wrong, but given the lineup up front, getting him in the semifinal is an opportunity for me. And I'm really eager to play because he destroys me in a quicker time controls. He's a total beast, and it's impossible to handle him in a bullet match for me. But I think that this time control is maybe, I don't know, of course, him well enough, but I think this is the time control where we probably match our strengths. I hope so, at least. I think probably in the classical, I would think I'm still stronger. In the Blitz, he is stronger already. But maybe this rapid format is where we are evenly matched. But maybe I'm wrong, and I'll get smoked. We'll see. But I do think that I should have a good shot.
Well, thank you very much, Anish. It looks like hugs do help, and I'll throw it back to you, Danny.
Thank you, Nemo and Anish. That was a great interview. There's a lot to unpack there. Real quick on the hug. I got you, Anish. So what happened was yesterday he hadn't won yet, and he walked by me in the hall, and I'm like, "Hey, man, you need a hug?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'll give you a hug." And it became an inside thing. And then so, by the way, we're hugging each other in the dark there for those. That's another.
Chess After Dark?
I wish the lights were on. Never mind. Okay, what we did. Apparently hugs are good luck. So I did give Anish a hug. He turns it around. Shout out to Anish. Okay. But so there's a lot of great chess to unpack there. The comments he just made about Nihal Sarin, Robert, I want you to react first. Really interesting the way he gives Sarin the nod in Blitz, says maybe he's still stronger in classical, feels like this rapid matchup should be big, but also likes his chances.
Well, first and foremost, he talked about the lineup of opponents he's faced.
Right.
He got to play Pavel Pankratov, the upset specialist. And when you look at the round of 16, you don't expect Pankratov to be there, considering who he knocked off in Nordebek Abdusattorov and Vishwanathan Anand. So Anish is saying, wait, Hikaru and Wesley, I'm getting Nihal. That has to be the best matchup on paper, but not so fast. Nihal may only be 18 years old. He did very well in the Olympiad. He's growing as a classical player. And as I said, the rapid might be the perfect matchup for them because Nihal better in Blitz, Anish better in classical. Here comes rapid.
Canty, you're Sarin. You watched that interview. You see that Anish said he feels like he's gotten kind of lucky with the pairings. He'd rather be playing Nihal than either American left. What do you do if you're Sarin and you hear those words?
First, Sarin got the face. He's like, with the eyebrows, and then he'll do that, and then focus, and then I'm like, man, I feel disrespected. If you said that to me, really? Okay, right. I'm the easy pairing, huh?
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna come in here tomorrow with a little smile and be all nice, and then crush him. That's my goal.
Amon, your quick thoughts on that interview too, in the comments about Sarin.
I think chess needs more, direct comments like that. Hey, Giri has got to be the on-paper favorite, and it just doesn't get said out loud enough. So I'm glad he said it. I think it's probably true, objectively, and he's either going to eat his words, or he's going to have that, trash talk backed up and move it on to the next round.
You see how you put it out there too, right? About like, well, I might, but if I get smoked, if he does destroy me, I did say that.
He caught himself.
He has the contingency plans. He's like, I got a hug from Danny. My kids were up too late. I had to call back home. I was distracted.
But
he
so
said all that.
Last thing though, like how do you feel like these guys match up? We talked about the the trash talk or the emotions. How do you feel Giri and Sarin match up stylistically on paper?
It's a great question. I think that for Nihal Sarin, it's going to be a very tough pairing because Anish is very solid in the opening, extremely well prepared, and we saw in the match against Sevian, Nihal made some huge mistakes. Now, Anish made perhaps the biggest blunder with allowing his bishop to be captured and when he had a draw in the bag. So it's not like there are no mistakes coming from Anish Giri, but those mistakes tend to happen later in the scrambles, which Nihal thrives in, but earlier stages when they have a few minutes left on the clock, the more time, the better it is for Anish. That was his ultimate point. I agree with that. I don't think that means he's going to just win the match, but I do think that means he's the favorite.
Yeah, it's interesting because you could argue that both players are very battle-tested. Nihal Sarin had to make a comeback. He was trailing. Anish never trailed in this match, even though he did lose and win in Armageddon, right? So you have those questions. Who's going to be more battle-tested? The guy who had to win in Armageddon to get here? The guy who had to complete a comeback? It's going to be an interesting match, of course, and there's another interesting matchup as well. We want to talk about Wesley So and his battle with Hikaru Nakamura, but before we do that, we're going to throw things back over to Danya and Levy because they are waiting with the Brave Move of the Day.
We are indeed. Thank you, Danny. That was fantastic coverage and discussion. And we are indeed here for the Brave Move of the Day, in which we highlight a key move or set of moves that decided the outcome of one of our matches today. And we're going to dig into a crucial game in the match between Nihal Sarin and Samuel Sevian, a moment that turned this match around, a moment that secured victory for Nihal. The moment comes in the position in front of you, Levy. Seems like Nihal is worse. Seems like Sevian is the one turning the match around, about to tie it. And then, lo and behold.
Yeah, things are looking dark here for Sarin. They looked dark a couple of times in this match. And the only move on the board for him that doesn't lose on the spot is the move c4. And what he does with this move is he poses several problems to the black position. Are you going to bring a rook here? Are you going to take with the pawn and give up the control of the d5 square? And black has multiple choices, but time is ticking. And as a couple of trades come in, I almost want to give this a second brave move.
Let's
Can
do
we
it.
get 2 brave moves of the day?
I
The
think we
knight reroutes to a home square and goes back into the center of the board and starts posing problems, making Sevian play defensively. And to find these ideas with seconds ticking down on the clock, just incredible.
Yeah, this was amazing, and even the way he followed up. If we want a third move, brave move of the day, rook c1 and rook fd1. Look how generous he is. One rook steps away, making space for the other rook. With this move, Nihal completes the rearranging of his pieces. The landscape of the position changes completely. Sevian's queenside is now riddled with weaknesses, and although the position remained relatively unbalanced and topsy-turvy, Nihal kept his composure, and eventually, with more brilliant knight maneuvers, dropping his knight back to d1, eliminating Sam Sevian's remaining active piece. c5 was another mistake, and ultimately it was Nihal Sarin keeping the nerves alive and winning the match with just a brilliant, brilliant sequence. He is just a phenomenal player, especially in time pressure. Knight b1, c4, those were our brave moves of the day. Remember, it's time to make your move from Chrome to Brave. Try it now at brave.com/chess. And now we will send it back without further ado to our hosts in the playing hall. Danny, take it away.
Thank you, Danya. Great breakdown there. What a turnaround. Nihal Sarin, we were calling him mini Hikaru out there with his ability to resourcefully hold those weird positions. So again, amazing stuff. All right, well, let's talk about what that means for the bracket. We've already mentioned a few times the 2 guys who won earlier, Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, will be playing in that first semifinal matchup you see at the top. And then, of course, Anish Giri will be playing here from Toronto against the only man still standing in Serbia. That is Nihal Sarin. He will continue to join us from Belgrade. And so much to break down here. So, guys, let's talk about tomorrow's schedule real quick. This is the matchups that will kick off first. Once again, you have Hikaru Nakamura versus Wesley So. Anish Giri and Nihal Sarin will start not very far after that with the slight staggers we have that allow our commentators to focus on the moments that they want to. Now let's talk about these matchups, guys. So we've talked a whole bunch about Giri and Sarin, given the great interview that Giri gave us. Let's go back to the matchup on paper between the 2 Americans, guys that have played each other many times in their career, certainly rivals. There's no denying that. Aman, we'll go in reverse here. Kick off to you. Who do you? I'm not going to actually make your pick. Production wouldn't like that. But what are your thoughts about that match going in between those 2?
Well, Danny, the first thing that stands out to me is that Hikaru Nakamura is in an interesting position. He's one of the only guys that has face-to-face matches back to back. And it could even be the case if he wins this match and it goes that way. He might just have a very normal tournament from his perspective where not everyone is getting that experience. Some people are playing guys, as you said, in Serbia. And so I think that might be making Nakamura feel more comfortable. And I think it's kind of showing in his play. So that's one observation that I had, that I think that Nakamura is just comfortable with the format. He can look across, see his opponent there, and that's always been, where he plays his best chess. So I like him in this match.
What about the argument, though, that So, after that missed gaff of mate 2 in game 1 against Andreikin, has just gotten better and better? He's got to be feeling pretty good going up against Hikaru.
Oh, absolutely. Of course, he's gotten better with it, but it's just Hikaru. We know he's dominant. I mean, every Tuesday, what he does, the man is dominating everything. Mr. World Champion, say it twice. You know what I mean? Like, that's him, right? So I think he has obviously he's going to be in there comfortable. I think he's in his element, like Iman said, too, sitting right across from you. We've done this before. It's just another day in the office, right?
Well, except I think Wesley might want his title back. Who was the Fisher Random World Champion before Hikaru? That was Wesley So. Hikaru just got one. Now Wesley's saying, I go head-to-head with this guy in the Speed Chess Championships. He's played him all throughout the Rapid Chess Championship season. So I feel like these 2 are actually pretty tight. They were actually working together in Reykjavik on those positions. When they were revealed, they were collaborating, trying to say, what's the best plan? So they become friends more so, but now they're foes, and the momentum has to be in Wesley's favor. Hikaru couldn't have started better, 4 out of 4. Today, he actually lost more games than he won. Wesley was like, well, Andreikin, he's got a shot. Some people saying he can come back down 3-1. That end game, exquisite technique and great time management. So I feel like Wesley should be feeling pretty good about himself.
Wesley won the first ever Fisher Random World Chess Championship.
Right.
This is the first ever Global Chess Championship. If history repeats itself, maybe Wesley's thinking in his head, I've been here winning these events the first time, their inaugural kickoff. Amon, you think maybe he thinks that?
Yeah, I think it's a guarantee, Danny. You win
Yeah.
you win the first time of every event you play in. But no, he's got to be feeling good, and Wesley is definitely playing right now in a comfortable way. Hikaru's a little bit shaken up after those losses, but I think, as Robert said, Wesley's feeling comfortable, and I think I like his chances, but he's up against Hikaru, Danny, and Hikaru's not easy for anybody.
Everyone keeps saying, you think you can hear us here? Like everybody's saying, hey, you're up against Hikaru.
Like,
right?
I know this.
Hikaru,
I know this.
All right.
I know.
Well, several people will be up against Hikaru in the SCC coming up. Remember, we announced earlier. So let's remind everybody that the SCC is back with these 14 confirmed players. The main event begins Monday, November 21st, with the participants including world champion Magnus Carlsen, Arjun Iragaisi, Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and 2 more qualifiers, of course, will earn their way into the tournament. There's $100,000 on the line. You don't want to miss the most exciting event in chess, I would say, besides sudden death dodgeball. That's another story. The most exciting Speed Chess Championship. Type SCC in the chat for more. All right, everybody, that completes our coverage of the CGC quarterfinals from Toronto. Thanks for joining us once again. Also, big thanks to Robert, Canty, Amon, and all of our commentators. This has been another great day of live chess. We have our 4 players set for the CGC semifinals, so we're not done yet this week, okay? Remember that. Make sure to join us tomorrow on Twitch and YouTube as we begin day 1 of the semifinals. The chess starts at noon Eastern time. That's 9 a.m. Pacific. For now, I'm Danny Wrench. That was Hikaru Nakamura right there, leaning in. That was Anish Giri doing his thing. And Sam Sevian behind him. This has been awesome. Thank you for being with us. Once again, I'm Danny Wrench. Have a great day. Have a good night. And we'll see you tomorrow from Toronto.